І це були перші гроші, які ми заробили, в принципі, на розробці ігор. Таким чином...
Шановні колеги, я прошу вибачення, я не натиснув кнопку Go Live, тут у нас ще повітряна тривога, я пересадав з цього. Давайте, ще раз скажемо, хто ми, отак, в такому порядку, тепер починаємо, на 3 хвилини ми затримали з виходом в ефір. Прошу, Олександре, почнемо з тебе, представся і розкажи про свою гру, щоб наші глядачі чули знов.
Тобто те представлення, яке ти зробив...
Так, ми були не в ефірі.
Це була репетиція представлення, тому зараз можеш вже професійно представитися.
Добре. Мене звати Радченко Олександр. Я інді-розробник. І всі ігри, які ми випустили, так чи інакше пов'язані з геймджемом. Наша перша гра була Dual Cat, яку ми зробили на Global Game Jam 2022, мабуть, так. Це був 22-й рік. Ми побачили, що Pocket дає номінацію «Краща HTML5 гра», і, в принципі, ми в неї цілилися і зробили гру схоже на те, що є на платформі Pocket. Ми виграли тоді цю номінацію, отримали з ними прямий контакт. І таким чином доробили її, переписали на дефолті, і пішли в реліз. Так наша команда заробила перші гроші на геймдеві. Це якби нас стимулювало працювати далі. Як команда ми після релізу взяли участь у Людомдері, зробили маленьку гру про розбивання блоків, яка називалась Rush Crusher. Показали її майже одразу поки. В принципі, ту джемну версію вони теж погодилися її публікувати. Ми її доробили, випустили. Далі був Global Game Jam 2023. На ньому ми перевірили, чи здатні ми зробити гру, де ти збираєш ресурси, кудись їх носиш, щось будуєш і б'єшся з якимись монстрами. Концепт пройшов перевірку, і ми взялись за розробку гри Місленд. Тобто саму гру ми робили не на джемі, але концепцію, чи ми можемо таке робити, потестували саме на джемі. В принципі, це все.
Так. Дякую, Олександре. Так, зараз я з камерою поки розберусь. Прошу, Нікіта, розкажи, будь ласка, про себе і про свої ігри.
До речі, може показуєте екран?
Так, якщо є можливість зашарити, то...
Вітаю, мене звати Никита. Приймав участь перший раз, можна сказати так би, осознано в інді-геймдеві. Це теж, в принципі, на тому ж Global Game Jam, про що до цього казали. Тема була Duality, робили ми гру Ambidexter, потім далі над нею працювали, приймали участь в індікапі, але прийшло розуміння, що до того стану, в якому ми хочемо її бачити, так би мовити, багато треба часу і ресурсів в неї вкласти, тому вона так лежить зараз на поличці з, так би мовити, стрілочками, які на ній вказують і кажуть, типу, goal. Тому ось так. Приймав участь я в багатьох джемах і в Людомдари, і від ігроварів, коли робили. І зараз працюю над грою 4 дні 4 days in 3 зірочки, така назва. Вона теж, можна сказати, народилася на джемі, але, скоріше, це був конкурс хорор-ігор, який по ітогу не відбувся, але наработка залишилася, і ми вирішили її розвивати до певного стану, довести в магазин і зарелізити.
Бачив ваш стенд на Games Gathering. Дуже круто. Прошу, Богдане, як твої ігри почувають себе після джему?
Я теж брав участь досить багато в джемах. Це було і до Global Game Jam. Global Game Jam приєднався лише десь, напевно, минулого року. Я про нього почув раніше, але тоді почався карантин і всі різні інші обмеження. І я тоді якраз перед тим не встиг взяти фізично. Але більшість моїх ігор ну, не завжди продовжує їх до кінця після джему, але вони вже все одно в досить хорошому стадії для прототипу, і я багато тих механік, які я реалізував на джемі, реалізовую у іншій грі, які вже роблю за межами. То, ну, більше як місце для тестування певних своїх ідей.
Так. Дуже цікава стратегія, я таку також іноді використовую. І, Андрію, прошу, розкажи про себе.
Так, я спробую ще показати екран. Мене звати Андрій Бичковський, там, по-моєму, це було вирізано. Я фултайм інді-розробник. В принципі, як у всіх попередніх спікерів, більшість моїх ігор теж зроблені на джемах, більшість серед них саме на Global Game Jam. Зараз покажу декілька. Ой. Так, ви бачите мій екран, правильно?
Угу.
Ну, ось перша гра, яку зробив на Global Game Jam в Києві. Ось це гра про поїзди. Потім ми, ну, це ось саме оригінальна гра з джему. Ми потім її ще розвивали з командою і дійшли до такого, це вже після джему. Ось, типу. Але ну, зробили демку, випустили її на покі, і на цьому все, в принципі, заморозили. Але зараз я знову до цієї ідеї повернувся і роблю гру по мотивах в 3D знову про поїзди. Тому, можливо, щось з того буде. Потім, що зробив на джемі, ось цю, до речі, першу гру робив я повністю сам. Робив ще таку гру, типу, адвенчуру. Тут ми цілою командою, у нас тут 5 людей було. Вона тоді ще перемогла на цьому українському Global Game Jam глобально. Це найвище досягнення моє в Global Game Jam, якщо казати про конкурсну частину. Але після джему ми її не продовжували. Потім зробив на джемі, на Global Game Jam гру Farlanders. Ну, це не зовсім джемова версія, але приблизно на джемі воно так само виглядало. Ну, ні, попростіше трохи. І цю гру ось я її вже максимально розвивав. Потім її 3 роки робив, доки не довів до релізу. І не випустив на Steam. Ось вона є. Це вже релізна версія. Ну і зараз ще декілька ігор покажу з джему, і на цьому все. Ну, ця гра про бабусю, це була кооперація, наскільки пам'ятаю, Global Game Jam Ukraine і Serious Games там ініціатива. Ось останню гру покажу. Все, Paper Soldiers — це мій останній джем, в якому я брав участь, по-моєму. Це якраз перед початком повномасштабки, напевно, 22-го року на Global Game Jam, який був онлайновий. Ось це карткова гра, декбілдер. Тут ми втрьох її робили. Там я, ще 3D-моделер і художниця з Канади, яка ось такі незвичні і прикольні ілюстрації для карт зробила. Ну, в цілому, ось це коротка моя кар'єра на джемах.
Дякую, Андрій. Да, дуже таке вагоме портфоліо джем участі, і дуже добре, що вони і до релізу доходять. Ну, я про себе також розповів, що окрім участі, окрім ролі координатора, я також беру участь у джемах. Ну, от те, що розвивалося після джему, давайте я зараз включу. Це гра в 2021 році була гра, була тема Лудумдаре глибше та глибше. Я подумав, що можна зробити гру, де ти спочатку копаєш картоплю, а потім копаєш шахту і там видобуваєш корисні копалини. І ця гра тоді на Лудомі десь в квітні зробив, спробував як воно працює. А потім я її випустив у серпні 21-го. У квітні 21-го був джем, у серпні 21-го випустив, і з тих пір от люди граються, я випускаю оновлення і зараз готую випуск на HTML5. До речі, вона на флеші, на Air. Причому вона вийшла спочатку на мобайл, потім на ПК через Google Play. І далі роблю. Іноді буває таке, що на джемі щось зробив, і воно залишилося на джемі, просто як ідея, як ось подання на джему, іноді розвиваю далі.
Ти, до речі, Олексій, собі не дозволяєш на Global Game Jam брати участь? Ну, типу, і організовувати, і робити гру?
Ну, от, наприклад, це ж якраз дух джема. Я пам'ятаю перший Global Game Jam, Тоді тема була ритуал, і я придумав. Ну і було на нас 13 подач. Я дивлюсь останню ніч 13 проєктів. Думаю, ну треба зробити 14-й. Не поспав цю ніч. Зробив таку гру, що ти маєш телефон, і там був диверсифікатор включити щось, якусь особливість місця проведення. Проводили ми в льотній академії, поруч аеропорт. І подумав гру про шамана, який розганяє тучі над аеропортом. І треба тут гру зробив з цим, як його, з акселерометром, що якщо ти так тряхнеш, то там звук як у бубна, так тряхнеш як удар в бубен, і треба а тут летять різні по телефону різні хмаринки, і одні хмаринки треба відганяти отак трясучі, інші хмаринки треба відганяти отак трясучі. Тобто от така була гра про...
Насправді, дуже цікава концепція. Ну, мені подобається, що така, вона трохи музична.
Так, вийшов такий ритм гейм, хмарний шаман я її назвав. Тобто саме для того, щоб підтримати дух джему. От цього року, коли було коріння, також гру про саме на Піксі вирішив, якраз нагода була помацати Піксі JS, що запускаєш коріння, воно має докопатися до води. Ну, щось великого з цього не вийшло. Я, до речі, думав, ну, може, потім візьму як окремий світ до своєї гри про башту, але воно поки лежить так, як джемний проєкт. До речі, цікава тема проговорення. Давайте там, якщо є питання від аудиторії, будь ласка, звертайтеся до нашої аудиторії, задавайте питання. А от таке питання, як ви вирішуєте, чи варто випускати гру після джема, чи це гра, це є річ в собі, і далі треба робити щось нове? Хто як підходить до цього питання?
Ну, я можу почати.
Давайте.
Ну, у мене насправді це з часом змінювалося. Раніше я був там більш наївний, і якщо там був якийсь, не знаю, емоційний заряд після джему, то я міг і продовжувати. Просто так, ось по відчуттях. Хтось там похвалив, підійшов на джемі, і я такий, вау, значить треба робити. Ну, це такий найменш раціональний підхід. Більш раціональний – це завантажити гру на itch.io, як я з усіма іграми робив, там зробити веб-білд і подивитися на реакцію аудиторії. Ну, але знову-таки, у мене, по суті, кожна моя гра, вона була трохи успішніша за попередню, відповідно, реакція була краща. І, я порівнював цю реакцію, з моїм попереднім досвідом. Відповідно, кожна гра, яку дозував, вона була трохи краща, я думав, можна продовжувати. А зараз я ще, напевно, більш досвідчений, і я навіть вже не завантажуючи, просто роблю гру, граюся і для себе думаю, ось ця ідея цієї гри, який вона має потенціал. І в мене є, умовно, 4 варіанти. Це безкоштовна гра, в яку можете пограти безкоштовно, та й все. Це гра, яку можна продати за $5, якась невелика ідея, яка прикольна там на пару годин. Це гра там на $10, яку там можуть пограти вже декілька вечорів на 10 годин, або ця гра там, супер класна, яку там можуть грати 50 годин, яку вже можна робити амбітним проєктом. І ось я там згадував, коли себе представляв, ось цю гру про поїзди, я казав, що зараз я роблю 3D-ремейк. І це 3D-ремейк, де ти будуєш залізницю, там автоматизуєш. От я зробив прототип, пограв, і зрозумів, що воно в цілому нормально, але сказати, що це надзвичайно якийсь глибокий, цікавий корлуп, то ні. Тому я вирішив її робити грою, умовно, за $5, і, відповідно, якщо я цілю цю гру за $5, то я не хочу роздавати розробку там на роки чи на рік, я хочу зробити цю гру за декілька місяців, і, відповідно, такий в мене план.
Ага, цікавий підхід, да.
У нас якось у нас якось так співпадало, що ідея добре лягала, теми джемів якось добре лягали на те, що ми і так збиралися робити, або в когось із нас була така ідея, і, в принципі, ми і далі просто якось на неї натягували тему і намагалися це зробити. Хоча, наприклад, з нашою другою грою Rush Crusher вийшла проблема, бо тема джему була 10 секунд. Ми весь геймплей впакували, всю сесію в 10 секунд, і отримали велике нерозуміння від гравців уже не джемних, хоча на Людумі вона там непогано, щось там в топ-300 вийшло, щось таке. Ну, для нас це був хороший результат. А справжні гравці цієї ідеї не зрозуміли, і вийшло воно якось не дуже. Гравцям перша версія на софтланчі не зайшла, ми її дуже сильно потім переробляли, і врешті-решт ми розтягнули сесію до 20 секунд, і от останнє оновлення ми вирішили випустити, зробили сесію 30 секунд там, на раунд. Тобто треба було або одразу робити гру з нуля після джему, використовуючи якісь напрацювання, або взагалі її закинути. Так що натягнути якби тему на свою якусь ідею, яку ти хотів зробити, не завжди хороший варіант.
А ти кажеш, ось ви приходите на джем з якоюсь своєю ідеєю. Це ідея, типу, якоїсь механіки, чи жанру гри, чи в чому ідея складається?
Ні, ми не приходимо на джем прямо з якоюсь конкретною ідеєю, але в кожного із нашої команди вже є якісь ідеї, які б він хотів би реалізувати, і, в принципі, можна тоді спробувати якось подружити це з темою.
Угу.
Наприклад,
кажу.
З цими блоками була Вуду видана популярна гра, там де така клішня рубає будинки із блоків, і вони розлітаються. Мені, в принципі, подобалася ця ідея, вона так доволі яскраво виглядає, здавалося, що це дуже просто зробити. І я думав, а що б таке зробити, щоб не повністю її клонувати, а зробити щось своє. І от ми зробили про машинку, на яку нападають піксельні монстри, які стрибають, і ми їх розбиваємо.
У мене, я приходжу, буває, не те, що з ідеєю, просто з бажанням зробити певний жанр гри. Ось коли робив Ферландерс, то ось мені тоді хотілося якусь стратегію спробувати зробити. Але буває таке, що дійсно, як ти кажеш, що така тема випадає, що навіть я там прийшов з думкою зробити, не знаю, платформер, але така тема, що на платформер ніяк не виходить, і в якомусь іншому жанрі роблю в результаті.
У мене так було на Людумдари. Я думав покрокову якусь зробити, чи стратежку, чи там карткову гру тактичну. Випадає 10 секунд, і я такий, понятно.
Да, ось от машинка.
Крашер, да.
Ми, до речі, переробили її повністю. З приводу прийти з якимсь жанром, так у нас було на минулому Global Game Jam. Ми якраз хотіли зробити таку прото-РПГ, просту, яку можна грати одним пальцем. І, в принципі, ми це і зробили. По-моєму, Андрій нам навіть відгук писав на неї. Вона, може, ти пам'ятаєш там про хлопця, який по дереву ходив і потім спускався в підземелля, щоб відкрити страшну тему.
Ні, чекай, там, по-моєму, кріт був.
Кріт? Ні, не кріт.
Там ще з кіркою, типу, копаєш щось. Це не вона?
Там чорний хлопець такий був, вона була в ізометрії.
Ага, чесно не пам'ятаю. Може грав.
Микита, а як от в тебе? В тебе ще цікава історія в тому, що ви по Ambidextrous познайомилися на джемі, так, з командою?
Да, якось так дуже співпало, бо команда це я і Юля Соколовська, художниця, концепт-артисти, іноді і по механікам, і взагалі по геймплею класні дуже ідеї підкидує, які б навіть я не додумався б і в голову б не прийшло. Тому якось так дуже класно випало, що перший джем, в якому я вирішив взяти участь, знайшов, так би мовити, товариша по ідеям, з яким далі рухаюся. Тож прикольно. А стосовно того, як думаємо продовжувати ігри чи ні, є таке, так би мовити, золоте правило творчості. Да? Якщо ти в творчості щось хочеш робити класне, то ти повинен підвищувати свій смак і робити те, що подобається тобі. Тому, коли ти дивишся на ігри після джему, що якщо тобі подобається, якщо там декілька людей, яким ти довіряєш їх смаку, їм ігра сподобалась, то ти, в принципі, її можеш розвивати далі. Але тут є питання, що зробити класну гру – це одна справа, а от продати гру не обов'язково класно – це інша справа. Тому я тут до Андрія Бучковського доєднаюся, що в цей момент, коли ти думаєш, чи хочеш ти доробити гру, щоб її продати і заробити, то тобі треба підключати не мрійника інді-девелопера, а, так би мовити, певного продюсера-бухгалтера, який проаналізує ринок, подивиться, куди вона мачиться, на які платформи її краще залити, і дійсно скільки вона буде коштувати, і взагалі купить її хтось чи ні.
Так. Oh, hello. We have a viewer from Venezuela. Thanks, Romero. Yeah, hello. Glad to meet you. So, yeah, we are presenting a Ukrainian session of game jammers who participated in Game Jam and releasing the games afterwards. Yeah, so and we greet all the Game Jam community. Recently in my region, air raid alert has ended, but we keep working thanks to our defenders who protect us. Так, отже, да, ну я подивлюся з мого от в мене виходить так, що тут одне, що подобається ідея, а друге, ще як би знайти час. Бо там вже з викладанням, з іншими активностями, ось така папка в мене ідей, ще, мабуть, з флеш-часів почала накопичуватися. Там, наприклад, ще в мене думки є відновити свої старі флеш-ігри, бо там були такі, наприклад, шахи з одночасним ходом я писав, і грали тоді люди на флеші, там інші, там пазл математичний є, але от думаю, куди тепер, а тепер, коли пишу щось на джемі, думаю, а куди ж його втиснути? Ну, є такі меми про розробників, багато прототипів, вони, наче там всі сидять, такими очами дивляться, вони такі недороблені, дивляться, дороби нас, будь ласка.
Це мем про інді-розробника, який, типу, робить довго інді-гру, а потім йому приходить думка, а чому б не зробити ще одну інді-гру паралельно?
Так. Давайте подивимось на питання глядачів. Так, ось починають. Да, чи є ж сенс робити виживач на Global Game Jam? Survival. Хто що може?
Ну, Global Game Jam це і так виживач. Типу, не всі доходять до фіналу, тому...
In real life, да.
Є сенс робити те, що ви зможете закінчити до кінця джему. Тобто, якщо ви зможете втиснути виживач, розробку виживача в тиждень, то робіть, є сенс.
Да, можна все, що
так,
завгодно. Головне,
робіть, що хочете, дійсно.
Головне встигнути закінчити. Просто іноді на геймджемах часто бачив потім по результатам робот, коли люди не встигали щось зробити, це зазвичай були якісь чи квести, чи сюжетні ігри. Бо, типу, по-перше, дуже багато ресурсів там написати сюжет, його продумати, діалоги, потім це все заскриптити, навіть якщо готові якісь тулзи. Набагато простіше є сам завершити, якщо у тебе є механіки, якийсь там генератор контенту, типу як в роглайки або там аркадний якийсь. Тому це більше шансів завершити, якщо в survival ставити саме не якийсь там лор-сюжет, а саме там ходиш щось крафтиш, вбиваєш когось, їжу знаходиш, то це більше шансів, як на мене.
Єдине, що напевно...
Продовжу.
Да, єдине, що не треба робити, це, типу, відтворити гру, в яку ти граєш, яка тобі подобається, і спробувати відтворити цю гру за тиждень. Типу, можна робити виживач, який мінімалістичний, але якщо там, не знаю, Форест спробуйте на джемі зробити, то нічого не вийде.
Зробіть гру, в яку буде цікаво грати 15 хвилин, яка спробує розкрити тему, і, в принципі, цього буде достатньо.
Так, це, до речі, класне зауваження, що дійсно, типу, такий короткий час, зробіть гру, типу, на 5 хвилин, вже це доволі багато, бо на більшість людей, вони в джемові ігри багато не грають, тому зробіть там пару хвилин класного геймплею, це вже добре.
Та дуже цікава ідея брати, там можна по кусочках збирати геймплейні механіки з ігор і спробувати її, типу, спростити і втиснути ті, може, 50 хвилин.
Так, ну, а, до речі, я сам, мабуть, в survival виживачі жодного разу не грав. Я знаю, там є рафт, ну, от якось я як гравець ніколи не стикався, і як розробник також.
Ну, вже, може, не треба це, знаєш, вже трохи помираючий тренд, ніби. Хоча ігри нові виходять.
Ну так, може, як з РТС-ками було, що там РТС вже все, а потім з'являється якийсь там мінімалістичний РТС.
Ну так, якийсь, типу, ревайвал, якийсь новий погляд на жанр. І, звичайно, воно сказати, що це помре, абсолютно, напевно, ні. Просто вже, ринок доволі насичений такими іграми, тому це не така хайпова річ, як була 10 років назад.
Ну, я не можу погодитися, тому що, от, наприклад, Seven Days to Die – це гра, якій вже більше 10 років, вона залітала в топ-10 трендів Steam, по-моєму, ось півроку тому.
Цього року? Угу.
Так що...
Ні, вони ж, ці ігри живі, я до того, скоріше, кажу про нові ігри.
Я раз на рік теж там Seven Days to Die, тільки нове оновлення граю, там годин 10, мені подобається. Я взагалі дуже люблю виживачі, особливо, якщо можна в кооперативі не грати з кимось. Саме
зараз ніби дуже популярна Lethal Company, але вона більше як horror survival. Тобто ти не стільки крафтиш, скільки ти саме от survival, щоб виживати. Тому...
Да, коротше, це не survival крафт, а просто такий horror survival. Ось.
Так, от маємо ще питання. Що якщо у грі класний сюжет, але геймплейна вона не дуже, чи є ж сенс продовжувати? А от що маєте на увазі, що класний сюжет?
Як ви визначили, по-перше, що він класний? Ви впевнені, що у вас класний сюжет? Я не впевнений. Вибачте, можливо, я помиляюся. Я думаю, варто продовжувати. Є ігри більш сюжетні, є ігри більш геймплейні. Якщо там класний сюжет і поганий геймплей, тоді мінімізуйте геймплей і робіть гру там сюжетну. Може, це
візуальна новела, наприклад.
Візуальна новела. Так, взагалі, які засоби розкриття сюжета в іграх? Діалоги, якісь кат-сцени, діалоги, мабуть, основний засіб з розкриття сюжету у грі.
Це такий, найбільш прямолінійний.
Текст взагалі, да.
Да, є ж там ще цей environment.
Environment наратив моя улюбленіша штука. Мені особливо класно її переживати. Як гравець, я прям кайфую від цього. Коли ти її будуєш і потім такий, ніби нормас, а коли ти як гравець їх переживаєш, то воно прям класно. Коли ти якусь історію в голові будуєш, по тому, як там, що розставлено, що відбувається, то це прям круто.
Я після минулого джему зарікся взагалі писати якісь діалоги і текст, тому що Богдан на стрімі відкриває нашу гру, і всі діалоги отак от, клас, 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 а що робити? А що відбувається?
Де геймплей?
Я дивився теж одного інді-розробника на Ютубі стріми робить і каже, що йому чувак писав, що у тебе в грі нема сюжету. А в нього прям нормальна як РПГшка з сюжетом, там тільки діалоги ти скіпаєш. Він каже: а ти читав там тексти і так далі? Він каже: я проскіпав. Так що, багато тексту іноді таке.
Ми стараємося взагалі уникати тексту, в принципі, навіть в туторіалах, все якісь там пальчики, стрілочки, і тому що це потім не потрібно перекладати, тому що ніхто не любить читати це не весело, весело щось робити одразу.
Так, навіть той самий туторіал краще в ідеалі, дати задачу гравцю, щоб він вже сам розбирався, ніж йому покроково розповідати, що йому робити. Це з мого досвіду, бо я якраз покроково розповідав і вже, здається, занадто далеко пішов в цьому.
В принципі, всі сучасні ігри, я після того, як почав сам робити туторіали, помічаю, що в тебе десь якась міточка або на карті, або на компасі, або в якоїсь сторони екрану, і ти туди йдеш і запускаєш якусь стару гру, там, де цього всього немає, починаєш страждати, таке, що робити, я загубився, я не хочу думати. Покажіть, куди мені йти, навіщо? Я ж сюди розважитися прийшов, а не орієнтуванням займатися в просторі.
Щодо туторіалів, дивіться, тут на джемі можемо дати пораду, що робіть туторіал, який буде зрозумілий. Якщо навіть не зробите, хоча б текстом опишіть тоді все, але, дивіться, коли є на Лудумі є 48 годин, то тоді до цього так ставляться притомно, тобто, добре, не було часу інтегрувати туторіал. А тут все ж таки ті, хто будуть грати вашу гру, вони будуть чекати, що ви їм поясните.
Я б навіть далі пішов робити такі ігри, де туторіал в принципі не потрібен. Це ж джем, це ж невелика гра. Просто пояснити там контроли і ціль гри, і цього має бути достатньо, я вважаю.
Я б 3 шари порадив. Перше, це, ти знаєш, як в гру грати. Якщо ти бачиш платформер, ти знаєш, що ходити, там пробілом стрибати. Другий, це, хоча б додай скріншот, де ти там кнопки розписав і що за що відповідає, якщо нема часу на нормальний туторіал. А третє, це вже там перші 2-3 рівні зробити такими, що вони прості, якраз вчать тебе певним основним механікам. Тому
Ну так,
від
до
часу
речі,
залежить, який є.
ось, якщо у вас буде часто, ось на що я його вважаю, має сенс витратити, це на якісь мінімальні плейтести, дати там іншим джемерам комусь попросити пограти в вашу гру, дати фідбек, можливо, там щось спростити в грі. Ось це б допомогло.
Дуже цікаво
Так.
вчити грати в свою гру, якщо в тебе саме рівнева система є. Ну там, якщо ти якісь рівні там проходиш, і ти просто їх потрошку ускладнюєш, якісь механіки повторюєш, там дуже зручно.
Так, новий рівень.
Ще одну пораду хотів би дати саме з досвіду з приводу туторіалів. Це дуже болюча для мене тема. Наприклад, у нас в Котику туторіали – це такі написи на дошках, де написані клавіші, і це наче як класно, але частина гравців просто їх не бачить. Через те, що це частина інтерфейсу, вони його ігнорують.
Частина світу, так? Ти маєш на увазі?
Якраз оцей environment storytelling, і вони його, да.
І в нас навіть контроли, от вже версія, яка вийшла на дошці, там шейдер, який його якби промальовує поступово, і вони все одно його просто не бачать. Ми їх вже і анімували, і все одно кожна ітерація якби покращувала цей туторіал, але все одно ось на мітапі, які от від українських ігор були, ми давали пограти в нашого котика, і хлопець теж стояв і не розуміє, що робити. В нього дошка, яка займає якби 30% світу десь посередині екрану, трошки сунута, і він її не бачить, він не розуміє. Хоча там анімована кнопка, що типу, тобі треба натиснути її.
Угу.
Ну, це, можливо, тиск, знаєш, коли ти підходиш до стенду з грою, і на тебе дивиться розробник прискіпливо, то ти хвилюєшся і починаєш це пити. Можливо, в цьому справа.
Можливо.
Так, далі коментарі також обговорюють щодо туторіалу, щодо і показу сюжету в іграх. А от щодо технологій, чи бажано робити веб-білд, якщо є можливість?
Я б сказав,
Ну,
що
так.
це must-have.
Угу.
Бо, типу, кожен хоче відкрити в браузері і там клацнути одразу пограти, ані щось там викачувати, розпаковувати, чи не факт, що на платформі твоїй запуститься. Бо, наприклад, у мене робочий Linux, а якщо там білди під Windows, я ніяк не зможу пограти. Тому і зазвичай це мене стопає, коли я бачу там ігри інших там джемерів, і такий, хочу поглянути, смотрю, щось там скачувати, навіть 50 мегабайт, я такий,
Так, 100%. Ну, я завжди кажу, коли там якісь даю поради по джемах, і сам завжди роблю веб-білди, коли виходить. Ну, це, по-перше, збільшить шанс, що хтось пограє, що ця гра якась, не знаю, завіруситься. Тому обов'язково робіть.
Це особливо, коли на джемах це досить багато ігор, які хочеться спробувати, а часу не досить багато. Відповідно, запустити в браузері, запустити, протестувати буде легше, ніж думати, як його запускати на своїй системі, а там щось не працює, там якісь бібліотеки не вистачило. Особливо, якщо на Linux налаштовувати Wine, це досить багато часу для 1 хвилини пограти гру.
Ну так, будемо чесними, типу, людям не сильно цікаві джемові ігри. Тому ось цей поріг входу треба максимально спростити для людей. І це йде мова і про те, щоб запустити легко, і почати легко теж має бути, типу, туторіал зрозумілий і так далі.
Навіть якщо у вас немає можливості зробити саме веб-білд, але я б теж радив би його робити, дивіться, щоб хоча б розмір файла, який потрібно скачати, не був там гігабайт, 2-3. У нас, по-моєму, був якийсь джем, де люди виклали білд на 10 гігабайт. Вони з ним носилися.
Це, напевно, ці Unreal Engine'істи, які
Вони з ним
роблять свій сталкер.
носилися, кудись його заливали, він десь там не скачувався. Це якесь жахіття, не робіть так.
Так, ну і от судді часто кажуть, що у деяких суддів Mac, і вони не можуть пограти у Windows білди, а грали тільки у веб-білди. Ну, ще раз можу сказати, що от коли ми розподіляємо ігри між суддями, точніше ми не розподіляємо, там така система кількох пов'язаних Google таблиць, в якому є генератор випадкових чисел, і також цей генератор видає як чисто випадкові числа, так і з урахуванням того, скільки інших суддів пограли в гру. Тобто він, цей генератор рекомендує судді, пограє там у гру номер 5, у гру номер 18, а далі вже суддя дивиться, якщо є можливість пограти, грає в неї, якщо нема можливості, дивиться якусь іншу гру. Ну і виходить так, що в середньому ігри десь так 12-15 суддів дивиться, тобто воно усереднюється, якщо множина суддів, множина ігор, то по цій табличці там воно виходить. Ну, а якщо у вас буде, чим більше у вас буде платформ, тим більше шансів, що вашу гру одразу побачать з будь-яких пристроїв.
А ви, до речі, Олексій, не думали зробити суддівську систему, як на цьому самому індікапі, де є спершу шорт-лісти, тобто всі судді просто дивляться візуал гри, відео, і потім обирають краще, і потім вже є список фіналістів, там, 5-10 ігор, і всі ігри вже судді зобов'язані пограти і з них обрати краще. Мені здається, така система, вона більш, об'єктивна, але з іншої сторони, вона може ще більше часу вимагати від суддів.
Так, тут нам приходиться балансувати між часом, який судді приділяють. Тобто головне в суддівстві в нашому, в тому, що ми залучаємо увагу. Ось ми поки запросили посудити, вони знайшли Dual Cat, потім зараз інші будуть ігри дивитися. Запросили ми Crazy Maze посудити, вони там цього року буде Game Loft знов судити. І, до речі, один з членів журі з Game Loft тут на стрімі, да, Богдане? От, тобто Богдан буде представляти і Game Loft, і ігроварів. Отже, тут треба балансувати між тим, скільки часу судді можуть виділити. Для нас головне саме увага суддів, щоб вони пограли в ті ігри, які, щоб двохетапне суддівство, це вже для ігор, які там півроку робила команда, подала на конкурс, а далі вже цей конкурс проходить як саме конкурс, можна сказати, ігор, зроблених там впродовж великого часу. А тут джем, тут головне, щоб
тут трохи інші цілі, згоден.
Ну і все ж таки більше... Кажи.
Я, наприклад, сприймаю Global Game Jam більше як фестиваль, а не як змагання, тому, в принципі, суддівство таке, можливо, і не потрібне. Тим більше, що дуже багато новачків, в яких може бути взагалі нерозвинена навичка презентування гри, і вони будуть відсіяні просто тому, що вони не додадуть скріншотів. Тобто це треба проводити якісь додаткові роботи, щоб пояснити, що гра має бути гарно якби сторінка оформлена, так, щоб там були скріншоти, можливо, якесь відео. Ну, це в будь-якому випадку краще зробити, навіть якщо немає такого суддівства, але новачки, вони такі, судячи по питанням, які задають в Телеграмі, більшість цього робити не буде. І таким чином ми їх просто відсіємо, одразу в їхню гру ніхто не пограє, так хоча б шансу не буде.
Ну так, ти хочеш, щоб твою гру пограли, коли ти робиш на джемі, а так, в принципі, йде дуже великий імпакт від візуалу і дійсно презентації, навіть якщо в тебе прикольний геймплей, можеш, навіть ніхто не пограє, бо візуал у тебе такий собі. Особливо, якщо ти на джемах, ти зазвичай, іноді бувають люди, які самі роблять, і зазвичай ті, хто самі роблять, дуже рідко вони дуже добре малюють, бо зазвичай це якісь програмісти. Ось, тому... Я теж згоден.
Так само, і рівень ігор на джемі, він зовсім інший, ніж на індікапі, бо обмежений час. Багато на чому скорочують. І на візуалі, і навіть, можна і скріншот додати, чи якусь відео записати, але там теж може скоротити, бо не було часу. Хоча інколи можна і навіть після джема це оформити вже сторінку гарнішу. Тому було б плюсом як окрема номінація за презентацію цієї гри.
Ми, до речі, найкращу презентацію відмічали в 23-му, да?
Та, щось пам'ятаю, там таке було.
Так, треба буде цього року також. Так, а от я в чаті, ми спілкувалися не в чаті GGJ, в чаті з моїми студентами, і вони брали участь у Лудомі, але от пишуть, що дуже важко цей джем, там 48 годин, і думають, що, мабуть, і Global Game Jam це буде дуже важко. Давайте, як ми зможемо, які надати аргументи за участь у Global Game Jam, навіть якщо ви новачки. От згадайте свій перший Game Jam, що ви тоді знали, що ви не знали, як ви туди прийшли на свій перший джем, чи Global Game Jam, чи інші заходи.
Ну, я, можна, тут почну, бо якраз таки Game Jam для мене був такий старт почати щось в інді розробці, взагалі в розробці ігор, бо я завжди хотів розробляти ігри, але працював на, так би мовити, в ентерпрайзі, вебі девелопером. І я такий, щось джуном іти не хочу, бо там в 5 разів менше зарплата, якось жаба давить, треба якось починати, якусь свою гру робити. А типу, коли в тебе такі плани, ти постійно, ну потім, ну на наступних вихідних, ну на наступних вихідних. А якраз таки Game Jam дає тобі ось там тиждень, тоді було там 2 тижні, потім тиждень. Ну, по факту, в тебе є тиждень, зроби за тиждень гру. І ти сідаєш і робиш спочатку до кінця гру. Це хоча б такий товчок, що ти почнеш це робити, і у тебе, оскільки є обмежений час, ти, ну, скоріш за все, щось до кінця і доробиш. У тебе буде щось закінчене. Навіть якщо щось не вдасться завершити, навіть щоб там можна було пограти, все одно ти там витратиш ще, наприклад, тиждень і зможеш закінчити свою першу гру, і це буде першим товчком таким у тому, чим ти хочеш займатися. Тому я б сказав би, що це якраз такий пінок, можливість почати те, що ти довго відкладав, те, чим ти хотів займатися. Як було у мене.
Так, у мене приблизно схожа ситуація. Ну, у мене перший джем, це був навіть ще до Global Game Jam українського, просто онлайновий джем. Я тоді, ну, ще не працював в геймдеві, просто шукав якусь роботу. І ось саме Game Jam мені допоміг, ну, мотивувати себе щось зробити, бо є певний там соціальний тиск. Ти якщо вже там подався, записався, особливо якщо це Global Game Jam, і там є ціла спільнота, особливо, ну, коли ще це було в офлайні, ну, воно і зараз в офлайні частково, то це ще більше, ти приходиш на локацію, ти ж не можеш там, не знаю, YouTube дивитися на локації. Тому це, ну, сильний мотиватор і щось зробити, щось завершити. Потім це допоможе, там, не знаю, побудові кар'єри, пошуку роботи, щось, все, що там хочеться.
У нас теж дуже схожа ситуація була. Єдине, що ми вже якби зібралися як команда розробників, в яких була мета робити ігри. Але якби ми коли зібралися, перші півроку займалися тим, що ми більше балакали про те, яку гру ми можемо зробити, і кожен сам собі щось потроху вчив. І от якраз через півроку Global Game Jam – це була точка, де ми зібралися і вирішили, що ми таке щось маленьке зробимо від початку і до кінця. Нам, правда, пощастило, ми виграли номінацію розкриття теми, і це нас дуже сильно змотивувало далі продовжувати розвиватися в цьому напрямку.
У мене був трішки інший, можливо, досвід. Я просто хотів створювати ігри, відповідно, думав, окей, у вільний час буду їх створювати, а про джеми я трохи більше дізнався, і все одно взагалі не хотілося. Ну, для чого? Я ж можу так просто сісти, команди зібратися і створити. Але з певним часом я думав, окей, ладно, треба все ж таки взяти і спробувати. І в перший раз, коли я взяв участь в джемі, зібрали команду, бо для мене було багато чого нового, але після цього я зрозумів одне, тому що на джемі я зміг просто швиденько зробити якусь гру, що вже мотивувало робити далі, тому що є результат. Але крім того результату, отримавши досить багато відгуків, які зрозумів, де от є нюанси певні, що вийшло реалізувати не дуже добре, що треба десь поправити, і наступних джемів якраз ставало краще. І якраз оцей момент в тому, що ти отримуєш результати, відгуки, вони мотивують продовжити, покращуватися. Ну і також, звісно, набратися досвіду в тому, в якому моменті так не треба робити, чи інше. Вже для повноцінних ігор вже є певні знання і можливість продовжувати.
Так, це хороше зауваження щодо фідбеку. Дійсно, ну, типу, джем, там вже є інші учасники, є судді. Там, ну, можна, типу, якісь рекомендації почути, подивитися, як інші, що роблять, що можна зробити. Тому це класна річ.
Ви розказували, я пригадую, що в перших 2 гейм-джемах я не дійшов до завершення джему. Зараз розповім 2 історії. Ще за часів флеша. Проводили якось у спільноті FGL, яку я згадував, Flash Game License. Там проводилися гейм-джеми, звідки я дізнався цей термін. Була тема подорожі у часі. І я так подумав, що цікаво було б гру про якогось брокера, який подорожує в часі та грає на курсах валют. І навіть зробив такий генератор цього графіка, там потім, щоб там купити в яку точку, продати, а потім думаю, ну воно щось якось воно так не склеюється в цілісну гру і не випустив. Потім, це був десь 2011-2012, тобто до завершення джему з нею не дійшов. Потім десь рік 12-13 Лудомдари. Дивлюсь, всі беруть там участь в Лудомдари, там тема 10 секунд. До речі, ця така тема і не нещодавно десь була, вони
Ну так,
починають вже повторюватися.
Мгм.
А це був, да, десь рік 13-й. І я думав, а тут раз він і пройшов. Я не бачив, що там вихідні, не ставив тоді собі будильника на 5 ранку. Дивись, пройшов Лудомдари, була тема 10 секунд. Але тут я подумав так, ну от я не встиг туди, але все ж таки зроблю гру, назву її 11 секунд, в якій буде деякі маленькі завдання, там знайти там найбільше число, розсортувати фігури, такі логічні міні-ігри. І якщо гравець впродовж перших 10 секунд щось робить, він отримає бали. А якщо за 11 секунду отримаєш в 10 разів більше балів. Тобто твої бали складаються з того, що ти отримав за перші 10, і плюс 10 помножити на те, що отримав за останню 11 секунду. Ну, і вже після джему випустив її на Newgrounds, там десь вона 3-е місце дня зайняла чи якось. А от вже коли що потрапив, отак, у самі рамки джему, це коли я вже захистив дисертацію, повернувся до геймдеву, бачу все по-іншому, там замість флеша Unity чи HTML5, все незрозуміло, а як, що робити з цими іграми, куди їх викладати. І там, це був Лудомдари 33, 2015 рік. То і побачив, що Лудомдари, тема там о 5 ранку, поставив будильника, дивлюсь, тема «Ти монстр». І вирішив, от якраз почав з геймплею, вирішив змоделювати щупальце. Там всі елементи за законом Гука, щоб воно там було еластичним, причому взяв на флеші писати. Написав на флеші, намалював цього монстра, намалював там, за ким він охотиться, цей монстр, і відправив, якраз повністю всі 48 чи 49 годин, там ще одна бонусна година витратив, а потім дивлюсь, 100-те місце по арту. І так, там 2700 учасників на той час у Лудомдару. Думаю, 100-те місце. Так я, виявляється, вмію малювати. І оце дало такий бонус до того, щоб продовжувати геймдев. Ну, а далі вже Global Game Jam. Да.
Ну, я роблю висновок з своєї розповіді, що щоб закінчити гру на джемі, треба спершу захистити дисертацію.
До речі, з приводу міксування джему і якби життя, то Global Game Jam, по-моєму, був і 2 тижні, і тиждень. Останні рази, то я весь час працював якби на своїй фултайм роботі, там годинку-дві по будням приділяв Global Game Jam, і тільки на вихідних трохи працював якби фултайм над джем-іграми, і цього достатньо, якщо ти не ставиш такі прям суперамбіції, як зробити своє MMORPG за цей тиждень, то це реально. Тобто не обов'язково сидіти 24 години всі 7 днів.
Ну
Можна...
так, я теж, коли був тижневий Global Game Jam, цю гру показував картково, то я, по-моєму, 3 дні робив 7 чи 4. Ну, коротше, перші дні я не було в мене часу, я взагалі не робив, тільки думав над ідеєю. Тому можна встигнути.
Та ж сама фігня, так і є.
По всім джемам, то ми, по-моєму, тільки на першому одну ніч якусь там не спали, щось сиділи там, працювали, повністю на ізнос, але все решта було якось розслаблено. Я встигав і спортом позайматися, і на роботі попрацювати.
Ну, і це правильний підхід, такий, як то кажуть, sustainable jam, work-life balance. До цього треба приходити. Anti-crunch jam, це да, от якраз це здорова культура у роботі, тому що щоб не звикати кранчитися. а планувати спокійно роботу по кілька годин на день.
Це якраз дозволяє навчитися балансувати по часу, і насправді так якраз хотіти, окей, треба нарешті взяти джем, участь і не сидіти цілу ніч над тим. Але як завжди виходило по одному. Але от останній джем, що було, то я вже менше, типу, чогось робив вночі, і загалом в результат вийшов той самий, ніж би я пахав би до кінця, скільки можу. Якраз і відпочинок – це досить важлива річ, тому і ідеї з'являються, як це можна швидше імплементувати, чи знайдуть по якісь по геймплею, різне, мозок краще тоді працює.
Ну, я теж приєднаюся, те, що саме головне – це планування, бо я пам'ятаю, на ігроварах був джем минулому році, і там було ніби якраз 24 години, якраз вихідні. А в мене так співпало, що в ці вихідні в суботу я йшов на день народження пити пиво, а в неділю до мене приходили друзі, ми в ДНД грали. І я такий, як же встигнути? Ну окей, прийшов після дня народження, накидав кор механіки на квадратиках, дав завдання художнику, там треба отак намалювати. Пішов спати. Прийшли друзі на ДНД, я їм кажу, от дивіться, яка гра. Вони пограли, кажуть, вау, клас, прикольно. Я такий, супер. Пограли, ввечері мені скинули графіку, все вставив, гра готова. Так що, головне планування.
До речі, різні зміни по сну – це цікава ідея роботи в команді. А от щодо команди часто питають, що ми порадимо джемерам?
Збирати
Скільки
маленьку
учасників команди?
команду. Я б порадив би збирати маленьку команду, там, можливо, там 2, 3, 4 людини – це максимум. Бо якщо дуже багато людей, це настільки важко курувати з точки зору, що кожен за щось відповідає, скільки важко, так би мовити, зрозуміти, у кого responsibility, да? Бо демократія, якщо, то це може нікуди не рухатися, бо хтось каже, мені так подобається, мені так, у мене така ідея, у мене сяка, я хочу таку гру зробити, а я хочу таку штуку зробити. Тому, якщо дуже багато людей, то краще, коли є у когось, так би мовити, немножко трошечки авторитету і диктатури. Але одному теж прикольно, це певний тест на скіли, але все ж таки краще в команді хоча б 2-3 людини, щоб була ще оця от communication, один з принципів джема, collaboration, тому я думаю, так.
Я
Да,
коли бачу, як новачки шукають собі в команду, ну не на джеми, а так взагалі, знаєте, купу людей, там 3D-художника, 3D-аніматора, програміста такого, програміста сякого, саунд-дизайнера. Ну, ви всі бачили ці вакансії. Я часто жартую, що у вас ж не вистачає проджект-менеджера, хоча б одного в цьому всьому списку, щоб це все заменеджити потім. І від себе хотів сказати про команду, що моя думка, що сама по собі людина рідко може щось зробити дійсно хороше. Тому колаборація, кооперація – це те, що вам допоможе зробити дійсно хорошу гру. Але так, я погоджуюсь, що команда має бути невелика.
Угу. Я приєднуюся, так хочу, напевно, заакцентувати увагу на тому, що дійсно має бути якась розподілена відповідальність. Якщо берете людину в команду, то треба розуміти, чим вона має займатися, яка в неї має бути роль. І також загалом не тільки в джемах, а й в принципі в розробці ігор має бути одна людина, яка, це там на IT-сленг називається, по-моєму, Project Owner. Типу людина, яка ось відповідає за бачення гри, за бачення проекту. Це не обов'язково людина, яка там задачі роздає, але вона, загальне бачення гри має, і ця людина має бути. Бо, коли робиш щось середнє між тим, що хочуть всі, то виходить щось незрозуміле і не цікаве, напевно.
Тут, щодо команди ще хочу підкреслити, що все ж таки, з одного боку, як роздувати штат не варто, але особливо до досвідчених джемерів хочу звернутися з проханням, можливо, взяти 1-2 стажерок, щоб вони подивилися зсередині на роботу команди. Тобто, якщо учасники джему перший раз і вони хочуть от подивитися самі, не знають, чи зміють вони щось чи ні, то можна взяти собі новачків у команду і саме їх можна навантажити завданнями, наприклад, там оформити сторінку, тестувати гру, вести списки всі, усілякі списки фіч, списки ідей, рахування часу. І тоді і ви покажете, ви якби виконаєте свою місію, як це називається, to give back to the community, тобто є в нас, ми самі в чомусь навчалися і тепер навчаємо інших, і вони будуть вам вдячні, і вони допоможуть вам у розробці. Так, в нас є 3 хвилини. Yeah, so we have greetings from GamesFind Live. Hello, UK Games Talent and Finance Community. Hello. And yes, we'd like to remind that Ukraine is a country of talented people, including game development. We keep working despite of the terroristic attacks. So, and we request all of our friends worldwide to keep supporting our defenders, because only thanks to them we stay at home and we can participate in Game Jam. You won't see Ukrainian locations on the map because it's safety reasons. But we will be here, we will be jamming, and we will share our results. And please support Ukrainian funds such as United 24, such as Comeback Alive or Pocket. The last one is organized by Ukrainian game developers who took their cars and started providing supplies to the front lines. Oh, and we have a question: when will the theme of the jam will be revealed? It will be tomorrow in 26 hours from now. Отже, ще питання, да, коли відкриють тему джема. Тема буде оголошена о 20-й завтра, 20-й за Києвом, тобто через 26 годин. Буде цікаво подивитися. А яке, да, ну от ми будемо з 5:59, давайте фіналізуємо, побажаємо нашим джемерам від кожного.
Щастя, здоров'я.
Успіху, на натхнення, ідеї на цьому джемі.
Я би побажав отримати задоволення від процесу і від результату, перш за все, свого і своїм ще одним кроком до своєї мрії.
Бережіть нерви, не сваріться зі своєю командою. От. Пам'ятайте, що це не змагання, а фестиваль.
О,
Так,
це чудово.
єдності, дійсно, типу, старайтеся типу, щось корисне з цього винести, а не знаю, не сприймайте це як змагання, тут можу лише погодитися.
Це чудово. Джем – це не хакатон. Ми просто використовуємо цю фразу іноді хакатон, щоб було зрозуміліше преси. Але джем – це про спілкування та міжособистісні зв'язки. Добре, дякую вам, шановні колеги, дякую вам, шановні глядачі. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support. Bye-bye. All the best to you.
Thank you guys. See you later.
Yeah.
Or no.
Is Bartosz. I'm a representative of Transfuser, which is a UK-based games development program for recent graduates who are seeking to start an independent video game studio. I really hope your Global Game Jam Prep Week is going well. And to find out more about Transfuser, I have a short video for you telling you a bit more about the support we provide and the sort of experience you can expect from it.
I really care about studio culture and really care about creating a collaborative environment where we make really positive games.
We believe in ourselves, we believe in our team, and we can tell good stories that are going to inspire people with a bit of hope.
We have gotten so much information and so much support on setting the studio up itself, about figuring out how to run things, about timelines, what's kind of expected of us as a studio. And I think that we've made something we can really be proud of.
We were unsure if it was something that we could do so early in our careers. Now we feel really confident about taking that next step with starting our studio.
It didn't feel very lonely, learning everything just by myself and have a community that if something bad happens, I could always ask for help.
Because that you've given us a chance to work as a team, I feel like I've been able to really hone my skills in.
Having the support that comes from Transfuser, it makes everything a lot more realistic. It's not just a pipe dream, it's an actuality.
You get a great community of devs you meet up with. You learn more than you'll ever learn in any other job. And I genuinely just think it's a great experience to forever have been a part of.
Hi everyone, it's me again. I hope you enjoyed that video about Transfuser. Hopefully it got you encouraged, maybe inspired to pursue that route of creating your own video game studio. With that in mind though, you have to take the first step somewhere, and a global game jam is a great way to start it. And to tell you more about it and give you an insight on how to proceed, we have Dink, a Transfuser 2022 participants who are now well on their way to establish an amazing video game studio. So, we've held an interview with them and we have some wisdom to share. Please enjoy.
Hi, I'm Tilda, a representative of Transfuser, a UK-wide annual games development programme for graduates who want to become part of an independent video game studio. I'm also accompanied by Bartosz, who is also a representative of Transfuser and Dundev. We're joined today by a team who have taken part in the Transfuser programme in the past, and we are in Dundee as part of the development residency Dundev. Sat here with us today are
Luke. Niall.
Dink started out as three friends from Teesside University who began working on their own indie title in their spare time, with the hope of establishing themselves as up-and-coming indie developers. Dink has grown to 6 developers to facilitate this goal. They are a creative video games development studio comprised of a talented team of designers, developers, and technology experts, some of which have also taken part in Global Game Jam before. With this said, we're going to go ahead and ask you a few questions. So, to get started, you're getting ready to take part on Global Game Jam. How are you preparing to make the most of your time?
Yeah, the biggest thing for me to prepare was making sure everybody's kind of on the same page so that we know what it is that we want to create, whether we're going like big scope, small scope, what kind of genre we want to do. Obviously, the theme defines a lot of that, but kind of making sure there's teams on the same page, what software we're using, that kind of thing. Yeah, that's most of the stuff that we do.
My experience was once like the theme was revealed, I'd get a group together if I didn't already have, and then we'd just go for food and just discuss ideas. We didn't want to like already stress ourselves out and just like have the big whiteboard full of ideas. We just sat down, cleared our heads with a meal. Someone would have a notebook, just doing out little notes, and then I'd say just coming to the end of the meal, we would then go and make sure everyone had like the software set up, the GitHub, so everyone was like communicating a Discord server and all that, just to make sure that everyone was on page. So first thing in the morning, we just hit the ground running, no setbacks. Yeah, we just work off like those ideas that we generated over a meal mostly. Yeah.
Yeah, I can add to that. Yeah, so that's interesting. Did you ever end up with a game that was purely just food-based, theme-wise, just because of where the ideation process happened?
It was inspiration at the time, just like, you know, it would be good if we could play as a kebab and just run it.
Yeah, I'm just also wondering, when you do partake in game jams, do you usually focus on designing for the theme, or do you try to make the theme work for you in terms of you perhaps enjoying some game genre and wanting to make that game genre work with the theme?
For our experience, we will get down sort of the basic sort of ideas. So we look at the theme and like, okay, so right off the bat, we know that a lot of the groups are going to do this, which is completely fine. But sometimes it's interesting to take like a fresh perspective with it. Because I remember one of the themes was repair, and I believe it was the 2019 Global Game Jam. And a lot of people were like building robots and all that type of stuff, but we went with the approach of repairing someone's mind. So then that sort of led into, it was a horror game at that point. So it's just taking like the core concept and then just seeing how you can put a spin on it or see it from like a fresh perspective. So people's like, oh, I can see how that would like fit with the theme, but adding that layer on top of it mostly.
Yeah, I love weird games, so I really like the theme to guide me. So I'll go in completely blind a lot of the time and go, what's the weirdest thing we could do that uses the theme? And you come up with like, some really interesting stuff that can't be made for a game jam half the time. But you know, when you actually come up with an idea that's unique and original, that's what a game jam's all about for me. Yeah.
Amazing. Can you tell us a little bit more about the way that you generate your ideas, especially when under pressure?
Yeah, I think for idea generation, a lot of what we do is kind of throwing stuff at the wall. I mentioned earlier, like having the theme as like a guiding lens, but really throwing ideas, making sure everyone knows like there's no bad ideas, right? There are bad ideas, but if you throw enough stuff at the wall, you kind of find something in that, and I think that's a lot of the fun. That's where a lot of the fun comes from.
Yeah, I remember one game jam that we took part in. It was the theme was right in front of us, randomly generated from like a list of just preset words, and then just from those two came out a theme, and it was what was it? Sharp balance. And we were struggling just as the meeting was finishing up, last 5 minutes, like how are we going to put a spin on this? What can we do for it? And our way of doing it was just we went on to a thesaurus and just like words related to it, and that gave us the idea of balance, which was justice. So then our game revolved around a superhero. So it's just taking those like slight approaches, even though it's not dead set on the words that were given. You can, as I say, just look for similarities, and then that can, of course, open up, like it can open up to new ideas and sort of get the flow of like idea generation going.
Yeah, I would love to pitch into it. I'm just gonna. Yeah, on the back of what I asked earlier as well, it's interesting because I had a team, few guys, and we took part in a game jam, and the theme was something about like a future antique of sorts. But the way we went about it was we tried to make the theme help influence the game mechanics that we've set ourselves to make. And so we did base the game around the theme, but then we were using the theme to fuel the mechanics in a way. So really influencing that whole game design. So where it was future antiques or futuristic antiques, something of sorts, we essentially decided to do like a time travel sort of thing where there were items from different timelines, and you would use those as a different projectile in your gun. So you would have a laser, but then you also would have like a potato, a rock. Then you would end up with like darts and like a rocket. So going through the timeline. So I think it's also that I see it as another approach of tackling a theme to really let that, shine through, not just visual and the vibe, but also how does the game feel to engage with.
What did you come up with when you took part in Global Game Jam? And if you already kind of touched on this, what's something that you learned from it?
Yeah, like I said, I've taken part in many global game jams, so a lot of the ideas come up with a horror game where you're in an insane asylum, a dog game where you had to find your home, and a witch game where you had to like make potions and stuff. But all that stuff came around from playing with the theme. How can we put a unique spin on it and that kind of stuff? But yeah.
Yeah, I had similar, or sort of just sitting down with the theme. As I said, like the 2018 one was repair, how we put our spin on it. We took part in the one last year, which the theme I believe was roots, and it was a nice. We made like a really nice game. It was mostly inspired by Getting Over It or like Shovel Knight. So you played as like a little seed, and you have to like climb up to this like high point, then you jump into the grass, and then like you grow like as a sunflower. So it's like, it was really cute. And I had 2 other friends taking part in that, and so it was nice. Just like I would be more the technical side, friend would be like level design and assets, and then my friend did the score. So it was like just pretty much getting together a group where we can really like utilize our strong points and just making like a really fun game. extremely proud of it. More than anything, it's probably like one of the best like sort of wee mini games, and even just I would say probably like the most successful game jam I had. So it was a great experience for me.
Awesome. I'm just thinking about I lost my train of thought. No, it's back. So about the team building. So I'm finding it interesting. You mentioning the strengths of the people that are part of your team and making most of it. Have you found yourself realizing throughout the game jams that like how important it is to cover all of the bases of like, you know, having a team? Because obviously in a game jam setting, I can imagine you find yourself in a place where it's like, I would like to make a game with you, and you're all artists, but let's do it, you know? So it's like, is that something you had a realization with through a global game jam, or is that something you've known beforehand?
In the 2018 one, I just went into the lecture hall just hoping to find people. I just thought, oh, everyone's talking about this game jam. It's the first one I've took part in. So many people that I need to just go there, and before I know it, I was just sitting there, and it's like, well, I can't make this on my own. So just looking around the room, and then one of the other co-founders of Dink, Ollie, was there. He's an artist. We got art sorted. Then my friend who was there at the time, he's a design that builds up design, but then his girlfriend was there. So even though she wasn't even a student, she was 2D art. So we had that covered, and then it's just seeing how everyone can come together. And it's also like a learning experience, because I'm not proficient in sort of 3D modeling and stuff like that, but seeing Ollie's process and stuff like that, just seeing it firsthand, sort of taking in that information, and then, like, first sort of, oh, you're just throwing a bunch of cubes together. Why is it taking so long? I mean, I made like this whole system, but there is a process to all this stuff, and you need to really like take it in and appreciate the work that people do put towards the project more than anything.
Yeah, like I said, for me, it's about creating original games. So, you know, working with a team makeup that maybe isn't optimal. You know, maybe you don't have any artists, but can you spin that in a way that makes the game more interesting? Can you still make a game with that? And I think some of the more successful jams I've had have been when we've lacked some serious team members and had to kind of make up for that in other ways. And again, I think it makes 10 times more fun game and 10 times more interesting. It might be harder, but you know, you get something really, really interesting, and that's what it's all about.
That's great, thank you. What is something that you learned during the experience that you think was beneficial to your project on the Transfuser program?
I think definitely about how a team actually works together. I think a lot of the times you get people where, especially in game jams, where that's their idea and they're very in charge about it. But really that everyone kind of has something to offer, and that if you work together, you know, you can really get a lot done and make something really special.
I would say similar. At university, you'd have like a group of people that are working towards the same goal, but you don't get to pick the people at that time during some of the modules, whereas you're coming together as a group and you want to make like this really cool thing, and you want to get your name out there. You want to have like your first real experience working as a team more than anything, and that would be the main thing about it, is just like the teamwork. And of course I've learned from it just sort of the organization, because again at university I was like lead for a couple of modules, so seeing from, I believe like Ollie took control of like the 2018 one because that's where his management skills come in, so seeing from like his perspective and how I can take that and how much organization, even if it's small and you're all there for a good time, just keeping that communication, making sure everyone's on the same page and making sure everyone's enjoying themselves more than anything.
Yeah, awesome. By the time I started doing game jams, I think the teamwork was kind of, yeah, I got it understood. But I think for me, the beauty of a game jam is that you make stuff happen really fast, and you get from point A, being ideation, to point B, being something you can engage with, a product, a game, really fast. And I think it's a huge eye-opener, because you realize you can get so much done if even just a little bit of pressure, and you kind of you have to, throw out the window any overthinking of any ideas, because you have a thing, you need to execute on it, you need to finalize it and deliver it, and you just create something. And I think it's amazing. It's beautiful, and it might not always be perfect because it's a game jam, global game jam game, so there will be some bugs, areas to tweak. But I think it's just realizing that the work you can do within such a short span of time, essentially.
What advice would you give to global game jammers who are considering taking part in Transfuser 2024?
Advice? That's a tough one. Just make cool stuff. I think a lot of people get bogged down with making, they want to make the next Call of Duty or stuff like that. But I think it's a real good time to innovate and do something, fun. It might not work out, and like that's part of it, I think. But if you want to take your unique ideas and make those games, it's a perfect opportunity to do that. You can really do something cool and fresh and have that safe space to develop that. I think that was the most important thing to me, at least.
Yeah, I would say similar, because you can, as I was saying before, it's the opportunity to work together as a friend, because going into industry, you might not always have the opportunity to create what you want to. So coming together as a group, if you've had an idea for ages and you actually want to put pen to paper and see it through, Transfuser really gives like a good opportunity to not only, as I say, put pen to paper, but then going further with that past the point where like you can see this as your flagship title. It just more than anything just gives an opportunity.
Yeah, I guess I'll just double down on that. It's a huge opportunity, an eye-opening process as well, because I think you start realizing that what you do, for example, in a global game jam, it has market value, and if there is people that would like to play it, that's something you can pursue. And so I suppose that's another way attending and participating in a global game jam can like aid you, and even in just exploring if that's a route you want to take and how you feel about investing so many hours into game development and and then seeing the result.
Looking back to your first global game jam to now, is there something that you're proud of in relation to your development personally and professionally? I know that you mentioned about your roots game and how proud you were of that, but maybe something kind of on a personal level about how you've grown.
I think for me, it's a lot about how I run them. I definitely used to go with it with the mindset I have to create this big polished thing, and I used to put a lot of pressure on myself and the team I work with. But realizing like it's about a bit of fun, we're there to make games. I think that's what it's all about. So having that space and that time just to make some cool stuff and not putting as much pressure on ourselves and not worrying about if it necessarily gets done, but knowing that we're having fun and we're creating games, because that's what we're all here for at the end of the day.
Yeah, from the 2018 game jam, I remember specifically that, fair enough, it was really fun staying up all night and making this game, but because of how much we were trying to put into the game, that there was that bit of scope creep. So then when it came to like actual presentation, we didn't even really present and stuff like that. We just thought, oh no, it's awful and stuff like that. But then looking at everyone else's games and how much time and passion they put into it, it wasn't so much the case of like, oh, why can't I make a game like that? It's more, how can I myself learn to make a game like that? It's about taking other people's like inspiration and their hardship, and even from like at the end result, you can come back next year and you have that experience, you know your limits on stuff, and you know that, again, as you were saying, it's more or less just for fun. That's the key thing about it, is just building yourself up, but whether it's like through the social aspects, the technical aspects, and just showcasing your skills more than anything.
Yeah, definitely. What was your favorite theme thus far out of all the game jams, global game jams you've done?
I would say the Roots one. It was definitely a unique one. Yeah, that one was really interesting to take part in. One that gave like a different perspective was Trying to remember it now. It was the Climax game jam that they did. It took like a more, I can't right off the top of my head think of the theme, but it was, was it switching? I believe it was Switch. So I think just having a theme that was broad and stuff that allowed for like unique opportunities and stuff. But I would say last year's Global Game Jam was definitely like my favorite one more than anything, because I had that years of experience and I could showcase it. It's like front and center of my portfolio right now. So that's why, that's how much I loved it.
Yeah, for me, I think it was 2018's theme. I can't remember exactly what it was off the top of my head, but it was something about finding home. And I love that, not for what the theme was, but for what we ended up creating. I think the team had so much fun on that project, and it was about a little dog trying to find his way home, basically. But through the way he encountered a lot of different obstacles and pathways and stuff. But for that was one of my favorite jams, because the team we're with, we just threw some crazy stuff at the wall and really came up with a really fun and unique game.
Can you tell us about a core memory from Global Game Jam? So this could be maybe some antics behind the scenes, any funny memories?
Yeah, I think nothing sticks out to me as a particular core memory. I think every game jam is always unique. Like every single one we've done, I could never say things are consistent. But it's always things going wrong last minute, you know, or you go to hand in, you go to submit your project, and some code would fall apart, and you'd have to scramble last minute to find an older build or to fix things. And I think that to me was actually the most fun, and it happens almost every time, some degree of that, because it's the scrambles that you know what you have, but how do you bring that together in the last few minutes to really get it off to show people?
Yeah, just as you were saying, none of them, you're not going to have the same experience each time. Even with the same team, it is going to be a unique sort of experience in itself. I remember, as you were saying, like code breaking every time especially working with like Unreal Engine, it's like, well, it works perfectly in Engine, and then you build it, and then it's like just completely crashes and just isn't functional, stuff's misplaced. I remember a bit of argument with one of my friends because there was team of 4. There was 3 of us that was proficient in Unreal Engine, but he was proficient in Unity. And so we spent the entirety of the meal, as I was mentioning before, just like, okay, so we're going to work in Unreal Engine. And he was like, no, Unity. It's like, but there's 3 of us here. We're pretty much just going to be sitting on the sideline. Unity. But we can contribute more. We know about like the engine. So Unity, yeah. So we're like, fine, you do Unity. And then he was like, frustrated that like, oh, I have so much to do. I was like, your fault. But we still had fun at the end of it. Yeah.
Unlucky there. Yeah, I think from my experience, is the beauty of the last day of a game jam sticks with me a lot, because it's like for me, I would usually end up with 1 or 2 other dedicated game devs sitting throughout the night and just flexing our, creative muscles, putting some wrinkles on our brains, just to at some point be like, no, this can't go in, this feature, it's out of scope. But I think the last push, yeah, it's that pressure is low-key fun, yeah.
Just to add to that, at like our university back then, there was a building for all the computers, and it was open 24 hours. So just like deadline would be at like 4 p.m. that day, but just walking out of the building at like 9 a.m., sun's rising, you never have to talk to these people for the rest of the week. And then you have the group of, because everyone sort of situated there, you'd have like the group next door that's just playing like just rock or Hatsune Miku or something on the projector, like a 10-hour mix, and it's just chaos in that building mostly.
And what are you up to now that you would like to showcase to those at the beginning of their development journey? And you're welcome to talk about your upcoming game if you would like to.
Yeah. So we're working on a couple of games at the minute. One is a first-person parkour platformer where you play from the perspective of an action figure, and the other is a hamster online battle arena where you customize your mech and you battle other players online. And as well as that, we also run a game jam ourselves in October. It's called Drink Devs. The idea is that we come up with a cool theme. Pundemonium was the last thing we came up with. Had a lot of fun with that, but we host that and it's online. People come in remote, and we had over like 200 people join last time, and we're hoping to break that record again. So that's the kind of thing we're doing. Anything you want to plug?
I'm just an employee, so ditto what he said.
Yeah, now I get a chance to talk about you guys hosting a game jam. From the newly gained perspective of having a studio and holding a game jam, hosting a game jam, what do you think changed in how you kind of perceive it, whether it be as an opportunity and like a challenge? Is it still the same concept as it was for you when you were first trying game jams? Or is it now you see more value or a different kind of value in it?
Yeah, I think it definitely is a different experience compared to partaking in one than it is to run one, because you're making sure that rather than your own team, making sure they're having a good time, making sure that everyone that's participating is making a good time, making sure that you're not putting any stress on them. It's just for fun experience. You could make a game that presses a button that just farts and it would be okay. It's definitely like a fresh perspective on like seeing people, because seeing myself in them, because I was in their same position. There'd be first year game design or art students taking part, and they'd be doubting themselves, saying that like, why should I even bother? I don't have like the technical skills. There's a team over there making like a battle royale and 100 people can jump in on an island, and I just have a main menu, and it's completely fine. We all go through life at different stages, and there's no pressure on anyone. Just end of the day, just here to have fun.
I think that hits the nail on the head, really. Because at the studio, we're all about having fun, and we want to create those experiences for everyone, really. And because we've taken part in a lot of game jams over the years, I tried to put those lessons into our own jam so that we could, sometimes people struggle to find teams, so we hosted a networking event to bring people together to say, hey, come up with your ideas, hang out with people, make some friends. Because I think one of my favorite experiences was actually not having a team for a game jam and then coming together with a group of random people and making a game over a weekend. That was so much fun. But for the jam we ran, is that we wanted it all to be about fun. We put fun at the forefront. So again, the theme was Pundemonium. It's all about like puns, jokes, and it was great to have that weekend of just people coming with stupid jokes and that kind of stuff. But just seeing the teams that work together and seeing the stuff that we were able to create. I mean, I love working with the students, because the work they create like is leaps and bounds compared to what I would be able to create back when I was at university. So it's crazy how much it progresses. But the jam itself, it was massively successful, and the turnout we had was incredible. I think we had only over 200 people come in the end, which was nothing like we expected. We thought maybe we'd get 20, 30 people. Sure, but to have 200 people in that room with us when we did the showcase was, it made it all worth it. We got pizza for everyone. We hosted a big screen in our university, and we really want to bring that to everyone around the country. We want to reach out to more universities and stuff like that, get more people involved. I think it was fantastic. I had a lot of fun.
That's great. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, it's amazing.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Hey everyone, here for the last time, just to wrap things up. I hope you enjoyed all the content we provided you with. But before we finish, I want to remind you all that Transfuser is hosting our own diversifier. So if you are UK based, I encourage you to apply, as you will also have a chance to be highlighted and promoted on our socials. So that could be your first step into the games industry, especially if you're looking to apply to Transfuser. This is a good start. So yeah, please enjoy the game jam, take care of yourselves, and make some amazing games. Thank you for watching.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. My name is Bree. I'm the community manager for Cinti Studios.
I'm Chris, and I do quality and support at Cinti.
And welcome to our little prep week video for the Global Game Jam. Very exciting. So we're sponsoring this year's Game Jam, and I guess I'll tell you a little bit about who we are. So we are Cinti, or at least two parts of Cinti, and we are a studio that creates 3D art assets for video game developers, so indie devs like yourselves, and we do a bunch of theme packs and all that to sort of make your development journey a little bit easier on the artistic side. Yeah, so today we wanted to show you a bit of what we offer and sort of the part we have to play in the Global Game Jam, and what we can do to help you out in your jamming, I guess. So I'll start off with, if you are thinking of using Cinti assets in your jam, we do have a discount set up for those of you who are wanting to grab some Cinti packs for a little bit cheaper to make your jamming a little bit easier. So if you head to this address here that's on screen right now, cintistore.com/GGJ, you can register your email and you'll get yourself a $30 USD coupon to spend on any of the packs in store. And alongside this as well, we have reduced a couple of our larger size packs down to $30 as well. So essentially, yeah, one of those packs, you get it for free, or you can put it towards another pack as well, or a group of them, just to make your jamming a little more breezy. So that is there for you guys to use. And speaking of the Global Game Jam, we also have our own little chat channel set up on the Discord server, the official Global Game Jam Discord server. So if you wanted to come say hi, ask a couple questions, chat about anything you see in the video today, we will be there for you. We'll be there for you. So today we're going to start off by showing you our 2022 rip reel. So it's a combination, a video combination of all the packs that we created in 2022. To showcase you a bit of the variety of the packs we release in terms of different themes and all that jazz. And yeah, so I hope you enjoy watching that one, and we'll see you back in a moment. So how cool was that? So that was our 2022 rip reel, which showcased a bunch of packs that we did over that sort of time period. I have to say, I think my favorite out of those releases, it's actually quite hard to choose. I'm probably going to say Ancient Empire. I should say Nature Biomes though, but that is because it was my first pack. It was the first pack to be released when I started at Cinti, so that one's a bit memorable for me. But Ancient Empire really is just so gorgeous, honestly.
I think mine is the same as yours. It's kind of hard to choose between two. I think dog, for the fact that it's
dogs
touching on the animals, a bit of a
Yeah.
companion in your games. But I think my favorite out of that was probably Street Racer, just for the modular vehicles.
The cool
You can't
cars,
go wrong with
yeah,
modular
yeah,
vehicles.
yeah. What I love about dogs as well, and something that can be quite handy for everyone as well, is the dogs are all they're all rigged, so they're pretty much good to go out of the box. And I think that's just so fun because who doesn't want a dog in your game? Honestly,
Yeah, exactly.
dogs are essential.
Furry companion.
Yes. So yeah, that was a bit of a showcase of the sort of variety that we have in our packs. Obviously, you saw Horror Mansion in there. We had Dungeon Realms as well, which is a very large pack. Fantasy Kingdoms. Nature Biomes was the first sort of biome series we did. So that was bringing in more detail to your trees and nature and stuff like that. So that's another really good one if you're after something to spruce up the nature side of your game. Yeah, so a lot of really great packs in there. And
some amazing packs since then too.
Oh, absolutely,
pretty
yeah.
crazy packs.
God, there's been some good stuff this past year, and if you are keeping up with our releases as well, I'm sure you'll know there's a lot of good stuff to come as well for 2024. So we're gonna bring in the new year with a banger, that's for sure. So if you follow along, get excited. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but it's very cool. So on that side of on the note of packs, I'm going to go in and show you guys some of the screenshots we've had from pack matchups. So here at Cinti, we do live streams every fortnight or so where we do like tutorials, we play some community games made by you guys, the community, and we do pack mashups, which is where we combine 2 or more packs and create a scene out of them. Just to show off the versatility of them and how well they do work together. So, without further ado, we will move on to that. So, the first screenshot we have up for you guys is one of our most recent mashups, and it was using our packs Polygon Horror Carnival and Polygon Biomes Meadow Forest. So, you might be thinking, Bree, you said Horror Carnival. This doesn't look horror at all. Well, we wanted to sort of show you guys that you can take the horror out of the Horror Carnival and make it a more family-friendly environment. You will notice a little, if you look closely, there's a little Easter egg in there. Say Easter egg, there's a bit of horror aspect in there. I'll let you guys find that. But yeah, so we mashed up Horror Carnival and our Meadows Biomes pack. We also added in the kids as well, the kids pack, as you can see the kids running around. And this was a fun little mashup to do. Brightened up the place a bit in terms of the carnival. It wasn't so scary and dreary.
They definitely nailed taking the spooky out of it, that's for sure.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Until you look in the background.
Yeah.
Kind of makes it it turns it a little dark, but you know, who doesn't want to kill a clown stalking your children at the carnival? So this is a real cool one. Next up we have Polygon Alpine Mountain and Street Racer. So Alpine Mountain was one of our recent Biomes packs released late last year. Gorgeous pack if you're wanting to do more of a foresty vibe. And we decided why not turn it into a racetrack. So that's what you're seeing here today. We got the team. We had Emerson and Jason. Emerson is a junior with us, Jason a senior. So it was real cool seeing the sort of junior and senior sort of mashup here. And very
My
talented.
bias towards the Street Racer pack might be coming out, but I definitely want to play this game. So if we could get the guys just to finish off the track,
Oh
make it a
yeah,
bit bigger.
good to go. Easy.
be
Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just low poly Forza Horizon, I reckon.
Yeah, exactly.
Easy.
Perfect.
So yeah, this is a real fun one to do. Real fun to put together. And yeah, by the way, if you guys are interested in seeing us put together these scenes, doing the mashups, you can head over to our YouTube channel. It's just Cinti Studios, and you'll find all of our previous live broadcasts on there. They're real fun to watch, good banter, good yarns. And yeah, you get to see sort of how we put this stuff together when it comes to screenshots and whatnot. Might help you a little bit too if you're learning scene building. Yeah, so real fun. The next one we have up.
Good tips and tricks in them for sure.
Oh, definitely. Aside from all the crazy banter, there are some great tips and
Yeah,
tricks in there. Yep. So next up we have this one here, which is Polygon Sci-Fi Worlds and Polygon Sci-Fi Cyber City. So a bit of a cyber mashup here. We really like this one. This was a fun mashup to do. If you look sort of behind the monitor there, there's a little alpaca plushie. It looks a little mechanical. That was actually kit batched by one of our community members. So they went and grabbed the standard little alpaca plushie we had in our free, I think it was our Pride pack, and made him look cyberpunky. So we decided to include him in the mashup here. And this was done by Emerson.
It honestly blends in like it's meant to be.
It looks so
an amazing
well
job
done.
of it.
Yeah, it looks amazing.
So good.
He's just chilling. Yes, this was done by one of our juniors, Emerson. Very talented as you can see. Even added a little animation to this as well. Very sort of lo-fi girl vibes with this one. So another really cool one. Next up, we have the mashup of Polygon Elven Realm and our Biome Swamp Pack. So Elven Realm is definitely more of a light-hearted pack, but then you throw in the Swamp Pack, and it is a bit, adds a bit of spooky vibe for it. So this was, this mashup stream was based around a bit of level design. And we had Mike, who was one of the co-founders. He joined in on this one and got in on the fun to spookify Elven Realm, I guess. And last but not least, we have Polygon Pirates and Polygon Sci-Fi Worlds. So this was a real fun mashup, a real fun combination. We like to sort of throw a spanner in the works when we come up with the combinations to put those creating the scenes, give them a bit of a challenge. And once again shows off the versatility of these packs, because you would not expect a bunch of pirates running from weird monsters coming out of a portal.
Yeah.
So that was a really fun one as well. Right, so once again, if you did want to see these mashups come together, you can check them out on our YouTube channel. All of the previous broadcasts are there. There's a bunch of them if you're looking for sort of specific combinations. And if you jump into our Discord, you can always request combinations as well if you're wanting to see two specific packs come together. Alrighty, so next up, we are going to go into some tutorials. So we've got a handful of tutorials put together today, and Chris here is our tutorial master, so he creates all of those tutorials for you guys. And we've put together a few that we think would be helpful for you guys during the jam, maybe give you some extra tips and tricks, maybe you can learn something you haven't learnt before, expand on those skill sets as well. So we will get into that next.
We have a nice little moment underwater in our Nature Biomes Tropical Jungle trailer. So in the first tutorial, I run through how to use post-processing effects to create your own underwater scene. So we'll take a look at that tutorial.
Let's take a look.
Hey, this is Chris from Cinti Studios, and today I'm here with the Polygon Nature Biomes Tropical Jungle Pack, and we'll be looking at how to set up some underwater effects in your scene. So I've imported the Nature Biomes pack, as well as the Polygon Pirates pack, as I'm using a few props underwater. First thing I want to do is head to Window, Package Manager, under Unity Registry if we look for post-processing, and we'll install this into our project. I've set up a couple of post-processing profiles. I have one here for the surface and one for the water. And I've just grabbed them out of the Nature Biomes Tropical Jungle folder, taken the existing day profile and just duplicated that out, renamed them, and put them here ready to use. Also set up a water effects game object, and underneath that I've put all the effects that I want for when we go into the water. Another part of the water effects game object is the water plane, which I've duplicated from the water above, lowered it a fraction, and then rotated it 180 degrees. So when you go into the water effects game object is enabled, including the water. So my effects will be driven by the camera in this example. So I've just set up the box glider and the rigid body as part of my camera. So when that goes into the water, the effect will kick in. So we'll just set up a new layer for the profiles. We head to add layer, and we'll just call this post. Then on our camera, we'll add a new component, a post-processing layer. Now under layers, we'll select post, and then we'll set anti-aliasing to fast. Now we want to set up a volume for the post-processing for above the water and another one for underneath the water. So we'll do this by setting up a 3D object cube just to make it a bit more visual, and this one we'll call surface. And we'll duplicate that and call that underwater. So we'll start with the surface one. We'll get it to a nice spot just above the water and big enough for us to collide with. So that's the one for above the water. You can see it kind of just stops right above the water. So now we'll do the underwater one. Back on the surface game object, we'll go add component, and we want to add a post-processing volume. For the profile, we'll add the surface profile, and the blend distance, we'll set this to 0.5. We'll do the same for underwater, post-processing volume, and we'll add our underwater profile. And then like before, our blend distance, we'll set this to 0.5. Now for both our underwater and our surface game objects, we can disable the mesh renderer. So these two profiles here for our post-processing are just based off of what came with the pack. The only change that we need to make is the underwater profile. Under color grading, we'll just set this to a nice blue. Then with our surface and our underwater game objects, on the box collider, we'll enable isTrigger, and for the layer, we'll set these to post. So the last thing I want to implement, just to make this really pop, is a bit of fog for underwater. So if we head to Window, Rendering, Lighting, under Environment, just enable fog, change this to linear, and we'll have start as 0 and end as 50. And I've just got a nice shade of blue here. So now if we move our camera up and down, you can see underwater looks really nice, above water not so much. So we want the fog for underwater but not above the water. The way we'll get around that is when we enter the water trigger, we'll enable the fog. When we exit, we'll disable the fog. So on our underwater game object, which has our box collider, which is a trigger, we'll add a new script, and we'll call this underwater effects. And we'll open that up, and we can get rid of all of this. So the first thing we want to do is pass our water effects game object to the script. Then we'll want an on-trigger enter and an on-trigger exit. On-trigger enter will enable the water effects, and the on-trigger exit will disable them. And then the same with the fog. When we enter the trigger, we'll enable the fog, and then when we exit, we'll disable it. So we'll save the script, close that down, and we'll assign the water effects to the script. And back on the lighting tab under environment, we'll make sure our fog is disabled by default. So then when we hit play, you can see when we go under the water, all of our effects, including the fog, are enabled, and when we exit, they're all turned off. I hope you found the tutorial useful. If there is anything specific that you want to see more of, then let us know in the comments. Subscribe to the channel to keep up to date with all of our newest videos, or check out our community Discord. The link is in the description.
So all of our packs are compatible with the built-in and universal render pipelines, and we tend to get a few requests from new developers who are a bit unsure how to get up and running with URP. So we created a tutorial that just shows you how to get everything converted in your project by using both the new and the old conversion tools. So we'll take a look at that tutorial.
On we go.
Hey, I'm Chris from Cinti Studios, and in this video we'll look at how to get a Cinti Studios pack up and running with a universal render pipeline. We'll cover both the old and the new URP converters, so this tutorial will have you covered no matter what version of Unity you're using. So if you're creating a new project, you can select the URP template from the Unity hub and skip the next step. Otherwise, we'll take a look at how to install URP into an existing project. So the first thing we want to do is install the Universal Render Pipeline package from the Package Manager. This process will be the same no matter what version of Unity you're using. So we'll go to Window, Package Manager. Under Packages, we'll change this to Unity Registry, and we'll search for Universal RP for the render pipeline, and we'll install it into our project. So with that installed, we'll start off with Unity 2021. This process applies to newer versions of Unity also. We import the Polygon City pack. So we need to set our project up to use the Universal Render Pipeline. So in our project, if we right click and create, rendering, URP asset with Universal Renderer. We'll give this a name. In my case, I'll just call this URP. And if we go to edit, project settings, and in here, we'll select our new file that we just created and continue. That breaks our project, so we need to convert all of our materials to support Universal Render Pipeline. So to do that, we'll go to Window, Rendering, Render Pipeline Converter. From the drop-down box, we'll go to Built into URP, and we'll tick our rendering settings and our material upgrade, and initialize converters. From there, we can click Convert Assets. That's upgraded all of the materials, so everything works with the Universal Render Pipeline. And from time to time, the converter may get a few of the materials wrong, so in this case, you can see here, we've lost the transparency. So with this material, changing it from opaque to transparent will fix that. Then moving on to the older converter, so this applies to Unity 2020 and earlier. The conversion process is slightly different. Like before, we'll set up a pipeline asset, so if we go to Create, Rendering, Universal Render Pipeline, and a pipeline asset, and again, we'll call this URP, and then if we go to Edit, Project Settings, and we'll apply our URP asset here. Now I've imported the Polygon Farm Pack, and you can see, like before, everything's gone pink. It's broken all of our materials. So this is where it differs. We'll find the converter under Edit, Render Pipeline, Universal Render Pipeline, Upgrade Project Materials to Universal Render Pipeline Materials. Proceed, and that's converted all of the materials in the project. And the last step you'll need to take to get some of our packs to work, you can see here I've imported the Polygon Sci-Fi City pack, and after running through the standard conversion process, I still have some broken materials in my project. And the reason for this is some of our packs will include custom shaders, so running through the standard converter won't convert those materials. For these packs, if you open the root directory of your pack, you'll see we have a URP extract me file. Double click this, import that into your project, and that same process will apply no matter what version of Unity or URP you're using. If no URP extract me is included in the pack, then it doesn't use any custom shaders, and you can skip this last step. I hope you found the tutorial useful. If there is anything specific that you want to see more of, then let us know in the comments. Subscribe to the channel to keep up to date with all of our newest videos, or check out our community Discord. The link is in the description.
And then our last tutorial, UI guy, UI wizard, Adam, he's looked at making a HUD in Unity. So we'll take a look at that tutorial.
Hi, I'm Adam Thompson from Cinti Studios, and in this video, we're going to create a heads-up display, or HUD, in Unity using its UI system. We're going to be using Cinti's newly released Interface Apocalypse HUD pack, which includes over 600 icons and sprites, as well as over 100 HUD prefabs, all ready for us to use. After importing the package, feel free to browse our sample scenes. Most notably, we have some pre-made HUDs all ready for you to use straight out of the box. For this video, however, I'm going to show you how to create a custom HUD from scratch. Let's get started. To work with UI in Unity, we must first create a canvas. Right-click in your scene hierarchy and go to UI, Canvas. You'll notice that as we did that, it also created an event system. I am currently using the new Unity input system, and if you are too, you will get this prompt. Simply click this button and everything should be fine. Everything we do in Unity with UI will fall under this canvas. And before we continue, I'd like to share some UI workflow considerations and general tips. I'm going to use some of our pre-made HUDs just to illustrate. Now, like any game object in Unity, you can push F to fly to it and frame it. This 2D button here, it will go into this 2D mode that makes it very useful for editing UI. You can also push 2 on your keyboard. Another thing to consider is that we must have our gizmos turned on. As you can see, when gizmos are turned on, we can actually see the UI canvas and the elements within become clickable. If you find the 3D scene in your way, what you can do is when selecting an object, you can hit Shift and H. This will go into isolated view. So everything else in the scene will not be visible. This is very useful when editing UI. The last consideration is your resolution and your aspect ratio. Right now, my game tab is set to 4K as my resolution. If I were to set this to free aspect, you'll notice that immediately we have some scaling issues. even if I set it to 16 by 9. I'm going to show you how to address this now so that it's no issue for us as we continue. Click on your canvas, and there are two ways to actually address this. If you're targeting a lower resolution such as 1080p, what we can do is set the scale factor to half. What you can do is experiment by turning on free aspect and trying to resize the window yourself. However, if you set it to 16 by 9 and the resolution continues to drop, you'll notice that the elements remain large in size. This may not be desired behavior, which is why I recommend the second method. On the canvas scaler on your canvas, set the UI scale mode to scale with screen size and set the reference resolution to 4K, that is 3840 by 2160. Then drag to match with height. This will ensure that your HUD will always stay the same size, regardless of your resolution. If we set it to free aspect, you'll also notice that it continues to anchor to the corners. And with that out of the way, let's start creating our HUD from scratch. I'm going to delete what we had before and right click on the canvas, go to create empty. I'm going to call this HUD. Now we want this HUD to take up the entirety of the screen. And to do that, I'm going to click on this top left icon here. This relates to our pivot and our anchors. Now a little tip you can do is hold Alt, which will set the anchors as well as set the positioning. By clicking the bottom right, it will anchor everything to the corners of the screen and also set everything to 0. I'm just going to set this to 16 by 9 for now. Now I'm going to create another child and we will call this screen space. This is to set all of our HUD elements that are in screen space. I will also do the same position and anchor. I'm going to create another child for the different anchor spots, and I'm going to add an image just so that I can see the object itself. I'll set the width and the height to 600 by 600, and for the top right, I will again hold Alt, Shift, and click on this top right element. If I hit Ctrl D to duplicate that, I can then set that to the bottom right, once again to the bottom left, and another one for the top center. And I'll just name these accordingly. Great. Now I'm going to shift click all of these and turn off the image. We don't actually need them. They were just for us to preview. And starting with the top right, I'd like to add a minimap. In our prefabs folder, I'm going to look for minimap, and I'm quite fond of the rusty red, so I'm going to use that. And I'm just going to position it slightly. To do a sanity check, I always just come back into the game view and I try out between 16 by 9 and free aspect, and I just adjust the game view to take note that it is in fact anchored where it should be. So for the bottom right, I'm going to add a health bar, and the one I like here is the metal frame 01. Just going to position that. For the bottom left, I'm going to add an action bar. The one I like here is the rusty metal 01. And for the top, I'm going to add a compass. Metal clamp 01. So setting that to free aspect, I can just do my little sanity check, and I do see that everything is anchored as it should be. This is a great starting point for our HUD. I would encourage you all to explore all the different types of components. There are multiple compasses, action bars, health bars, minimaps, and so on, as well as a bunch of other things in here. So have fun. I hope you found this tutorial useful. If there's anything specific you'd like to see more of, then let us know in the comments. Subscribe to the channel to keep up to date with all of our newest videos, or check out our community Discord, link in the description.
So I hope you guys enjoyed those tutorials. I hope you learned something new or expanded on some skill sets that you already had. If you did want to see more tutorials or rewatch tutorials as well, you can head over to our YouTube channel. We have a huge selection of tutorials. They get released is it every week or two, Chris?
Yep, yeah, every couple of weeks generally.
Yeah, so yeah, check them out on there. You can also suggest tutorials in the comments as well if there's something specific you're after that we haven't covered yet. Yes, we try to be as helpful as possible. Now with that last tutorial, yes, we love the feedback. So, based on the last tutorial, you saw a bit of creating a HUD. Recently, we did release our first sort of non-asset pack. So we released a UI asset pack, which is apocalypse themed. And we know UI can be a bit of a tedious one when it comes to creating, your games and stuff, especially during a jam as well, where you're a bit more under time pressure. So we've got this here to make it, a little bit easier, a little more free-flowing for you during your jam. So we're going to showcase the demo for you and show you a bit of sort of what it includes and what you can expect to see in the pack. Right. So, getting into it, the lovely lads at Cinti set up this demo scene, which I believe is accessible as well. So if you're wanting to check it out for yourself. But
You can we've got a few links on the Cinti store, so you can take a look at it. Have a bit of a play around.
I believe one of the links as well leads to just sort of a breakdown of all the different parts there are in the pack as well, so you can get a bit more detailed look.
So have a play with the demo, have a play with the components, get a bit of a feel for it all.
Yeah, for sure. So obviously you can see we've got, your typical, your markers, objective markers, and highlighted items and such, checkpoints, damage markers as well. So you've got all of that there. We have, so you notice as well we've got weapon wheel. You can swap between your weapons. You've got your mini map in the top right, health, experience, inventory as well. So there is a whole bunch that you can sort of find in the pack. So hit markers, health bars. Sort of everything you really need to get started
Get you
with
well
your UI.
well and truly started with your project. Sure.
You got your level up as well. Now it does have UI components for controller as well, so your Xbox, PlayStation controller, if you are using a controller for your project. Got your, not mini-map, sort of compass at the top as well, and your quests on the left there. So there is a bunch of stuff available for you guys to use to make your UI journey a little bit easier. A bunch of components you can mix and match as well. So yeah, it's a real great thing to use. Make your jamming a little bit easier, a little bit quicker on that end.
Yeah, and although it's apocalypse, it's a lot of generic stuff in there too, so it'll work with a lot of projects.
Yeah, I think we've done. We released a screenshot as well. I might be able to find it and post it in the Cinti chat channel we've got over on the Global Game Jam Discord. We did like I believe Emerson did a sci-fi kind of scene, but added the apocalypse HUD, and it honestly worked really nicely. So it may be apocalypse themed,
well.
but it works well in other aspects as well, depending on your theme. Yeah, so that is available. Everything in the video as well, so everything you watch here today, the links to the tutorials, mashups, and the UI pack as well, I'll post in that Cinti chat channel in the Global Game Jam Discord, so you guys can check them out for yourself as well. Take a wee look, have a wee peruse, see if you like what you see, and yeah. So that brings us to the end of our little showcase. I know you guys are all very busy with your prep. I know the theme is released pretty soon. I'm really excited to hear what that one is. And just a reminder as well that if you are thinking of using Cinti assets in your jam, we do have that discount available for you guys as well to make use of. So I'll bring that up again. If you head over to cintystore.com/GGJ, you'll be able to find this screen, register your email, get yourself a $30 coupon to spend in the Cinty store. And we've also, once again, cut a few prices back to $30 on our other packs, which will make them, free if you use the coupon code. So very exciting stuff. And another reminder, I know I said before, but just in case, we do have that Cinty chat channel over on the Global Game Jam server. So you can come pop in, have a yarn, say hi, ask some questions. If you have any questions about anything you saw in our little showcase today, any questions about the tutorials, that sort of stuff, pop in and say hi. There's also our community Discord as well, which is just Cinty Studios. You can come in, we've got engine-based chat, support forms, fun banters, fun yarns. So definitely worth a look. So that about concludes our little showcase. I hope you all have such good fun during the jam. I hope you're all excited. I personally am really excited to see the projects that come out of it, to have a go at some of the games that are released.
Yeah, definitely.
Sure. Like, I'm just in the marketing side. I don't do too much game dev stuff, but I love seeing it. I love seeing the progress.
People always tend to blow you away with what they make, so I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what comes out of it.
You're all so talented. It blows me away. So that is it from Cinty, or at least 2 of Cinty. I hope you enjoyed, and we will see you on the flip side. See you later.
Good luck.
Hi, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the streams today. My name is Tim Cullings. I'm Executive Director here at Global Game Jam, and we're here with Dr. Jean-Luc Williams from Guardians MH to talk to you a little bit today about their services that they have to help you take care of your mental health during long gaming sessions and long game development sessions. Had the pleasure of meeting their founder executive director at DreamHack last month, I think it was.
Yeah,
2 months ago. Yeah, last month, and we had a good chat. Both being from the same part of upstate New York, had a lot of similar experiences from there. I'm in Seattle now, though, and I'll let Dr. Williams here take it away and tell you a little bit more about what they are offering and how you can take advantage of their services during Global Game Jam.
Sure. So I am, like you mentioned, Dr. Jean-Luc Williams. I am the VP and Program Director with Guardians Mental Health. So what is Guardians Mental Health? We are a 501c3 nonprofit that is focused on bringing mental health awareness and strategies to the greater gaming community. And one of the ways that we do that is with a couple of our services. One of them is our mental health kits, and the other one is our mental health bot called RTS Bot. And we're working on a few other things in the background to hopefully bring some more services to the greater gaming community. So what are our mental health kits and kind of how everything got started? So me and Joe had an idea back in, I think it was early 2019, late 2018 or so, wanting to provide services to gamers when we would go to conventions. And we drummed up this idea of bringing up a mental health kit. And when we were doing some research, we saw online that there were some available. However, a lot of the services that were available online had a kind of hefty price tag. And being a nonprofit and what we do, we wanted to make sure that we were providing a lot of these services for free to the gaming community. So we started to develop kind of our own spin on things. And then the pandemic hit and conventions were stopped, and we had kind of to rethink that model. And that's where the idea of making it a mail-in service for a lot of people and it be free of charge. It's kind of been a long road since then. I think we have provided tens of thousands at this point of different mental health kits throughout its various iterations to either gamers to conventions or through the mail-in service. And we also currently have a app. So it's the Guardians MH app on either the App Store or Google Play Store that provides access to our digital versions of our mental health kits, as well as a therapy finder and our RTS bot. So what is involved or inside the mental health kit is a combination of printed resources, physical resources that have been created, vetted by mental health professionals. So my day job, I am a licensed clinical psychologist, and we have other bunch of mental health experts on our team that helps us build a lot of what is inside, as well as people outside of like the mental health. So we have some esports and gaming experts, some nutritionists, some physiotherapists, some professional and collegiate level esports players, live streamers that helped build our latest version of our mental health kit called the esports version. So we have a few versions of the mental health kit. There's our general all-purpose kit that is constantly evolving. We have one that we worked with Bungie Studios on specifically for the Destiny community, as we come from the Destiny community. We worked with a couple of organizations for veterans from the U.S. military. So specifically for those, and we have one for suicide prevention that we worked with to write Love on Her Arms, and one for neurodivergency that we worked with a gaming studio called Social Cipher. So inside the mental health kits, let me see if I can share my screen here. I don't know if it will do that. Yep. There at. All right, so we can see there. So this is just on our website. You can see a lot of what is included through kind of these picture slides. There is a bunch of mental health resources, like I said, that are developed by mental health professionals, so like breathing exercises, grounding exercises, safety plans, gratitude lists. We also have a bunch of digital content there as well, like grounding exercises, relaxation exercises that have all kind of been built in-house. And we've built partnerships with a couple of organizations to provide some fidget items. We have I think it used to be called Gamer Goo. Now it's Clutch One. They have a cream that helps people work with clammy hands, so it kind of helps them not sweat through their hands so much. And we also built a visual aid video that brings up different people in our community that speak of each particular exercise or card that helps people that maybe have difficulties reading or difficulties with their eyesight. Stop that. Another thing that we have worked on and that we've been building up over the years is called our RTS bot. So it stands for Real-Time Support Bot, and it's available on Discord, on Twitch, and either on a mobile browser or a web browser. And what it is a in-house built mental health resource bot, And all of the resources that are inside have either been created or vetted by mental health professionals to make sure that there is something that we would give to our clients, or that there are informations that we would provide that is based in science, that is research-based and evidence-based. So I'll bring up this one. So this is just the general browser version of RTSbot. Like I said, you can integrate it into Twitch, or you can also integrate it into a Discord server, and it adds as a on-demand resource bot, or something that can periodically post some resources. And it kind of goes through a variety of different categories. Right now we're up to 366 different resources available in the bot. So one of the most common ones would be, say, we explore anxiety. So it brings up a small description of what is anxiety, some resources that people could call or have support from, and it brings up a bunch of resources here and related sites. So the anxiety talk here brings up a resource that I had built myself. We kind of need to update it because it's rather old, but it brings up to what is anxiety, how anxiety works, and the impact that can have on people. And this is something that I talk with my clients almost on a daily basis to help them understand what is anxiety, how it impacts their life, why the brain does what it does. And it also links to different either crisis help hotlines or the National Institute of Mental Health. If we go back, say someone is looking for services in a specific region. So most of our people, our community is in the US. So if we just explore United States, it brings up a whole bunch of crisis or outreach programs that are available to them. But if someone is outside of the US, say in the UK, and brings up some services there as well. Or even I'm from Canada, so it brings up some services here from Canada. We're currently working on ways that we can try to bring this platform to either gaming studios or either their website, because we, like I said, we worked with Munchie Studios. We haven't implemented the RTS bot with them. However, we worked with their mental health team there to build their mental health resource page on their website. And this is something that we're trying to do with other organizations to see if we can provide our services to help them build a resource page on their website to provide services or resources to their community. I don't know if you had any particular questions, anything in particular that you wanted me to go more in depth about.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's all valuable. I know when I talked to Joe, he hadn't really thought about supporting game developers before, and that's kind of what we're here to do. We have a fairly intense 48-hour event coming up next week where people will be getting together, and it's like a hackathon basically, and people are trying to make video games in 48 hours. And just wondering what types of tips you might have for people in that situation to prepare themselves mentally and sort of make sure they're taking care of their own needs and mental health during a intense situation like that.
Oh, for sure. If it's a 40-hour marathon, one thing that's going to be crucial is making sure they're taking care of their mental health by taking periodic breaks to make sure that they're hydrating properly, that they're eating properly, that they're trying to get some sleep. I know it's kind of a 48-hour marathon, so trying to get some sleep or even prepping for sleep could be beneficial. One thing that is in our esports kit is a visual exercise that can help reduce eye strain. It's called the 20-20-20 rule. So every 20 minutes, you take a look at something that's about 20 feet away, and you stare at it for about 20 seconds to help your eyes kind of refocus so that you're not just always staring at a screen that's a couple of inches or feet away from you.
Yeah, that's a solid tip and one I should try to remember. This week, I mean.
Again, in this day and age, we tend to not do that, but setting like a reminder can help. Trying to get up from their chair at least once an hour to maybe move around for a minute or two to kind of get the blood flowing, get the circulation going, making sure that they're drinking water. Again, in these marathons, people will tend to gravitate towards a lot of either sugary or caffeinated drinks. While it can help with focus, it's not really waking you up. It's masking the fact that you're tired. So making sure that you are like properly hydrating yourself. Again, it doesn't need to be the 8 glasses of water per day, but at least that you're drinking some fluids. And making sure that you're eating like healthy snacks rather than a lot of junk food. So a lot of the junk food will kind of give you that boost for the moment, but it won't provide you with like the longer lasting energy levels that you would want. So having some nuts, some yogurt, some cheese, maybe a bit of protein, some fruits and vegetables can be much more beneficial than some chips and some soda.
Yeah, that's definitely good advice, and not always accessible at these sites, but hopefully the site organizers will think about people and give them some healthy options, at least for snacking during the gym. It's always people are just grabbing whatever is within reach usually and going for that.
Well, like I said, in those gyms, making sure that they're taking periodic breaks. Again, we're not designed to sit multiple hours in front of a computer. We're made to move and connect with individuals. So making sure that they're able to have these interactions and making sure that they're not just sitting in front of a computer for hours upon hours.
Yeah, I mean, we do try to encourage people to get up and move around and go talk to other people who are participating and working on their games and give feedback and see what they're, what everybody's doing and keep that social interaction going. I mean, people, especially on the second day, will tend to get pretty locked into what they're working on and forget all those things, but we do try to encourage it a little bit, at least once a few times during the day, to get up and have some meals and break times.
So if we're looking at, so let me share this and kind of give you some stuff to look at rather than me just talking. Here. So hopefully it'll pull it up. So these are some of the cards that you can find in our mental health kit. This is just like the digital version. And this was created by a nutritionist that we have worked with, and she kind of talks into a couple things. One is carrying a water bottle wherever you go. Kind of gives us some ideas as to how much water we should drink. And one thing that she had mentioned to us that we've kind of taken to heart is making sure that we're properly hydrated, kind of reflection as to what color our urine looks like. And also trying to include something like Pedialyte in our diet. Kind of wouldn't really think about it, but Pedialyte can help with us feeling more energized, more hydrated, and even with some snack ideas. She mentions that don't really consume just when you're hungry, but kind of consume every like 3 or so hours or even less, and some snack ideas. She mentioned like apple and cheese, granola, fruit and Greek yogurt, banana and peanut butter, having a smoothie, cheese and whole grain crackers, trail mix, a protein bar, or even a meal replacement shake. If we bring up here, so if we explore, we worked with 1HP. So they mentioned some exercises some people can do to help with some of the strain that you can have by always sitting at a computer desk. So making sure that you're doing some neck circles, some chin tucks, some wall slides to help with your back. One thing that's going to hurt is going to be your back because you're putting a lot of strain on it. So some cat camels, some planks, or even some pelvic tilts. Trying to find a spot where you can do these things could also be very beneficial. You're kind of combining one getting up and walking around by also doing some of these exercises to help with increasing the longevity of you actually doing the jam. So I mentioned the 20-20-20. So every 20 minutes, take a break for 20 seconds to look at something that's around 20 feet away. If you're getting anxious or overwhelmed, we have some breathing exercises there as well. And again, this digital resource is free. People can go on our website and download this one or any other versions of it, or they can also use and download our app. All of these versions are there as well. We still haven't updated the esports one to be on the kit, but that's something that's going to be coming soon, hopefully. So breathing exercises, we have like the box breathing, which is a 4-4-4. So you breathe in with your nose using your diaphragm for about 4 seconds. You hold your breath for about 4 seconds. You exhale through your mouth, pushing the air out for about 4 seconds. And then you hold it again for 4 seconds and you repeat. And you do about 10 or 15 of these repetitions. And it does help re-engage your parasympathetic nervous system. It kind of calms you down, certainly when you're getting overly stressed or wound up. Another variation is kind of the 4-7-8. Again, you're doing 4 in, holding for 7, exhaling for 8. If you're getting overwhelmed, an exercise that someone can do is called the stop exercise, meaning actually stop. So the first thing you actually stop, when you feel a lot of these negative thoughts or actions come into mind, and you take a moment to reflect. You take a deep breath, kind of using some of the tools that I previously mentioned. You observe why you're trying to feel the way that you're feeling, and then you kind of make a plan of attack. So one thing that can happen is when we get overly engaged, overly stressed, we will focus on a particular thing, or we're kind of going to go on a rabbit hole. Say you're working on like a very difficult boss and you just keep dying and dying and dying. Think Elden Ring. But if you take a day or so and you come back to it, you don't feel that the boss is as hard, or you beat it on like the first or second try. It's because you're kind of thinking more rationally. You're much in a much better headspace. So actively working on that in these moments can help kind of clear your mind, give you better ideas, or work through problems. Another exercise that can maybe take a little bit longer, but is also very, very beneficial, is a grounding exercise. So we're doing what's called the 5-to-1 grounding, meaning you're focusing on your 5 senses. So hearing, touch, smell, your visual sight, and things that you can taste. So you're focusing on 5 things that you hear around you. You're naming them, you're describing them, you're localizing them around your environment. Again, touch, you're touching them, naming them, describing them. Same thing with smell, sight, and taste. And you're doing these things kind of over and over again. You're taking your time, and it helps re-engage, like I said, the parasympathetic nervous system.
Yeah, those are all great tips and ones that my own therapist have talked to me about. So those are good. Definitely good things for people to remember, and just ways to ground themselves if they're feeling a little overwhelmed or anxious, because it can be like a very high energy and anxiety inducing experience if it's your first time and you're around a lot of people, game developers, and maybe you're feeling a little out of place or imposter syndrome or whatever comes over you. Like, those types of things happen. We have people on site that are there to help, people get over that or cope with it, or go find a quiet place to sit, and also help them find a team that will be supportive and helpful for them to be a part of. So,
But like you mentioned, there are things that your own therapist had mentioned, and good on you for seeking therapy for things. I highly recommend it for everyone. We wanted to do specifically that, to make these resources that are available online that you can find, but more easily accessible, more relatable, something that are not too daunting, and that you're not just going through like a Google search and you're not really sure who wrote what and how beneficial some of the things that can be said. Again, if we look at the most widespread social media platform, which is TikTok at the moment, I don't know the exact data, but I know it's up there. A lot of the information on TikTok, a lot of people consume, but when it comes to mental health stuff, the vast majority are either promoted by people that don't have any credentials, don't have any knowledge about the topic, or completely false or misleading.
Yeah, definitely. And it's good to know that these are vetted and specifically designed for people in the gaming space. So that'll be helpful as well.
I don't know if you have any questions about some of the things that we do offer. Again, we have like the mental health kits and the different versions. We have the RTS bot.
Yeah, I mean, how is it just easy for people to sign up and get access to those things, or where are you? Like, we're a global organization, so I don't know if it's only here in the U.S. or if it can be something.
So everything is available online for free. You can get access to everything through our website, guardiansmh.org. Again, you can have access to the bot on Discord. So we updated everything to work with Discord's new / commands, and people can integrate the bot into their Twitch streams as well. Again, we're working on building a training and a service for like streamers to have all of these tools available to them. We work with a couple of organizations called Geek Therapeutics and Geeks Like Us to build a streamer mental health kit. That was years ago. And we're kind of wanting to retool some of those because we've seen an influx of mental health demand, mental health difficulties over the past years, and it's kind of trickling into the online streaming space. So we find that it's very important for us to provide some of these tools, certainly for game developers and streamers, to see if they can either implement in their games or even in their Twitch chat. So with RTS bot, what it'll do is the streamer or the mod team has access to all of these commands, and if someone is struggling in chat, saying, "Oh, I'm super depressed," or "I'm anxious," or "I have thoughts about killing myself," oftentimes these trauma dumping moments can stop a Twitch stream. Because Twitch streamers aren't therapists, or a lot of them aren't. Some of them are, and I know a few of them, but they may not have the knowledge base, or they may not feel comfortable having these conversations. They're gamers, they're entertainers, they may not feel comfortable with this. So having these tools where they could do ! suicide or ! depression, where they can just easily pull up resources and services to provide to that particular person that they themselves can then hopefully connect with and get the help that they need.
Yeah, like a real life assist almost, like just helping out a party member that's struggling.
Because we don't want people to just like ban everyone that has mental health difficulty in chat. We've had word of that, and a lot of people have been banned from Twitch chats for sharing some of these things. So having some of these tools may make it more probable that people will listen. They won't feel overly daunted with providing at least some of these services, but also not feel as though everything falls on them. Again, we're not a replacement for therapy. We tend to view ourselves as a kind of a stepping stone towards therapy, and we encourage everyone to seek those services.
No, it's great that that's available. I mean, I'm also a local community organizer here in Seattle, and we definitely run into some of that type of trauma dumping type stuff in our platforms and don't always know how to respond to it other than, just like DMing the person and seeing if they're okay or whatever, but definitely having some better like professionally created tools available to use in those situations would certainly be beneficial to people like us, I think.
And one thing that we've been kind of working on the back end is wanting to create some of these programs where either me or some of the other professionals on our team can either talk with gaming studios or even Twitch streamers and provide maybe a training on either on the RTS bot, on some of the tools, or even some general information about like specific mental health topics to help them understand and learn about mental health.
Yeah, that's really great. Is it all confidential, I guess, if somebody reaches out to you? How is their data or protected, or can they do it anonymously, I guess?
So we're not a crisis hotline, or we're not. We are. Some of them are therapists, but we're not that person's therapist.
Gotcha.
What we will do is provide some first steps. We do have our Discord where the community is encouraged to provide support between one another. But again, it shouldn't be used as a replacement for therapy. They can use a lot of the tools and services that we have built, and that's where we tend to push towards. We've worked with like Open Path Collective that provides discounted therapy for people, or even a therapist finder trying to find someone in their area. Or we've worked with other professionals saying, oh, do you know of a therapist that might have availability? We have someone that might want to seek services. So trying to bridge that gap.
That's good. Do you have any like success stories you could relay sort of anecdotally about people maybe who have benefited from using your services or kit? Or...
Well, we have a lot of people reaching out that they really love the mental health kits. A lot of the information that is on it, like you mentioned, that things that your own therapist had mentioned, because again, they are standard evidence-based resources that I use with my own clients on a regular day-to-day basis. But having them readily available is very beneficial because they don't always need to like recall things, or having them on their phone is very beneficial to them. I liken it to someone that has a PRN prescription for like an anxiety medication. So if you're having a panic attack, you know you can take this medication if needed, but just having it with you tends to help reduce the level of panic. It's kind of have that safety net. So having these tools with you all the time tends to help with anxiety. We've had some people say that they have used some of these tools in a crisis and it's really helped. And we've had some people in the community that, with talking with other peers in the server, interacting with people, have improved, have become better. They've become less toxic, more aware and understanding about their own mental health, and working on improving this in conjunction with their own therapist, their own physician that has been working on their medication, or psychiatrist. It's kind of a whole team effort.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of teams, I'm wondering like if you have any tips for, say you're working on a team with people and you notice one of your team members is struggling, having a lot of anxiety, or you're an organizer and you notice the same thing with one of the people at your site. Like, do you have any suggestions for how those people can maybe intervene in a kind way that will be beneficial to somebody who's struggling?
A lot of people are very scared to broach the topic of mental health. But oftentimes, if you approach it with tact, so you don't go in guns a-blazing, but you go in with a very kind, open-hearted, and empathetic mindset, a lot of people are very open to talk about some of the things that they're struggling with. Oftentimes, they haven't really had anyone that either approached the topic or cared enough about them to really ask. And
yeah, that's for sure.
Working on accommodating individuals with mental health challenges, whether it be anxiety, depression, ADHD. A lot of the people that have ADHD that I work with, were kind of aware they had ADHD, but never got it diagnosed. or even if they have had it diagnosed, never really received the accommodations that they needed for it. So all of their failures, all of the struggles that they've had, they've kind of taken it as their own like personal failings. Oh, I'm not able to do X, Y, or Z because of. But if you have an organization that is like pro mental health, they're open on having accommodations for people. Oftentimes, those people thrive way better, way more than if they are like pigeonholed into a specific way of working.
Yeah, definitely. Just like first aid type of stuff, for lack of a better term, I guess you can just offer the person some water and a quiet place to go collect themselves, maybe, and just say, hey, go take a break. And
that's one thing that we're working with, like certain conventions. We're working on providing like quiet rooms for conventions. So having these spots where people can go is very beneficial. One thing we encourage a lot of organizations to do is having like a dedicated space, if they can afford it or have the room for it, where people can go and decompress.
Yeah,
because it's such a highly stimulating environment, you kind of need to have somewhere. One thing that I do, I work with a lot of university students, and with the university is providing them with the necessary academic accommodations, which is maybe they have a note taker or tutor or extra time to either do an exam or a paper or a specific quiet room to do the exam. So if you have someone on your team that has ADHD or severe forms of it, and you're in meetings, maybe have someone that's a note taker for the entire group and provide the meeting notes after the fact. Because the people that may be struggling with ADHD may have a hard time paying attention to the meeting and taking notes.
Yeah.
So it's these small little things that can have a big impact.
For sure, just a little bit of understanding and taking a few extra steps can go a long way to helping people, make them feel more welcome and accepted.
I know it's not feasible for a lot of organizations, but having like mental health days included in like PTO, I know it's kind of a newer, more novel concept, but if someone is struggling and they have the opportunity to take time to rest and relax and reconvene, their performance tends to go up. Having better work-life balance. We've heard countless stories of gaming studios and crunch time and the horrors that a lot of people have endured. Seeing through the data, if we have more time off, if we are more lenient with some of these things, performance doesn't decrease, it tends to increase. Studies in Europe on 4-day work weeks, the productivity is the same or even higher on 4-day work weeks than on 5-day work weeks.
Yeah, it's good to see people taking it a little more, see it become destigmatized, I guess is the way I would say it, and people paying a lot more attention to mental health in the workplace and how it can impact your productivity and just your day-to-day life. It's good to see it being talked about in a more open way.
There's a lot of work still to be done, and I think the industry is moving forward in adapting to these new developments, these new changes, but there's still a lot of work to be done with regards to that. And reducing or removing crunch time or adapting deadlines, providing these mental health resources. It's not perfect. We're getting there, but attention needs to be put on this because, in our view, and in a lot of mental health professionals' view, mental health is health.
Yeah.
So if you're not taking care of your mental health, then every other aspect of you tends to be impacted.
Definitely.
And I was actually working with Joe the other day. We're working on a new program, and we're kind of pulling up some statistics with regards to like the gaming community and the impact of mental health. So we saw an increase of gaming in the recent years. As of 2023, there's around 3.09 billion gamers. And by the end of this year, there's an estimated 3.332 billion gamers, and 80% of them are adults over the age of 18, meaning they're either in college or they're working. A lot of the numbers that I have are like US based. The most popular video game market is casual gaming. So 63% of the market is casual gaming. But we don't think about a lot of the specific traumas that gamers can endure. So, and this is kind of something that a lot of studios may need to kind of understand a lot of what their player base may be going through, because they can suffer from targeted trolling, deliberate attempts to upset or provoke them, personally embarrassed by other online players. They can be called offensive names. They can be threatened by physical violence. They can be harassed or sexually harassed, stalked, or discriminated against, either this based on age, gender, ethnicity, sexual orientation. They can be doxxed, having their personal identifying information made public. They can be swatted. So a lot of this has increased in recent years. So we need to do some of these things to help the player base. And certainly post-COVID, we've seen an increase in mental health demands. So depression rates have gone up 28%. Anxiety rates have gone up 25%. And in the ages of 18 to 25, health conditions, mental health conditions have increased 30.6%. 26 to 49 years old, it's gone up by 25.3%. So there is a growing need for these services, and there is a significant shortage in mental health professionals. Right now, their estimated data is one provider for every 350 individuals in the U.S.
Oh.
Most mental health professionals that I know of carry a caseload of in between 40 and 60-ish. I myself have around 80.
That's a lot.
So we are like 280 people short to fill the need.
Dang.
So again, not a replacement for therapy, but hopefully something that we can provide in terms of stopgap and provide to players while they're waiting for a mental health professional.
Yeah. That's what I hear a lot, is just it's hard to find a therapist these days. I'm just lucky that I got one of 5 or 6 years ago now and have stuck with her. And but definitely making those services more accessible, like you said, through Guardians Mental Health is important, so people don't have to wait. You know, they have a place they can at least start, like you said.
And meeting the players where they're at. So one thing we had worked with Bungie is we kind of pushed them to have a banner on the Destiny 2 loading screens. So there was like the tooltip bar in the loading screens, and we mentioned to them that having like the mental health one would be beneficial, that it would bring awareness that there is this resource online that, oh, you can go online and have some resources there in that developer's website. It's just another page on a website that could easily be implemented that kind of knocks down maybe some barriers to entry into understanding mental health and learning about either anxiety, depression, or some of the things that people might be going through or questioning that they might have.
Yeah, that's important. I mean, getting that validation and support from a big company like Bungie. It just like shows that they do care about it, and it's important to them to take care of their player base.
And it's something that we have started like thinking about and offering different studios if it's something that they want to implement in their websites. We'd be more than happy to work with them and help them build that for their website.
Awesome. Yeah, that's really great to hear that you have those resources available to people. I know it's definitely becoming more, like you said, top of mind for a lot of studios out there and game developers to try and help make the whole community more inviting and kind of reduce some of the stereotypes, I guess, of online gaming and game players, and things that you mentioned earlier about the toxicity that can happen in these communities.
So each and every single step works in a positive direction. I know we still have a long way to go, but every step counts.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to change if people aren't trying to change things. So it's nice to know that organizations like yours exist and are out there trying to make things better for people.
Do you have any other questions? I know we're probably coming up on our time here.
I don't. How can people stay in touch with you or find out more? I mean, I know they can go to the website if there's any other.
Yeah, best way to stay in touch with us. There's our website, so guardiansmh.org. We have our app again on the App Store or Google Play Store, Guardians MH. Or a lot of the news that we post is through Twitter. I still kind of refuse to call it X,
Right.
at Guardians MH. And we do have our Discord server, which is again Guardians MH.
Excellent. Yeah. Hopefully people will check it out and take advantage of the services. If not, during Global Game Jam and at some other point if they need it, and just know that it's available and can help anyone who's in need.
Yeah, and if anyone has any questions or wants to work with us or anything, by all means, reach out to us and we'd be happy to work with you.
Appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by today. Great chatting with you. And
thank you so much for the invitation.
Yeah, happy Friday and enjoy the weekend.
Same to you.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello there, all you global game jammers. Welcome to 2023. My name is Adam. I'm one of the game jam sites over in the UK, one of the hosts at Game Day of London. We host one of the biggest sites here in the UK, and I'm super excited to be taking part in Global Game Jam 2023 because this is actually my 10th Global Game Jam. So that's a whole decade of Global Game Jams for me, which I'm a huge fan of game jams. I've been doing them. It was basically one of the first things I did when I sort of started working in video games as a student, getting really excited about making the most basic game that I could, and then got overly ambitious every game jam since, and I keep not making games, but we'll ignore that for the time being. Today I wanted to take a moment out from this fantastic event and talk about neurodiversity in games. And the reason I want to talk about that is because this is my first game jam since I was diagnosed with ADHD last year. So what I've found over the last kind of year is that it's really important to take into account that the people around you are not you. They don't think like you. They haven't lived with the things that you've lived with. They work in different ways. And we all know this because people around us might not be the same discipline, or they may not be from the same country, or they may not even be from the same city. And all this can play into effect how we approach stuff. And neurodiversity and neurodivergence is another aspect to this. So this year, one of the things I want you to think about with this amazing theme and this another fantastic opportunity to make some really cool and interesting and novel games is about how you could approach making games that is inclusive, that is open, that is accessible, that allows the people around you to work with you to make the best thing you can. Fortunately, there's some really easy ways to do that. The key one is going to be, and it's a skill we all know, it's communication. Big shock, right? Think about the people around you as people who they want to help, they want to get involved, they want to make something cool, but they may not have the best ways of being able to explain that to you, and you may not have the best ways of explaining it to them. Sometimes it's language barriers, sometimes it's colloquialisms, sometimes it's ways that you express yourself are different to the ways that other people express themselves. And you don't need to be thinking about, oh, is this person, does this person have this specific neurodivergence? You don't need to go that far. All you need to do is be patient, be kind, and try and think about, okay, what is it they're trying to tell me, and what is it saying to me? If you try and come at them from your own perspective, when somebody is explaining something, if you're not sure, if you're confused, don't get frustrated, don't get annoyed, don't be there going, oh no, that's wrong. Tell them how it's coming across to you. Say, oh, hey, so if I've got what you're saying correct, I think you're trying to say that you want to make this, or make the game like that, or do these kind of things, or bring in this mechanic. And you might be right, and that's perfect. Or they might go, oh, that's not quite what I'm trying to say, and they might try and explain it another way. Work with them. Try and figure out where the confusion is happening. And the thing is that effort is how you make a great game, because it's only when we work with different people, we work with people with new ideas, who attack it from different directions, who look at the same information and come up with a completely different way of interpreting it, that we can make the best things. I mean, that's the point of a game jam, right? You've got thousands and thousands of jammers all over the world taking part on Global Game Jam, all with just the one theme, the same theme. And no two games are going to be the same. There may not even be games that are close to similar. And some will be so unbelievably amazing. Some will be ideas that you've never dreamed of. And the reason that happens is because people are working together all over the place, coming up with new ideas, bringing new things to the table. People are being inspired by things, both in games and outside of games, by art, by culture, by music, by film, by books, by nature. Anything can turn into what is going to be, some fantastic mechanic or novel way of approaching games that we may never have thought of before. And that's one of the reasons why game jams are so fantastic, is that it brings all these people together with all our differences and changes, our divergences and our similarities, and asks us, hey, you want to make something cool? And of course we say yes. So I'm super excited to be here for Global Game Jam 2023. I'm really looking forward to making something cool. Me, myself, I'm not sure what I'm going to make yet, but we're going to find out. And I'm looking forward to seeing what you make too. So, Global Game Jam 2023, a good year to listen, a good year to be making something interesting, and a good year to be promoting neurodiversity. Have a great Global Game Jam. I myself am going to be doing the 48 hours on the last weekend. You take it whichever way that you want. Every way is valid, and I'll see you at the finish line.
I'm Gurpreet from GameMaker, which is a game engine that you can use to make your jam games. Before I actually worked at GameMaker, I was a GameMaker user for over 10 years, and I mostly used it for making jam games because I believe it's the best tool for making 2D games and getting more done in less time because of its simplicity. So for the rest of this video, I'm going to show you some introductory tutorials that I've made if you want to get into GameMaker, understand what it is and how to use it. And GameMaker has two ways of working. You can either program with a coding language with it, or you can program with our visual programming tool. And the tutorials you're going to see today will show you both ways of working. So we're going to cover how to make a basic space shooting game, add sound effects and music to it, add a main menu, and add power-ups. After watching all this, you can go back to YouTube to look at these tutorials again or look at any of the other tutorials that we've done. So now let's get started. Make sure you do download GameMaker from gamemaker.io before starting, and let's get into it. In this video, we're going to make a game like Asteroids in 3 simple steps. We'll start with the ship's movement, we'll work on shooting and destroying rocks, and we'll create a game loop with scoring. So let's begin. Let's open GameMaker, click on New, and select this Space Rocks template. This will give you all the images you need for your game. Then enter a name for your project here and hit Let's Go. You're now in your project in GameMaker, and in the asset browser here, you have 4 sprites or images. So that's the bullet that you fire, the ship you fly, a big rock, and a small rock. These are only images though, so let's turn them into objects that we can program to move, fly, shoot, and do whatever we want. So in the asset browser, I'll click on the objects group and then go up here and select objects. I'll turn this up to 4 and hit create. Now let's go to each object, give it a name and a sprite. I'll double click on the first one. I'll name this obj_player, so this will be the player ship. From the asset browser, I'll drag the SPR player sprite and drop it here. So we are telling GameMaker that this is what this object looks like. Then the second object, I'll name this obj_bullets and apply the SPR bullet sprite. And then the next object will be obj_rock. This will have the big rock sprite because rocks will be big by default. It's only when you shoot them that they become small. And then the final object is obj_game, and this doesn't need a sprite because it's not something that you can see in the game moving around. It's just a silent object that does its own thing in the background, and we'll be using it later in this video. So we have the objects. Let's put them on the screen so the player can see it. The way you do that is by using a room. So open the room that's already there in the asset browser. Now this is the area that you see in the game, and you can put any objects here that you want in your game. But before doing that, I'll go into the room settings and change the size to 1000 by 1000 so it's a simple square. If you don't see these options, just click on the room in the asset browser and then you'll see them. Now if you want to put anything in a room, it has to go into a layer. You can see all of your layers here, and the one where you want to put your objects is the instances layer. So select that, and then from your objects, drag the player into the room. I'll also drag some rocks and place around 6 of them. Now something interesting here is that each rock you placed in the room is an instance of its object. So here there are 6 instances of the rock object, and that's why the layer is also called instances. So from objects, you create instances. If you run the game right now, you'll see what you put in the room, but nothing moves at all because we haven't programmed our objects yet. So back in GameMaker, let's close the room and double click on OBJ player to open it. Now click on add event and add the step event. If you're asked to choose between GML code and GML visual, select GML code if you want to write code, or select GML visual if you want to use visual blocks to program your game. Then enable Don't Ask Again for this project and hit OK. Now this is an event. You can program this event to, for example, move your ship, and that will happen every frame because this is the step event. It runs at every step. A different event might run at a different time. Let's program this event now. Now if you chose GML visual, look to the left, or if you chose GML code, then look to the right. In the event, we first want to check if the up arrow is held down. If it is, we want the ship to move. So to make the ship accelerate forwards, we want to do this. But keep in mind, when adding this action in GML visual, make sure you're dropping it to the right of the green action. And that's because the green action is a condition and you can attach actions to it, and those actions will only run if the condition is true. So attach it there. And here we are running the motion add function. This basically adds motion to the instance in a particular direction, and that direction in this case is the image angle of the instance. That's how much the sprites of the instance has turned around. So we add motion in that direction, and the amount of motion we add is 0.1. So you can change this if you want to make the ship slower or faster. This will make your ship move, but you can't turn yet, so let's work on that. Let's add a condition to check if the left arrow key is held down. In that case, we'll increase the image angle variable by 4, which will turn the sprite to the left. Then we check if the right arrow key is held down, and in that case, we decrease the image angle value by 4, which will turn the sprite to the right. So run the game and you can now move and turn. It's almost perfect, but the problem is that if you go outside the room, you're basically lost. You never come back. We want to wrap around the room, so if the ship goes out from one end, it comes back from the opposite end. So for that, back in the step event, just add this outside of any conditions. This enables wrapping horizontally and vertically, and if you run the game, you will see it in action. You now can't exit the room at all. And with this, our first step is finished. We've got the ship to move and turn, and now what we want to work on is shooting and destroying the rocks. Now to add shooting, we want to create an instance of obj bullet at the ship's location when we press the left mouse button. So back in the same step event of the player, let's add another condition to check if the left mouse button was pressed. This only checks if the left mouse button was just pressed, so holding it will not continue to fire. If the button was pressed, we create an instance of obj bullets. It will be created at the location of the player and in the instances layer. And with this, you can now shoot with the left mouse button, but of course the bullet doesn't go anywhere because it's not programmed to move. Let's go into obj bullets and here add the create event. This event only runs once and it runs when the instance is created. In this event, we are going to set the speed of the instance to 10, so it moves in its direction at a speed of 10 pixels per frame, and then we are setting the direction to the image angle of the player. So the bullet moves in the direction that the player is facing in. Now you will be able to shoot moving bullets, but once they go outside the room, they'll continue to exist forever, and that's not good. So once they go outside the room, we want to destroy them. So in the events, add a new event, go under other, and select outside room. In this event, let's simply destroy the instance, so when the bullet does go outside the room, it's destroyed immediately. Run the game and you can now shoot freely wherever you want. So you've got the core parts of your game finished, and what we'll work on next is destroying the rocks. Before we try to destroy the rocks, let's give them some life by making them move around. So open obj rock and here add the create event. In this event, we'll tell the rock to move in a random direction. First of all, let's set the speed to 1 so the rock moves at a slow pace, and then set the direction to a random value between 0 and 360, which is a full circle, and then I'll also set the image angle to a random value. So the rock will move in a random direction and its sprite will also rotate with a random angle. We also want the rocks to wrap around just like the player so they are not lost when they exit the room. So let's add the step event here, and in the event run the same function that we did in the player. However, this time we're going to set the margin value to 100 instead of 0. This means that the rock will only jump to the other side of the room when it's more than 100 pixels outside of the room's boundary. Now in the same step event, we are also increasing the image angle value by 1, so the rock continues to rotate and it also looks a bit more realistic. So run the game and you will see the rocks moving. When they go outside the room, they come back from the other side just like the player. Okay, so how do we destroy the rocks? When a rock and a bullet collide, we want to create a particle effect and then change the rock. So if it's a big rock, it becomes a small rock, and if it's already a small rock, then it respawns as a big rock. This way your game never ends because you never run out of any rocks. So let's go into the obj rock object and here add a new collision event with the obj bullet object. This event will run every time the rock is in contact with a bullet, so you can program what happens when they interact with each other. Now in the event, we first of all want to destroy an instance, but the instance we want to destroy is the bullet, not the rock, so we apply it to the other instance. The other instance in this case is the bullet because that's what you're colliding with. After that, we are creating an explosion effect above all objects so we can see it, and it's created at the rock's location because the rock is the one being destroyed. The size of this is medium and the color is white. Then we are again changing the direction of the rock to a random value so it moves in a different direction after being shot. Right now, if you run the game, you can shoot at a rock and see the particle effect. So what's remaining to program now is how this changes into a small rock. Back in the same event, let's add a condition that checks if this is a big rock by checking its sprites. If it is, then we want to change it into a small rock by changing its sprites, and then we copy that instance so we get two small rocks in the end. Then we add an else. This will run if the previous condition is false, meaning the rock is small. And after the else, we add another condition to check if the number of rocks in the room is less than 12. We are doing this to make sure that there aren't too many rocks in the game, making it too hard. So we are limiting the number of rocks that we can respawn. So in that case, we are going to set the sprites of the rock to the big rock, and then we are changing the X or the horizontal position to -100. So we send it outside the room so it can re-enter again as a new rock. Only we know it's not really a new rock instance, but the player doesn't know that. Now finally at the end, I'm going to add another else, and this will run if both of the previous conditions are false, meaning the rock is small and there are already 12 rocks in the room. So in that case, we just destroy the instance so it just stops existing and doesn't respawn or do anything else. Okay, so that was a large event, but we got through it. You can now run the game and destroy the rocks and basically keep playing forever because the rocks keep respawning. That is our second step finished, and we have a fun and playable game. The problem is that the player can never lose. So what we need to work on is the collision between the player and the rock and how that defeats the player. Let's go back into the player objects and here add a collision event with the rock. So when the player collides with a rock, this is the event that runs. In the event, let's first create a firework effect above all objects at the player's location. It'll be a medium-sized effect. And then we destroy the player instance itself. Finally, after destroying the player, we're going to set an alarm. So that'll be alarm 0 and we are setting it to 120. This means that the alarm 0 event will run 120 frames after this event running, so that's 2 seconds. But this by itself won't work because we are destroying the player and an instance that doesn't exist can't run an alarm. So instead we apply this to obj game and that object is going to run the alarm for us. Now when the alarm event does run, we want the game to restart, so let's open obj game. Here let's add the alarm 0 events, and in the event, let's run this function to restart the room. This should do it, but it won't work right now because obj game isn't actually in the room. So let's open the room, make sure the instances layer is selected, and then place obj game in the room. It doesn't matter where you put it, it just needs to be in the room. So run the game, run into a rock, you will lose, and 2 seconds later, the room will restart. So we now have a game loop. You can play, you can lose, you can play again, and so on. And we're at a point where you can say that the game is finished. But it's actually not that rewarding because you can't see how many rocks you've destroyed. So before we finish off the video for good, let's quickly add a score system. Let's open OBJ game and here add the create event. Here let's create a variable called points and set it to 0. Now before we increase this value, when you destroy a rock, let's make sure that this is drawn on the screen. So go ahead and add the draw GUI event. This is where you can draw anything directly to the screen, so it acts like a HUD. So I'll use this function to draw the points value to the screen at 10 by 10. So in the game it'll appear on screen, but we haven't programmed it to change yet. For that, let's go into OBJ rock and open its collision event with OBJ bullet. This is where you destroy a rock, so it makes sense that you would also get the score here. So here let's add this to increase the points variable by 50 to give the player some score. But of course this variable was not created in the rock object. It was created in OBJ game. That object owns this variable, so we're going to mention the name of that object before the variable itself, and this is how we can actually change that variable. And that should do it. Run the game, and when you destroy a rock, you get some score that you can see up here. When you lose, the score resets and you start again from 0. And with that, our game is completely finished. You can now go in and change any of the values that we entered, or change any of the sprites to make this game your own. To play sounds in GameMaker, you actually don't need to do a lot. You just add your sound file to your project and then ask GameMaker nicely to play that sound when something happens. So the bullet hits a rock, bam, sound. The player hits a rock, bam, sound. I hit a rock, I wouldn't do that, that's not nice. So I made this game in another tutorial, and in this video we're going to add music and sound effects to it. I have this folder with all of my sounds, so I'll select these files and drag them into GameMaker inside the sounds group. They've now become sound assets in the project, so I'll go ahead and rename all of them so they are all consistent, starting with snd_. And now let's figure out how to get the music playing. In my project I have an object called OBJ game, which I've put in the game room. This handles all the things in the background, so it's a good place to play the game's music as well. Let's go and first add the room start event in this object. This event runs when the room starts, so it's a good place to play the music. So in this event, let's go and add this. So it's going to play the SND music sound asset. I'll set this to true to enable looping, which means when the music ends, it's going to repeat. And so you basically hear it forever until the end of the universe, until you manually stop it. To stop it, let's add the room end event, which runs when the room ends. And here, let's add this. This is going to stop the SND music sound asset. So logically, our music track starts playing when the room starts, and it stops when the room ends. So this means if you have more rooms before this one or after this one, this track won't spill into the other rooms and it will stay in this one room. If you run the game, you will hear it play and you can bop to it for 6 hours before you realize it's too late and you need to sleep. So now it's time for the sound effects. First of all, let's play a sound effect when the player shoots. So for that, let's go into OBJ player. Here I have a step event which has this condition. This checks if the left mouse button is pressed, and if it is pressed, it creates a bullet. So this is where we want to play the shooting sound effect. For that, I'll add this under the same condition. This will play SND shoot. And because this is a sound effect, you don't want it to loop. If you run the game, you can now hear the shooting sound effect. So it's great, but it's boring. You're hearing the exact same sound every single time, and it becomes a little tiring. So we're going to make it more interesting by changing its pitch every time it plays. So back where I played the sound, this is the pitch parameter that we want to adjust. To get that in GML code, you first want to enter the gain and offset parameters, which are optional. So just enter their default values if you don't want to change them. And now you can change the pitch. I'll set the pitch to a random number in a range using this function. And that range will be 0.8 to 1.2. So every time the shoot sound effect plays, its pitch will be random between these numbers. And 1 is the default pitch, so it can be higher or lower than that. Run the game and you will hear it now. It'll sound a bit different each time it plays. Now we have 2 sound effects remaining. For the player losing that's in this collision event with the rock, in this event I'll play the losing sound effects, again with looping disabled. And now for the rock being destroyed, let's open obj rock and open its collision event with obj bullets. When this collision event happens, the rock is destroyed and we want to play a sound here. So in the event, I'll add this to play the rock destroy sound. And here also you can use a random pitch to make it sound more interesting. So run the game and now we have a complete audio experience with music and sound effects. So I have this game with just one room. You open it and it takes you directly into the game without a menu. So in this video we're going to add that main menu where you can hit play or quit. We're also going to add a help button where you can click to see the controls. First of all, we need a sprite for the button. So here I have a blank button sprite and we are going to draw the text on it in the game. If you want this same sprite, you can download it from the description. Now make sure that you set the origin for this to middle center because we want to draw the text on it at its center. Now let's set up all the rooms we need. The one I have here is for the main game. So I'll rename this to rm_game. And then for the menu room, I'll just duplicate this so we get the same size and the same settings. And I'll call this rm_menu. Now obviously you want the menu to open when you start the game. But right now, the game room is set as the first room to open. If you look here, that's what this icon indicates. So I'll click on this icon and in this list, I'll drag RM menu above RM game. And now you can see that the menu room will open when you start the game. Let's open this menu room now. Because we duplicated the game room, this already has the player and the rocks which we don't need. So I'm going to delete all this. And also make sure you delete this instance which doesn't have a sprites because these are quite easy to miss. The room is empty now, so let's go and create some buttons and we'll come back to this later to put those buttons here. Now before we go and make the buttons, it's a good idea to make a custom font that we can use to draw the text on our buttons. So in the asset browser here, I'm going to create a new font asset and I'll name this fnt_menu. In the editor, I'll select a font I like. There are many good fonts you can download from the internet. I'll set the size to 40, which is quite big and fitting for our buttons. And I'll also turn off anti-aliasing because my font looks better that way. So that's the font done. So let's go and create the main button object. So here I'll create a new object and call this obj button parent. This is the parent or base object for all buttons. And this is going to handle how we interact with buttons and how we draw them. Then we are going to create child objects from this and tell each child button what it's supposed to do. Now this object doesn't need a sprite because it doesn't appear in the game itself. But what it does need is a variable to store the text that appears on the button. So I'll open the variables window and here create a new variable called button_text. This will be a string and I'll set the value to be empty and we'll set it in each child object separately. Now for interacting with this button, we want to check if the user has clicked on it with their left mouse button. So for that, I'm going to add a new event and this will be the left pressed event under mouse. I'll leave this empty here and we'll fill it in the child objects. Now the only other thing we need in the parent is to draw the button and the text on it. So for that, let's add the draw event. And inside this event, first of all, let's make sure that the button itself is drawn by using draw self. Now we're going to draw the text, but before we do that, we want to set the alignment and the font that we want to use for it. So I'll add this to set the font to FNT menu, which we just created. And then I'll add this to set the text alignment to center and middle. So the text draws like this instead of drawing like this, which is the default behavior. And now I'll add this to draw the button text variable. I'll draw it at the position of the button itself. Now the last thing to do in this event is to reset the alignments to their default values. Whenever you change any draw property, whether it's the color, alpha, or alignment, you want to reset it to its default values after you're done drawing. Otherwise, your changed values might interfere with something else that you're drawing later on. I am going to leave the font as it is, but if you do have a default font that you want to use, then you can reset it to that at the end of this event. So we are done with the parent and we can start making the child objects now. I'll make an object for the play button first, so this will be obj button play. I'll assign the button sprite to it. Now this should be a child of the button parent. So I'll open the parents window and click here to set the parent to obj button parent. With that set, in the events list I can see the events that I made in the parent, and if I open the variables window, I also see the variables from the parent. So let's edit this button text variable and write play here, so this button says play, and when you click on it, it should take you into the game room. So to program that, we already have a left pressed event here. We don't want to replace this event, but we want to add on to it, so anything in the parents event runs before this event runs in the child object. So for that, right click on it and select inherit event. And now in the event, let's quickly add this to change the room to RM game. And with this, the play button is finished, so let's go ahead and make the help and quit buttons. For the next button, I'll just duplicate the play button object so we get the same sprite and parent, and I'll name this obj button help. I'll open its variables and change the text here to help. I'll leave its event as it is for now, and we'll program this after we've made the quit button. So for that, I'll go and duplicate this object and name this obj button quit. In the variables again, I'll set this to quit. And now let's tell this button to quit the game when we click on it. So for that, I'll open its left pressed event. I'll remove this from here, and instead I'll add this simple call to end the game. That's all the 3 buttons finished, so let's go and put them in the menu room. So I'll open that room, make sure the instances layer is selected, and then place our 3 buttons here one by one. So that's play, help, and quit. Go ahead and run the game, and you can now quit the game, and you can also play it. So that's the basic buttons done. Let's go and quickly work on the help button now. Also stick around till the end of the video for the bonus part where I'm going to animate the buttons. Now for displaying the controls, I'm going to create a new object. I'll call it obj_controls, and in this object, I'll add the draw event. Now before drawing the controls, I'll add this to set the alignment to center middle. And then let's draw this string of text. So I'm drawing a string here, but in the middle you may have noticed something new. These 2 characters, backslash and n, it's a combination that basically means a new line. It's like pressing enter on your keyboard when you're writing an email. And so in the game you will see these as 2 separate lines. Now after we've drawn the text, let's reset the alignment as we should always do. And with this simple object is done. All we need to do now is to make it so when you click on the help button, this object appears, and if it already exists, then it disappears. So the help button itself sort of behaves like a toggle. Let's go into obj button help and open the left pressed event. I'll remove this call we already have from duplicating another object, and instead let's do this. First of all, we're gonna check if an instance of obj controls already exists in the room. And if it does, then we want to destroy it. So for that, we add this. If you're using GML Visual, then make sure you apply this destroy instance action to the obj controls object. Now after this, let's add an else. This will run if the previous condition is false, meaning that obj controls doesn't exist in the room, and that in turn means that we need to create it. So in that case, I'll call this to create an instance of obj controls. I'll create it in the instances layer and at this position. So horizontally it's in the center of the room, and vertically it's 100 pixels above the bottom edge of the room. And that should do it. So let's run the game, click on the help button, the controls appear, you click on it again and they disappear. Finally, it's time for the bonus tip. You can make your buttons feel much better with some basic animation. So if you go into your button parent object and add the mouse enter event, here set its alpha to something below 1 to make it transparent, and then in the mouse leave event, set its alpha back to 1, you get this basic effect where the button becomes transparent when you hover over it, and it feels much better. Adding a basic click effect is also simple. You just open the left pressed event in the button parent, you change its position slightly, and then set an alarm. And then in that alarm event, you reset its position to where it started, and this gives you a nice click effect to go with a fitting sound effect. Now a small problem is that you don't see this effect for the play button because when you click on it, the room changes immediately, so you don't get to see the button move. A solution for this is instead of using the left pressed event to change the room, you instead inherit the alarm 0 event and change the room here. And then in the game, you click on it, you see the button move, and then the room changes. In this video, we're going to add power-ups to our arcade shooter game. We made this game in another tutorial, so you can go and check that out, or you can download its finished project from the description. So let's open up that project, and here we are going to add 2 power-ups, one which will give you a spread shot ability so you can fire extra bullets, and one that will make you invincible. We need sprites for these power-ups, which I have in this asset package, so I'll drag it into GameMaker, hit yes, then add all, and then import. You can download this file from the description. Let's make the spread shot power-up first. We need an object for that, so let's make an object here. And I'll call this obj power-up spread, and let's give this object the spread power-up sprite. Now this is the power-up that the player can collect, and I'm gonna make it so that when it spawns, it starts moving towards the center of the room. So for that, let's go and add the create event, and for coding these objects, you can use either GML Visual or code. This tutorial will show you both. Now in the events, let's first of all set the speed of the power-up to 1, so it moves but slowly. And then let's set its direction to point towards the center of the room. So we get the center of the room simply by dividing the width and height of the room by 2. That's simple enough, but if the power-up goes outside the room, say if the player doesn't collect it, then it's gonna continue existing, and that may cause memory leaks. So as soon as it goes outside the room, we want to destroy it. For that, let's go and add the other outside room event, and here just destroy the instance. This object is done, so for now let's go into the game room and place the power up here manually. Later in the video, we are gonna work on spawning this automatically. So if you run the game, you're gonna see the power up is there and it moves towards the center of the room, but you can't collect it yet, so let's work on that. Let's go into obj player and here add the create event. We want to make a variable that can tell us whether a power-up is active, and in that case, which power-up is active. So we're gonna make a variable simply called power-up, and by default, it'll be set to 0. So the way I'm gonna make it work is that if this is 0, it means that no power-up is active. If this is 1, it means that the spread power-up is active. And if it's 2, it means that the ghost power-up is active. This way, after this tutorial is over, you can go ahead and add power-ups 3 and 4 and so on, and continue to expand this system. Now to allow the player to collect this power-up, let's go ahead and add a collision event with that power-up object. So when the player collides with this power-up, we want to activate that power-up, then set an alarm for that power-up to be deactivated after 10 seconds, and destroy the power-up instance. So to achieve all that in this event, first of all, let's change the power-up variable to 1. After that, let's set the alarm 0 event to 10 into 60 frames. So because there are 60 frames in 1 second, this means we are telling the alarm 0 event to run after 10 seconds. Then let's also set the ship's color to yellow to indicate that the power-up is active. And finally, let's destroy the other instance, which is the power-up. If you're using GML Visual, then make sure you click on the arrow on your destroy instance action and you select other. So that's how it's gonna destroy the other instance. If you don't do this, then it's just gonna destroy the player itself. With this done, let's go and add the alarm 0 event where the power-up will be deactivated. So here we just want to set the power-up variable to 0, then set the ship's color to white, and then its alpha or transparency to 1. So we are also resetting the alpha because we will be changing this for the other power-up. So in game, this will allow you to collect the power up, and after 10 seconds, it will be deactivated. But while that power up is active, it doesn't do anything special right now. So let's make that work. While this power up is active, we should be able to shoot extra bullets. So let's go to that part of the code where we shoot. This is found in the step event. Here we have a condition where we check if the left mouse button is pressed, and then we create a bullet instance. In the same pass, we're gonna check if our first power up is active, and in that case, we are just gonna create some extra bullets. In the same block, let's go and add a condition to check if power up is equal to 1. If it is, then we are gonna create a new instance. So this will be an instance of obj bullets. We'll make it at the ship's location. It'll be in the instances layer. And after making the instance, we're gonna store its reference in a new local variable that's simply called bullet. So through this reference that we are storing in a variable, we want to modify the direction of the new bullet that we have created. So just after this, I'm gonna shift its direction by 10 degrees, so it goes off in a slightly different direction. And then we just want another bullet going in the other direction. So let's make a new instance for that, and we're gonna store its reference in the same variable. And then in the same manner, we're gonna shift its direction, but by minus 10 degrees. So run the game, collect the power up, and you'll have the spread shot ability. With that, our first power up is done, but it's not spawning automatically. We had to place it in the room ourselves. So we're gonna make it so a power up spawns once every 20 seconds, but it only spawns when you destroy a rock. So for counting down those seconds, let's go into obj game, and here open the create event. We're gonna make a new variable called powerup_time, which is gonna count how many seconds are remaining for a power up to spawn. We're gonna set this variable to 10, so the first power up spawns 10 seconds after the game begins. To count it down every frame, let's go and add the step event. Here we're gonna modify the same variable that we just made, and we're gonna reduce it by the delta time value divided by 1 million. So delta time is the amount of time that has passed between the previous frame of the game and the current frame, but it's in microseconds, so we need to convert that into seconds by dividing it by 1 million. So by doing it this way, this variable is gonna go down by 1 every 1 second. So in 10 seconds, it'll become 0 and then it'll go negative. So once this variable is negative, that's our signal for spawning a power up. For that, let's go into obj rock because we want to spawn a power up when a rock is destroyed. And that happens in the collision event with obj bullets because of course bullets destroy rocks. So at the top of this event, let's add this. We're gonna check if the power up time variable, which is from obj game, is less than 0. If it is, we want to spawn a power up. So first of all, we're gonna run the choose function so that it chooses a random power up from the multiple power up objects that you can have. Of course, at the moment, we only have one power up, so that's all we're gonna mention here. And the power up object that is selected is gonna be stored in the obj variable. So we then use that variable to create a new instance from it. We make this instance at the rock's position in the instances layer. So this will spawn the power up. And after that, we should reset the power up timer so that the next power up can spawn 20 seconds after this. So we're gonna set the objgame.powerupTime variable to 20. Now before you test this, go into the game room and make sure you delete the power up that you manually placed there. And then run the game, keep shooting at rocks, and in 10 seconds, you will get your new power up. Now as a quick bonus, before we add the second power up, let's make it so you can see how many seconds are remaining before your current power up is deactivated. We want to draw those number of seconds just above the player ship. So for that, let's go into the obj player object and add the draw event. Now the first thing you should do in a draw event is use the draw self function so that the instance itself is drawn. In this case, we do want the player ship to be drawn, so we're gonna use that. Then let's check if the alarm 0 event is active by checking if the alarm value is greater than 0. So we are checking the alarm because the alarm is what disables the power up. So we are just gonna check whether that alarm is active, and then we are just gonna draw that alarm's value to the screen so we can see how much time is remaining. Before we draw the value, let's add this to change the horizontal alignment of the text that we are about to draw to center so that it's centered above the player ship. And then let's use this function to draw the alarm value to the screen. So the value that we are drawing is the alarm value divided by 60 and then rounded. We are doing this because the alarm value by default will be in frames because it'll tell us how many frames are remaining for that alarm event to be triggered. But what we want to show to the player is seconds. So we are dividing the alarm value by 60 to convert it from frames into seconds. And then we are rounding it because we don't want to display a decimal value. We want to show a simple whole number. We are drawing this text just at the ship's location, but 60 pixels above it. Then at the end, make sure you reset the horizontal alignment back to left. Run the game, collect a power-up, and you're gonna see the number of seconds that are remaining before that power-up runs out. The font that you see on the text for those seconds will depend on what font you've already used in the game. So in my project, I used this font in the main menu that we made in another tutorial. And that's why this is the font I see. You may see something different. Let's add the second power-up now, which is a ghost power-up that makes you invincible. We already have a sprite for this, so we need to make an object. For the object, I'm just gonna go to the spread power-up object that we made in this video, and let's right-click on that and duplicate it. Let's change its name to obj power-up ghost, and also change its sprite to the ghost power-up sprite. That's all we need for that object, so let's see how the player will interact with this. Let's go into obj player. Here we already have a collision event with the spread power-up, so let's duplicate that as well and make it a collision event with the ghost power-up. So this is the event where the player comes in contact with a ghost power-up. So when it does that, we want the power-up variable to be set to 2 instead of 1. And then for the visual effects, we're not gonna change its color to yellow, let's keep it white. But instead, let's make it a bit transparent by using a low alpha value. So if you collect this power-up, it will be activated, the ship will become a bit transparent. So let's code what happens while this power-up is active. Because this makes you invincible, all it needs to do is disable the interaction between a player and a rock. So in the player, we have a collision event with obj rock. So in this event, at the very top, let's add a condition to check if power-up 2 is active, which is our ghost power-up. And in that case, let's exit out of the event. This means that if power-up 2 is active, then the rest of this event, which destroys the player, is not going to run, meaning nothing is gonna happen to the player. Now we also want this power-up to be spawned, and because that happens in obj rock, let's go into that object, and let's open the collision event with obj bullet. Here in the choose function, we can just add it as a second option, and so it'll be spawned. But for now, just to test it, I'm gonna replace the spread power-up with the ghost power-up, so only that power-up spawns for now. And let's go into the game and test it. In 10 seconds, I get the ghost power-up from a rock, and when I collect it, I become a bit transparent, and I can go through rocks. So with the power-up tested and working, you can go back into the rock object, and you can then add the spread power-up as the second option in your choose function. And with that, our power-up system is working, but not necessarily finished, because you can now go and add your own power-ups. So hopefully that helped you understand what GameMaker is and how it works. I really hope you have fun during the jam, because that's what jams are for. If you want to know more about GameMaker, you can go to our YouTube channel and look at our tutorials there. So thank you and bye-bye.
You've made the multiplayer game of your dreams, and you're ready to put it online for the world to enjoy. With Hathora, hosting your game servers couldn't be simpler. All you need is to create a Docker file, then Hathora will build your container and replicate it to our registries across the globe. Once you select a group of players to start a match, Hathora starts a server in the optimal region and routes players through our Premium Edge network, ensuring the lowest latency possible. Hathora automatically spins down idle servers, ensuring you only pay for active use. As your game rises in popularity, Hathora scales rapidly to ensure players are never left waiting. While hosting matches across the globe, the Hathora network fends off DDoS attacks so that they never reach your servers. Hathora handles your infrastructure so you can focus on building the best game. Get started today at hathora.dev.
Here are 6 reasons to use GDevelop, the no-code open source game engine that can help you create any 2D game you can imagine, and even some in 3D. The first reason is the no-code system. All of the logic made for your game in GDevelop uses this easy-to-read wording and if-then format, where if the condition is true, then the action will happen, which is just far easier to read and more compact than pages of code. The second reason is because GDevelop is open source. The entire engine can be found, looked through, and downloaded on GitHub. And because it's open source, the base engine is free to use and always will be. There are some online services that you can pay for that will improve the game making experience, but it's not required to jump in and start making your game. The third reason is the built-in behaviors and extensions. Behaviors are prepackaged game logic that you can slot into your game to make mechanics that would otherwise take a long time to make yourself. And the engine comes with a bunch of these pre-installed, like top-down movement, light behaviors, and the physics engine. But you can find over 100 extensions that you can install that were created by other game developers in the community. These range from firing a bullet all the way to allowing gamepad controls. The fourth reason is the built-in asset store and tools. The engine has an asset store full of both free and paid assets, with pre-built objects that you can just directly import into your game, as well as built-in tools like Piskel for image editing and JFXR for creating sound effects. The fifth reason is because you can use the engine anywhere. There are desktop versions for Windows, Mac OS, and Linux, but you can also use the engine through a browser window or even on your mobile phone while you're on the go. And the final reason is the one-click export. So finally, when you're finished building your game, GDevelop handles all of the packaging for you. When you select the type of export you want to do, you can publish the game with a single click. Games exported with GDevelop are then entirely yours. You can publish and sell your game on Steam, or Epic Game Store, or any other storefront you'd like. You can also put ads or in-app purchases in your game and distribute your game on mobile devices. After you finish building your game, it's entirely up to you what you do with it. But do please share it with us on social media. We love to see and share whatever people are making with GDevelop.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms and global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sanal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sanal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row! But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. What's that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
While prepping for an upcoming game jam, at some point every jammer faces the same question. What am I going to use to make my game? Well, look no further. I've got something just for you. .BigBang is a fully featured, web-based game-making platform that you should totally use for your next game jam. So here we go. Let's just jump right into it. Here are 10 surprising reasons that you should use .BigBang for your next game jam. You don't need to download anything. .BigBang runs in your browser and works on any device. Laptop, smartphone, tablet, console, or even your smart fridge. All you need to do is make an account and you're ready to start making games. You don't need to worry about downloading or updating an app, how long your builds will take, or where you're going to host your game. We've got everything taken care of for you. As long as you have an internet connection, you can start sharing your games right away. .BigBang runs best in Chrome or Chromium-based browsers like Edge, Brave, and others. And if you'd rather not work in a browser, you're also welcome to install the desktop app. You can share your game instantly with a link and play with your friends. In order to share your game with your friends, all you need to do is click the share button, copy the link, and send it to them. Or just send the link that's in your browser. Once they click the link, they're already playing your game. And when you use the share button, you get a multiplayer link. So you can actually instantly play your game live with your friends. This mechanic is great for playtesting your game while your game's in progress during the jam, and really great for sharing your game with your family and friends once the jam's over. Your game will work on any device, console, mobile, desktop, you name it. Like I mentioned before, no need to worry about where to host your game or how people are going to play it. We've got that covered. If you're planning on working with a team, .BigBang makes that super easy for you. Just by sharing a multiplayer link with your teammates, you and your teammates can instantly start building out your game together. .BigBang supports live multiplayer editing with just the click of a button, and you can all playtest the game together while you're building it. Here's a big one. Networking is built in. So if you've ever wanted to make a multiplayer game, .BigBang is the place for you. Every game on .BigBang is multiplayer by default. All you have to do is share the multiplayer link. Our networking system is super straightforward. Entities in your game can be marked as networked by just adding a tag. And there are a ton of multiplayer games and scripts on the platform already that can show you the ropes of writing networking code. Also, we have great articles and documentation introducing you to the various concepts you'll need to know when you want to take your multiplayer aspect to the next level. Did you know you can have all the power of VS Code in your browser? Well, with .BigBang, you can. .BigBang has a built-in VS Code editor with TypeScript, complete with debugging capabilities and autocomplete. You can use the editor to edit code while the game is running and see updates happen in real time. We have plenty of documentation and videos that cover scripting in .BigBang as well. you'll have access to thousands of scripts for your use. Big Bang creators have created tons of scripts that you can use in your own games. Just select an entity, select Browse Items, and you can search for scripts that other users have made. For example, if I want to make this door open, and I don't know how, I can search through scripts until I find a door script that works for my purpose. You can also remix other users' scripts to repurpose them for your own use. Remixing and repurposing scripts can really speed up your game-making process during a game jam, where time is everything. And whenever you write a script of your own, you can easily share it with other creators to use the script in their games. Big Bang allows creators to remix games, meaning that creators can actually get their own copy of another game and edit it. If you find a game you like and you're wondering how it was made, as long as it's set as remixable, you can actually take a look into how they made that game and how everything works. You can even make edits of your own, or entirely make your own version of the game if you'd like. Big Bang has made some starter templates that you can use as well, like a first-person shooter template and an obstacle course template. There's also a template for people who are new to scripting and want to learn more about it, or new to building out an environment and want to learn how to do that. So definitely check those out. You can find the links in the description. You're probably wondering where all these lovely art assets are coming from. Well, Big Bang has a robust, built-in voxel object editor, complete with animation capabilities. You can make your own assets, and then jump into your game and drag them right into your level. There is a huge library of voxel art for use in your game. So if you're thinking to yourself, well, what if I can't make art? You're in luck. Just like with scripts, Big Bang has thousands of voxel objects made by other creators that you can use in your game. If you're working with a team, your teammates can make art that you can instantly drag into your game. And if you're an artist, you can make your own art usable by other creators. You can talk to the devs directly for help. If at any point you're stuck or need some guidance, you can reach out to the Big Bang devs on Discord. The link's in the description. The devs have been making games with Big Bang for years and are happy to help out creators as much as we can. We've also got documentation, videos, and live streams that show you all sorts of ways you can use Big Bang. Whether you're an artist or a programmer, if it's your first game jam, or if you're a veteran, or if you're anywhere in between, Big Bang has a place for you. So that was 10 reasons to use Big Bang at your next game jam. If you want to give it a try, go to .bigbang.com to get started and join our Discord to meet other creators and have your questions answered by the same developers who built the platform. The links are in the description. Thanks for watching and happy jamming!
Hi there. My name is Wesley, or Helper Wesley online. I'm the one who makes the tutorial videos.
I know that, of course, if you're here, it's because you want to make a game. But not just any game. You want to make a game in 48 hours. And I think that this is crazy, especially as a game developer. I think, it's incredible that we're able to make a game in such a short amount of time.
It's really cool to see so many people get involved and make good stuff. People get prizes, people learn, you form groups, you make friends. So yeah, it's just a really great time.
I honestly think the kind of ideas that people are going to come up in this game jam are going to be phenomenal because there's no need to think outside the box because the box is so big to the extent that there are so many things that you can do with it. So I'm just genuinely excited to see this.
This year is special because I think most sites have been offline and meeting face-to-face for the first time for 2 years. This is different and we've missed this.
The whole thing here is you're here to learn and have fun and make friends, so make sure that's your priority. The game is the consequence of that.
I just have one last thing to ask you. Please, whatever you do, let's go make something awesome. Thank you so much.
Hola everyone, how are you? Over here is Sandy Capi from the organization Tan Grande y Jugando, a game dev community that is, like a community in Colombia that we want to improve what? It seems that I am having some problems. Oh no, I am. Okay, so it seems that everything is working for this side. Sorry for the imagination that we have over here in production. But, here is myself wanting to introduce you a little bit more about Colombia and the game dev industry. So I'll be over here. I know that you may have some questions about Tan Grande Jugando and other game dev industry. So please over here with all your questions and game development of Colombia, of course. So for this side, I want to tell you that, here in Colombia, we are having so much fun in terms of the Global Game Jam. We have the Global Game Jam since 2009. So the next year, the Global Game Jam held in the first time or the first time ever in the world. So Colombia is one of those countries that started from almost the beginning supporting this kind of initiative, and because of like in the years we've seen that this has been growing a lot, like all the enthusiasts that has all the community around the game dev industry, and of course our love, like the way that we celebrate the new year is super happy for us. It's like something that it is changing for everyone. So in this side of the conversation, I must tell you that when that started in 2009, the game dev industry was just a little baby that it wasn't even giving the first baby steps. So we had some games, we had some initiatives that work inside the game dev industry, but nothing like how the industry is today. And for us, we have to look back and to see how we grow this into what is now. So let me introduce you a little bit of the game dev industry and a little bit of how we live the game dev industry in Colombia. Like for everything that we have, it's something that it is a really good gain in terms of what we can be doing here, of course. So I would say that if you want to know more about the game dev industry, you can ping me. You can tell, hey, Sandy, what happened in Colombia? We want to know more about Latin America. I make a lot of content in terms of the the game dev industry in my country, of course, in Espanol. But I do love how public policy works in Latin America. So, but here I see some of the people that know me over here. I am Sandy Capi de Nutria. Nutria is otter in Espanol, by the way. So, okay. So over here, just to be thinking about the preparing time of the week. Um, we started in 2009, as I've been telling you a lot, but more like we've been trying to create a space where everyone can grow inside. So, of course, at the beginning of the Global Game Jam, in Tan Grande Jugando didn't exist in that moment. We exist until 2017. So, of course, those editions, we weren't part of those. But when we became part of the game dev industry, definitely the Global Game Jam was this kind of seed that had grown a lot, and we could see that. So that's super nice to see the different actors and the different cities that have. I would say, like, our record is to have in 6 locations at the same time. Sadly, this year we have only 5, and we haven't grown that much, but those locations have grown a lot. So at the beginning it was like only 15 people in the site, only 25 people in the site, and we're now talking about 100 people, 300 people. So the location that has the most visitors for the Global Game Jam is Medellin. It is a gorgeous city. You have to visit it if you can. That's something different, definitely that you'll be needing to work over there. It's also a really tourist city. You'll be able to enjoy that. So if you are still like thinking where I'm going to go for my global game jam location, why not Medellin? Medellin is super nice. I love it. And why not Tan Grande Jugando location? Well, ours is online, so you could be in wherever you want to enjoy a little bit of our country or to enjoy whatever of our locations, of course. But over here, I have a question, and it is, what is my favorite sandwich? My favorite sandwich is, well, I have a lot of sandwiches that are my favorite because I am that kind of person that doesn't know what to pick, Dios mío. And my favorite sandwich is one that I just ate this morning. It is a roast beef sandwich that has some oil with garlic. Oh, Dios mío, that was so delicious, people. Like, I do recommend that. But if you go to Mexico, you have to call, well, the sandwiches there is not sandwich, it is tortas. Uf, tortas de carnitas. Ay, Dios mío. And if you go to ask for a torta ahogada, it's like soaked sandwich. Wow. That's heaven, people. I'm telling you. That's definitely something there. But okay, I'm going to keep on telling you more about the game dev industry and more about what we do in Tan Grande Jugando and how we improve the game dev industry, of course. But tomorrow, well, sorry, on the 22, the Tan Grande Jugando team is also going to present you in Español a little bit more about our game dev industry because we do love the way that we can tell stories in Latin America. And we love the way that Colombians has also jumped into that side of the spot. For that, so after the Global Game Jam started, the first location was in Bogota, but then other cities start to join. So the first one was Bucaramanga. We then have Barranquilla. We have Cúcuta. We have also Pereira jumping there. We have some attempts to have over here Cali too as a city that's part of this. Medellin also being from the beginning, almost it's like Bogota, Medellin, Bucaramanga, jumping in the really close to being part of the locations over here. So it started with that kind of content that we could create inside. Some games that have been created in jams have jumped to create, well, you know, the mechanics have jumped to create the base of commercial games that are famous even now. So I don't know if you have heard Chris Tales. It's a Colombian video game that was created in the city of Bucaramanga, and it was in a game jam. It's not specifically the global game jam, but it was like an internal jam that they had to have this as like a spot inside the idea of our mechanic is going to work, is not going to work, and well, from the beginning they start to make that happen and to make that work. So that's definitely something pretty cool and pretty awesome. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about my first experience in a game jam. So it was a game jam from a university. I didn't know anything about the global game jam yet for that moment. It was like in May. It was La Universidad de los Andes, which is a really big university here in my city and in the country, and they have an internal jam that was inviting, it was open to other students that weren't from that university, so that was really cool. And they were also giving some like some spaces for the developers to don't they don't needed to bring their own computer, they could have a computer inside, so that was really good for these developers, these young developers that want to create their portfolio, right? So I went there as a mass media, like I wanted to know how this worked and how I could make it work, definitely. So I just wanted to see, like in a journalist perspective, of how this could uh, like improve in a some way. But I didn't know even what it was, so I have to learn what it was. So for me, it was really energizing, a marathon, creating something that was nice. So for that part, I was thinking like how we can like explore these ideas. I happen to like be with the jammers all the 24 hours. That jam was 24 hours, and we cover it. It is one of our first coverages of events, and it, of course, it was our first game jam. We did enjoy that kind of like a space there. It was really nice. I really enjoyed that. And in the other side, uh, well, having like finishing that jam, it kind of give me a lot of ideas of how it was made, but not just going once as a viewer, like I was, oh yeah, I'm going to make an event like that. That wouldn't work for anything. Like I needed to be more in the understanding of what was happening there, right? So in that moment, I started to look for other game jams and to cover those game jams too. And then I started to co-organize game jams. And then I jump into the global game jam as viewing the global game jam. Like, how was this organization doing the stuff, and also like jumping to organize also a game jam in the global game jam. So that was a really good opportunity for us. Over here, I have a question. It says, how has female participation in the industry in Colombia grown in recent years? That's a really good question, because in 2019, it was the first time that we had the participation of the Woman Game Jam. It was the first time that even Tan Grande Jugando organized the Woman Game Jam. So the Woman Game Jam is also a marathon of 48 hours. We already knew how jams were done. We already knew in that moment how to cooperate with other organizations. That Woman Game Jam, it was ours as Tan Grande. It was our first game jam that was only organized by us. And in that experience, we tried to investigate more about how many women were inside the game dev industry in our country. And we saw so little numbers. It was like super sad in terms that we had only like 2%, 2 to 5% in game dev studios. That was sad. So when we receive that kind of like opportunity to have that, we try to understand how to improve the participation of women inside not only jams but also like in massive events and in the game dev industry. Because every time that I went to an event, it was probably only me, the only female that was part of that event, and nobody noticed, like they don't even thought about that part. So it has made a really big like impact of how we see the game dev industry since 2019. In that moment, we had only 25 jammers for our first location of the Women Game Jam. It was only 25 female, and it was also like understanding, because the studios wanted to support this, like they were like crazy about the idea to promote women inside the game dev industry, because they are really lacking of female talent in their companies and LGBTQ community in general. So they were like really enthusiastic to support this kind of stuff. So we were really close with the companies. We still are, of course. If not, you cannot make the big impact that we have been able to make here, of course. But in that moment, we asked the game dev companies how many women they have there, but also we asked them how many CVs and portfolios from women they receive. And that question help us see the problem inside, like, because if you think about that, like, sorry, if you think about that, like, there are no females inside the game dev industry, you can think like, oh, these companies don't want to hire a female, right? These companies are not interested on hiring these women inside the game dev industry. So what can we do for that? And the thing was that it wasn't like that. It was more like women weren't thinking that they could be part of the game dev industry. So when I was telling you about the CVs and portfolios, if we were looking at a generalistic portfolio, like I want to hire the intern for my company. So from 10 CVs that I receive, from 10, only one is from a woman. But if I wanted something like, I wanted the technical lead for my project. I want a technical artist. I want these kind of roles that are super specific. Well, for that, from 100 CVs that I receive, only one was from women. So that we had the 2 to 5% inside the game dev industry in Colombia. It was also like this scream from the game dev industry, the local game dev industry, to promote the participation of women inside. Last year, before the Women Game Jam, we started investigating how it was our game dev industry and how we saw, like in terms of numbers of how many were hired. The first generation of the Women Game Jam, the 50% of that, they are already hired in the game dev industry and working there. So that's a lot of women that haven't been in some years and now they are part of the game dev industry. That's really nice. And also it's this kind of understanding that game dev companies are also trying to bring this part of bringing more women inside the game dev industry. So that's super, super nice. Now we see numbers, and this is the last comment about that part. But if you have more questions, of course, bring them to the table. We pass from 2 to 5% inside the game dev industry to see studios with the 10%, to pass to the 15 or 25, even the 30% inside the studio. That we never imagined that. That was something that's to celebrate that. And the thing is that we have to empower more women to make them also believe in themselves, and so they know that they can be part of it. And sometimes we are super scared of being part of these spaces. The Women Game Jam is a jam that it is one of the biggest jams that we organize, but we don't measure the Women Game Jam for the numbers of the Women Game Jam, like if I want to measure how I impact my game dev industry, I measure it with the Global Game Jam, because the Global Game Jam is a mixed event, bigger of the world, and my problem as an organizer of events is that in other events, I didn't had also the participation of women inside my events. So I measure the capability of the Women Game Jam 6 months later in the Global Game Jam. And last year we saw like 30% of our jam was female related, was female and LGBT community. I know it was not the 30, it was the 40%. So we are growing a lot there, and it seems that there is a lot of space for us to keep growing. I hope that soon we're going to be able to have this location not only like a hybrid, like people online and people on location, but we know that it is kind of difficult because at this moment universities are still closed because of the calendar that we have, so they're still on vacation. but it doesn't matter. We are doing this still online, and we are helping our game dev community on our awesome Discord, where we're going to be posting in Espanol, of course. How has the industry changed in Colombia and Latin America in general? Well, since the invention of internet, Latin America had a lot of good power in terms of how the creativity and how the access of knowledge have been growing inside the game dev industry, of course. But we still have big barriers. The first one is language. I know that I can speak English. Sometimes my brain just breaks and I am like, I I want to say something, but I don't remember in English or in Espanol. So I freak out a little bit there. But the biggest barrier here is definitely language, because the access to content is in English usually. But because of Tan Grande, we are trying to make that accessible in Espanol to our game dev community, so they can also start jumping there. But definitely, we still do need English to make businesses, to close these kind of ideas, to access to other content inside. So that is super important. We've been also creating other kind of content in Espanol, so that's pretty awesome for us. In Latin America, we have also seen the growing of females inside the game dev industry, but the difficulty is that the only organization of the Women Game Jam that it is not only female related, that we create events all the year, and is the Tan Grande Jugando organization. So for us, it's super easy to measure that part. It is not only in numbers, it is also like numbers of the Women Game Jam, is also seeing the numbers of the other sides. Latin America has grown a lot in terms of commercial part, because the talent is super close to the US. We have a really good time schedule that is attractive for Europe and also for the United States. So the investors that are coming here are, it's something serious that is happening inside, and you can have a really cheap game in terms of technology and like crafting made in Latin America with a really high quality. So that's also something that we've been growing there. Thanks to the pandemic, well, we grow a lot in Colombia. That's something that happened not only to Colombia, but also to different kind of countries. We are close to the US, but not close enough. So that's really good for us, because what happened in Mexico, for example, is that they have something that we call in Espanol fuga de cerebros, which is that the brains flew away. That I don't know if that has sense in English, but in Espanol it does. And it means that that talent move to the country that is close to them, right? So it's a lot of migration from for Mexico to the United States and also to Canada, right? Because it's super close, and the game dev industry there is growing a lot. But Colombia is not so close to that side, so the migration part is not as usual. We do migrate, of course, because we still have a lot of talent, and the other countries ones are amazing talent, but that had helped us also to grow a more strong industry in our countries. That's something that has been happening. The biggest company here is still less than 100 people, but we're still like, well, that it is in my knowledge. Maybe there is a mystery company that has 800 people and I don't know anything. That could happen. We have also universities that are specialized in making that part. Well, we don't have the special part of game dev industry, like that kind of PhD or other kind of studios, or like bachelor's degree. No, but more like careers that are close to that kind of stuff, or immersive stuff they're teaching. So that's have been working really well for our content and our community. What is the greatest cultural impact that games have contributed to the growth of the gaming industry in Colombia? So the thing is that in our countries, in Latin America in general, also, we have this kind of problem inside. And it is that we still think that video games are not something that you can get used to, like like, or is it good? Tan grande y jugando, our initiative, it's really an insult, because it's the way that you call someone that it is too old to keep on playing. For us, it's like, yes, that's me. I am the one that's a grown up that's still playing because I know my own rights and I know the benefits of playing. But people doesn't know that part. So we are more like voting for telenovelas, soaps, than to understanding how, like, having more a time playing with your family is going to bond you better. No, we don't know that part yet. So we're still growing inside there, but we have been creating different kind of cultural games inside since 2000. I believe it's 2016. We have an event. No, it's not an event. It's a grant. It's a governmental grant that promotes educational and cultural games made from Colombia. That grant is currently changing a little bit in terms that it is like having a more special place, in terms that they understand that not like what does it means to be a cultural game, what does mean to have this kind of content, to understand like how as a country have our own identity, like we don't need the game to have a sombrero volteado, which is like a special hat, to be Colombian, how you put this as a Colombian narrative, and that doesn't talk about narcos or that kind of usual content that it is only talk about our country. So we had really good examples. Also, I'm bringing back Chris Tales, which is a game made in Bucaramanga. But we have also great examples in other appropriations, and it's not appropriation, other content that was created here in Colombia that it is also promoting the Colombian talent. I do love the way that Canadians participate in all the movies. Have you noticed that? Like Canadian government, like the logo in everywhere. Well, that's what I want to put in the Colombian productions. Like in, not in only Colombia production, like everywhere, like made in Colombia. This is supported by the Colombian government to support the Colombian talent. Like something like that I imagine in my future, in my close future. So in that kind of content, we've been trying to look out for our like identity as what make me Colombian, what make me Bogotana. Bogota is my city. What makes me part of this, and that's a journey that I think all the Latinos have everywhere. And well, we've been trying to look for that. Over here, I have other question. It is, you work with the UN. Can you tell us about that? Of course. So first, telling you also like about the Latin American identity and bringing this question that we have here. Um, we make a jam about the social movements that was happening in Colombia. So in 2019, we have like protests against the government, against some policies that were happening. Then in 2020, all the pandemic passes, and in 2021, we're back again making this kind of protest. And the use of the force by the police and the military was like crazy. Like, imagine a helicopter in the middle of a city targeting citizens. Like, what? That is not that. What is that part? So that kind of content, like we as developers, we as narrators, because well, I always talk that the the communities are or the game dev is it's a narrating all the way, like because of that power, because nothing else in the world, it's so immersive that a game that's why you have to be like not careful but more like responsible for the content that you are creating and that you are giving to the people. That's what I believe there. So we create this jam about the protest, like in a way for us to also protest from our homes and to support these people that was like also in danger that. And well, when we create this kind of content, like also giving people the voices that they needed to, we are also doing that with United Nations. So United Nations, it was a project for United Nations women from Mexico. So we work alongside two organizations that we love there. One is Women in GameX, which is like our partner in Mexico. That with them we have the Women Game Jam, and also the the other part that was the Big Monster, that is a game dev studio also in Mexico, and they work creating this kind of content and advertising games for other brands and well, like usual entrepreneur in Latin America make there. So we were invited by them to co-create this game jam for United Nations, and we already had experience with working with, digamos, like these kind of jams that are not usual topics, but also jams that can give you another perspective or content or narratives, or like that. I do believe that a jam can change the world. I definitely believe that. So when that happened, we were like having with them a conversation of how we should put the content here, like in terms of how do you want to give them also information. And that's why Tan Grande make pre-jam activities that aren't only like thinking about the content from mentors from gaming, but also from human rights, or also like different kind of views, socialist. No, well, that's a bad translation in my head. We call it sociales here, but maybe someone that speak español can help me in that part. That it is not socialism. It is other part. Okay, like it's not only human rights. It is like policies. Is also talking about like your rights. So it's like humanities. Maybe that could be the word. Yeah, like that kind of content. Like so we co-create this part with them. They really love the idea and they let us create a big part of there. But for me, it wouldn't be able to have it alone. Like all these organizations that are part, like are also supporting the crazy ideas of this little otter that's trying to promote the game dev industry and to understand that this kind of content is transforming all the game dev industry in general. So it's also giving the developers that kind of ideas. So when we work with this organization, it was also an online game jam. We had, I believe, like 15 games or 25 games. I don't remember the numbers, sorry. And those games with these women, it was so nice because the people that were part of the game dev industry, it weren't only like game developers. It was also people that had work in like in NGOs, or or is a teacher in a school that doesn't have anything to do with games. So it was like more involvement of women that weren't part only of the game dev industry, but about like the whole experience of being women and telling the story through games. So that was really nice. A lot of games make me cry. It sounded really gorgeous. Really, they do. Um, so for that other part and other content, let me see if we have other question over here. Is the team reveal tomorrow? I've read that, but it seems weird since Global Game Jam starts in 3 days. The team reveal will be tomorrow, Saturday 20. Very important. 9 a.m. Pacific time, so be there connected. Yep. The team is going to be revealed at 9 a.m. Pacific time. The other question that I always being asked is why is an order part of all what we do over here? So yo me siento cómoda. I sit myself a little bit more comfortable over here. So Tan Grande Jugando was an idea that bring from my head, like just in terms of what could I be doing, right? Like in terms um, of how to promote more gaming in my country. So that's why the name is Tan Grande Jugando. It is grown up playing. It is not little otters jumping there. It is Tan Grande Jugando because I wanted to promote more gaming. Like all the topic of defending your right to be playing and to be enjoying life with the people that you love, definitely. So in that moment, I wanted to have like a psychic that helped me be part of this journey. And I have a puppet. The name of the puppet is Kawa Nutriales. He even had his own Instagram if you want to follow him, and he's telling you his own adventures, so you can know more about him, of course. So this was a Muppet that it was an otter-like Muppet, and I really love it. And at the beginning of Tan Grande Jugando, all the interviews and all the content that we create, I was never in camera. I am super shy. Like if you see me here, I am like with a lot of effort, doing the best to be part of this show and well, like helping you with the questions that you have about the game dev industry. But usually I'm not this kind of generating content. I am really shy, and I was really shy in that moment, like hiper mega requete contra shy. So at that moment, I wanted to have him being part of that, and it was like he was the one making the questions of it. So everyone noticed like this fluffy animal talking about the game dev industry. Of course, in camera, it never talks. You don't hear the voice of Kawa Trialis. Uh, well, you hear it sometimes, like "Ohayou gozaimashita." This super kawaii, like all. I don't remember even the tone that I used to give about the Kawa Trialis, but it was this kind of kawaii tone, and that was like super lindo, that was promoting the game dev industry there. And for a long, long time, people thought that Tan Grande Jugando was like a 5 people team, because of the quality of the videos that we did and because of like everything we do there. So they were like really surprised when I was the only one that was arriving there. So years pass, and I try to jump more in front of the camera and try to be more like involved in what I was going to do in Tan Grande Jugando, like showing my face, like also to make people understand that Tan Grande Jugando it was me and my other me, which is Kawa, right? So that was like the beginning of Tan Grande Jugando there. Mm, Also because it's so gorgeous. Otters are super intelligent, but also are super evil. I don't know if you have seen otter documentaries. Otters are evil. And we always talk about this kind of part of making evil plans, in terms that Tan Grande Jugando makes evil plans because a lot of people doesn't believe in the game dev industry, much less in gaming. Like we are kind of a pariahs in in the industry, or not in the industry, in the world, because games are always like putting backside, like no, you're only playing, you're not making something productive. And if you do that, like if you work making games, well, that's also something that it is not like thinking so much in your future, like like moms are like, why are you killing your life working there, like not knowing the power of the game dev industry, of course, as we do, definitely. So we have been using this kind of author to be part of our brand, and I try to make people also feel part of something. So it was easy to call them orders, and of course, like giving them also a part of us, like you are part of this team of orders, and we are in this evil plan to promote the game dev industry in the world against these other voices that doesn't want to talk about video games, much less about the game dev industry, right? So that's the reason that we have an order being part of the game dev industry now in Tan Grande Jugando. And that's also like the reason why we have this kind of content created by a plushy animal that's been rolling and rocking the game dev industry here in Colombia and America Latina. It is really nice to see people that is fan of Kawa Nutriales, and also like people that know Kawa Nutriales and wanna a small picture or a picture with Tan Grande Jugando's plushy animal. What evil plans are next for Tan Grande Jugando beyond Colombia and Latin America? Well, I usually try to not talk about my evil plans because because I don't know. I don't, but well, I'm going to tell you my evil plans. So I'm trying to create something that is really big in Colombia for that's going to impact Latin America in general. And this is an idea that's been growing for a while ago. It is not for this year. I know that this year had only had passed like 19 days, but it is more like something that's going to keep on growing inside there, right? We want to connect Latin America with other kind of regions that are kind of close to us, and we don't really know much about them. So for example, Africa, this kind of big continent, it is pretty close to Latin America development, and we are pretty close geographically too. But the routes from sea, there are routes that we don't use anymore, and those are routes that we can establish again. I would like more involvement of these kind of cultural ministries from Latin America that understand that because video games are the holy grail of communication, you can always promote your country through video games by the talent that you have in your country, but also by the culture that you can have inside that game to show off to other parts of the world. That is really part that we want to create that part. The other one is that we want to like be able to make more businesses for our country and our region. In terms of for us in Colombia and Latin America, it's really hard to find investing for our own local ideas. Like for us, it's easier to find a job, like to find a game dev studio in Europe that wants to create their game, and they can have like a cheap hand that's going to do it in Colombia, for example. But more like in terms of our own ideas to be promoted more, and our own ideas to be more visible for other parts. I'm going to be also joining this year GDC. By the way, I'm going to be a speaker over there, so I hope to see you there. I'm going to be in a panel of communities, local communities in different parts of the world. So that's super nice for us to be connecting and to make more evil plans that side. So nice, 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 nice. And well, I'm going to also try to go to Gamescom Latam. Gamescom Latam is happening for the first time in Latin America. Gamescom has already his chapter in Asia, but this is the first time that's happening in Latin America. So for us, it's really nice that kind of, like idea to happen here. It's going to happen in Sao Paulo, Brazil. So my Portuguese is really rough. I'll try to do my best, but I know that in English I'm going to be okay over there. Being in the conference and being in the BizDev part, of course. I'll try to be not in terms of involved of the organization of the event. I cannot do everything, but I'm going to be also involved with the Game Jam Plus, which is idea that happened in Brazil, and now it's growing a lot in all Latin America. And we, as Colombia, we have this kind of team that's going to happen over there. And well, like all the evil plans that we can have to promote the game dev industry in different parts of the world is something that we want to happen in all our country. I don't know if you have any other questions. I am going to be over here if you have any other question. But well, in the meantime, let me tell you that the team the theme is going to happen 9 a.m. Pacific time. Super important. So the team reveal show will begin at 9 a.m. Pacific time on the Saturday 20. The reason I believe that is going to happen in that moment, I am not part of the organization, but it is a moment where we can all have that kind of space and content to be doing that kind of stuff. Okay. And well, like we can always have a moment to enjoy that kind of part. Uh, and well, we have the last question over here, and it is about like, have you ever made a game in a game jam? The answer is yes. And the truth is, at the first time that I start to organize jams, I wasn't able to make a full game in that kind of content because it all failed because I have to do my master's dissertation in that moment. And that was like a kind of a bummer there. But in the 2001 game jam, the global game jam of 2001, I was an organizer, and because I was more like used to the woman game jam kind of vibe. So because the woman game jam, it is like 96, no, what is like, yeah, 90% of the jammers of the woman game jam is their first time in a woman game jam. So we try to be with them during all the jam. But in 2021, it was the first time that I was organizing a global game jam, because the global game jam, the nature of the global game jam is like only 60% of people, it was their first time in a game jam. So because you have these 40% of people that already have been there, they kind of adopt these newbies, or they kind of guide them more. So I didn't have the same kind of problems, or the same kind of content that I had to do all that way there. And well, that kind of content was pretty awesome for outside, in terms that I didn't need to be worried as much as I usually do. So it was really nice for me. It was kind of a also shock moment for me, like, oh my god, what I do now? Like, it is Saturday morning and I have free time. What can I do with my life? So in that moment, I gave myself a present, and I try to be do this, like jump into a jam and create my game. I had the awesome opportunity to be with a member from Mexico. No, two members from Mexico, other one from Colombia. She was in Spain in that moment. She's still there, by the way. But I could do narrative and I could do production in that time. And we create a game in 24 hours. And I feel like that game was, for me, especially, it was like a life saving experience because I was really stressed out in that year. Well, it, like Global Game Jam is the first month of the year. And 2020 was really bad in my case, particularly because I lost my dad and my sister, sadly, not for COVID, but I lost them in that year. So, like, like all the emotions that I was feeling, it was really nice to have the opportunity to create a game and relieve all my stress there. And like all that creative energy, like it is super awesome. So I am really grateful for that experience. And that was the first game that I finished completely. Like the experience and the loop that we wanted to create was made in those 24 hours. And usually it's super difficult for me to join a game jam because I am the organizer, so I always try but I fail. It is super hard. Like, don't organize and be part of a jam. No, 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 don't do that. Like, be part of jams that you don't organize, so you'll be able to have the opportunity to meet other people. In 2019, I was also in one other experience that I remember, that I recall. It's 2019. I created one that was talking about the Colombian traditions, and it was like known as Christmas Carol, something like that. It was so nice. Let me see if I find it. And it was, yeah, I find it. It was a game. I don't know, like it had a lot of bugs, of course, like, but it was a game that it talked about the usual traditions that we have in Colombia. And well, we try to talk a little bit more about our experience in Colombia. And the last question, the last question: what advice will you give to our new jammers, especially those using a second language? Don't be afraid to connect with the persons, to tell them I don't understand, to like tell them I want to learn this but I am so lost, like, can you please help me in this kind of content? Like, ask for help. Don't be afraid of messing it up. Like, try it. Like, enjoy trying that kind of stuff, of course. And that will help you the opportunity to know more about yourself too. You are capable of a lot of stuff that you cannot imagine. Like, you are someone that has a lot of potential, and you shouldn't like think less of you. That's something that I want to give you. In whatever language that you have, I promise you there is content that it is talking about games and video game development. And if it's not in your language, you can always ask, as the first question I have. The third one is, I would say that please take care of you. Like, definitely take care of you. Like, you need to always think about your self-care. Do you need water? Do you need to rest? Like, all the accidents happen when you don't rest. You have to feed very well because you have all this energy that it is not going to be sustainable if you don't rest. I would say, like, no, or like have the opportunity to work with a team, to work with people that is creating stuff. The best way for you to be part of the game dev industry is that you have the capability of work in a team. That's so important, that you have that kind of talent inside. And that means that you need to communicate assertively. Also raise your hand when something isn't happening, right? Like, and not only say like, oh yeah, I raised my hand and that's all. No, like, not, it's not only pointing the baby is ugly, it is pointing the baby is ugly and I think that we can have this, like, that we can make a change inside this idea that we have. because that's an idea that you will have with all your teammates, not only you. So have the opportunity for you to be speaking with all of these people and be part of that great opportunity. If you are in a local jam, on-site location, walk it, like try to connect with all the people that you can. Of course, don't forget your game, don't forget that you're creating, but give you the present of knowing more people. You need to jump there and to see how they work, and like in the future this could be your teammates. In the future you could be hiring them, or they could be hiring you, or they could be like opening a door that you never thought you could open. So that's really why you do what you should do, networking. That is so useful. And if you are online, of course, the same, have a moment to meet the people that it is with you. That is so important, like having that kind of content and having that moment for you to be part of everything. That is very special. I would say also like communication is always like I of course I forgot to tell you, I'm a communicator. I'm a master in politics, in political communication. For me, communication is something that it is alive. It is not only sending a message and you receive it and that's okay. No, it's also the way that you give the message, but it's also the way that you want to understand the message. Because if you understand something like I don't know, like I cannot, the message said, I cannot meet you. Like I won't be in the date that you propose. For example, I cannot meet you, it says. And you can say, oh yeah, this person doesn't want to be with me because I, no. That's more drama that you're inventing, or of that situation that you have to read, like in terms of helping that communication, and like also helping you to connect with other kind of people over there. Well, okay, people, I'll be moving now, but I am really happy that I was part of this. Please, if you need me, don't hesitate to contact me. You can find me, Sandy Capi. I know I put you over here, Nutriarca, but you cannot find me by Nutriarca. You can find me like this, arroba, well, at Sandy Capi. That's super easy for you to find me everywhere. And you can also find me uh, with the with the social media of Tan Grande Jugando, which is well, the usual handle of Tan Grande Jugando. It's going to be super easy for you to find me in any way. So you'll be like having a really great moment for talking with us. If you want to know more about the game dev industry, if you want to invest in the game dev industry of Colombia, of course, or if you want, of course, to support us. Tan Grande Jugando works, and we try to connect with all the game dev industry in Latin America, and we try to show all the awesome content that we do in, well, that you do in all. So if you have also, like, I am from Guadalajara, I am from Guatemala, I am from Lima, and I want to show off my content, of course reach out to us. We would love to show off your awesome content. Goodbye, people.
Hey there, and welcome to this little journey into the topic of game audio. I'm Andy. I'm indie project manager at a game audio studio, Dynamedian, and I'm also managing our game audio platform, Wheel of Indies, which I'll introduce in a few minutes. Besides that, of course, I'm doing sound design and music composition, mostly for indie games. So I'm really into that topic of game audio in general. And of course, I hope to inspire you to use this magic of sound and of music in this coming game jam. But first, I will start with a quick overview of this talk. I would roughly structure this talk into 3 main topics, let's say. So first and most important one would be, of course, how to improve your general user experience using game sound and game music. And I'll mainly focusing on quick tips, because this is meant to be helpful in a game jam where time is really a tight resource. I also want to introduce our game audio platform, Wheel of Indies, which hopefully will help you to actually achieve that goals, because the goal behind Wheel of Indies is to make our works, our sounds, and our music available to you, so you can use it for free for occasions like that, in a practical surrounding that's like kind of fun to source and to use that stuff. At the very end, I'll also be talking about our diversifier, which is called Storytelling Through Audio. If you're interested in that topic, it would be super nice if you apply for the diversifier. We also have some prizes to give away. But let's start with a quick introduction video of Dynamedian. So the most burning question is probably, how do I get all these sounds I will need for the game? And of course, there's different answers to that question. When you have some object-bound mono sounds, like for example, footsteps or some voice acting for your character or whatever, then I could really recommend you to try out recording them on your own. Could be even smartphone recordings. They are okay with the quality. So why not try that out and give it some unique touch, you know? But still, because time is really a thing in these game jams, you might probably end up using at least some catalog sounds. Catalog sounds are not a dead end. You can use them to design further and develop your creativity with these sounds, like kind of as a starting point for your design. So yeah, where to get them? Of course, I know there is a lot of free stuff on the internet somewhere, spread. But yeah, quality is rather mixed with them. And in my experience, it was rather annoying to work with them because maybe the file from it doesn't loop like MP3s for ambience or whatever. So yeah, having a bit of experience in that problem on my own, we, together with the teams of Dynamedian and the famous Boom library, you might know them, joined forces to create our game audio platform, Wheel of Indies, which kind of is meant to solve this problem. So I'll present that to you quickly. So, warmly welcome on Wheel of Indies. Wheel of Indies is, first of all, a massive catalog. We have more than 250,000 of sound effects and thousands of different game music assets there, all focusing actually on game audio. The background of this platform is actually to support the creative scene by making our artwork available to everybody. So you can actually use Wheel of Indies for free anytime, of course, with some restrictions. For example, for your demos or for your pitches to developers, so you don't have to spend money before you actually earn something. As well as for your completely non-commercial projects, you can actually select a free license, and if you're like really doing free stuff, then you get our stuff for free as well. As soon as you are interested in commercial projects and you actually release them, then of course you have to buy an appropriate commercial license, which is, I think, a fair approach because we also have to pay people here. Of course, your projects that you do during this game jam, they will stay licensed. But yeah, enough talked. Let's dive into the Wheel of Indies catalog quickly. We have 2 tabs here, strictly separating sound and music. And within each tab, we have different additional filters that are also focusing on game audio. You can see here like the user interface sounds and stuff like that to make search easier. There is a possibility that you won't find stuff directly at the beginning because it's always a bit hard to structure sounds because some sound sources can have different meanings, and so if you can't find things, try to think of how they could have been recorded, and maybe you'll find them there. So often these are kind of structured rather in a sound designy way than maybe a developer would look for them. But if you use the free text search and just try different expressions of something similar, then I think you will find everything there. So if you like an asset, just click here to add it to your chest with one click. You can also download assets immediately, but if you download them, they don't have a license, so they are only meant for internal usage, and you still have to acquire this free license to publish these projects later. But as you can see, they are getting added automatically to the chest anyway, so you have them collected there also if you're testing them only, and you can check out the chest later when your project is finished and you want to publish it. You can also add folders here. These folders will remain when you download the thing, so you can kind of structure the material into different scenes. And you can even share your chest to work together with your friends on the same project by just using this share code and entering it on the other side. When you found everything what you need, select, especially for this jam, the free license here on the left side, and simply check out for free. When you finish the checkout progress, you will get a download link by email, and you can simply download everything from there. So let's dive directly into the tips and tricks section regarding game audio for this game jam. The first is probably the most obvious one. When it lacks of the quality of game audio, this is also the main reason why it lacks. Please include the audio in the early concept phases of your projects always, because only then you can really kind of earn from the strength that the audio gives you. This could be, for example, to really express the storytelling of your game. This can be, of course, environmental storytelling elements. For example, you're in a cave at the beginning of your game, and you don't see any surface, you're just in this cave, but still you can hear stuff that's going on above you, for example, weather occurrences like rain or whatever. So this would be a typical only audio storytelling element that really kind of makes the game larger because you don't have any graphic assets or whatever, but the audio kind of gives hints of the surrounding area. And of course also it can help you really to emphasize your dramaturgic curve, like your elements that are more, heavy in the game or more relaxed or whatever, and some focus points where the players really should concentrate on what's happening, and then there is maybe more wandering around and discovering whatever. And that's something you include in the concept phase, right? What's going on when. And when you have the audio and the music already in mind at that point, you can really write down notes or however you want to do it, what you need at certain points. Do you need some cinematic sound effects to put focus on the scenes or whatever? And also, I always try to start very early collecting or designing sounds, because then I already kind of get an idea how it could be. When concept for a very long time and don't start actually working with audio. This paths of what I think it will be and what it actually will be at the end, that they kind of separate at some point. So if you work with that stuff from the beginning, you try also to integrate it pretty quickly and just look, hear how it feels and that stuff. That really helps. And you also feel if you're kind of alienated with what you hear, if it fits like perfectly. Also, there is a lot of interesting things when it comes to guiding. For example, if you have an open world game, depending, of course, if you want to do that, then you can use it to guide the players to your point of interest. So if the player is wandering around somewhere randomly and maybe doesn't find where he or she has to go, you could, like let a bell ring or whatever in the distance. Maybe there is even a church, so it has also some physical meaning. But whatever. I mean, you could just implement sounds to guide players through your maps, which is way more, like smart and also way more immersive than, like working with some graphical elements like an arrow or whatever. And of course, also you can guide the attention of whoever is playing. So, for example, when again you have a three-dimensional world, there is something happening, then maybe the player doesn't see it because the view is somewhere else. So if you combine it with sounds, then you have the attention and the people will look again to that place. I mean, that's something that mostly happens automatically. For example, if there is an UFO landing somewhere, then probably make some sounds and the people will look there. But it's something to keep in mind also when it goes to mixing or something to really emphasize that points where something is happening at the moment. So you kind of guide the attention of whoever is playing and not let the attention like randomly stroll around or something. The next topic would be to use the individual and unique strength, these different audio elements that exist. So for example, if you work with short sounds, they're often called also one-shots, because that's like audio elements that you play and they immediately get triggered, like for example, also door slam or a footstep or whatever. They always work in the here and now. So you hear them and they immediately give a direct impulse and also direct reaction of the player. So he or she hears it and can react to it. And the strength of that is, of course, to have a fast and direct communication of what's going on. For example, if you're drinking a mana potion or something and you hear it, then you know that it worked, that kind of what you did on the keyboard or whatever was successful and the potion worked and healed or whatever. So you can use that for a fast communication. Also, if you use other short sounds to guide a player to certain points or whatever, this would be all of the elements of one shot. So you can really give focus points and give some certain communicate certain things. And whenever you're like kind of play testing your game and you feel like stuck or you don't know what's going on at the moment, probably that's somebody who doesn't know the game, because you know always what's going on, of course, when you're doing it. Then you can think of, okay, how could I use audio to communicate the situation at the moment? Like, for example, you should move somewhere else because there is nothing going on anymore. Then you can use sounds at a far distance as a communication element to draw people there, just as one idea. Then, of course, there is long sounds, which are often looping, so that would be loops then. They, of course, also have different strengths, but one thing would be, of course, to create the overall environmental setting, so everything you're doing in the world design and creating the surrounding and whatever would be then emphasized and enriched by the atmospheric loop sounds. I would also suggest you to not only use one loop, but place different ones at different objects. So if you're moving through the scene, then also automatically the mix of your ambience changes and the whole map gets more three-dimensional and everything. Just as a quick thing. And one thing more here about loops, MP3 doesn't loop seamlessly. So if you're using some sources to download ambiences and you're working with MP3 there because there's nothing else, just convert it to WAV and cut it kind of so that it's looping. There's also tips on the internet how to cut seamless loops, and then they export it as WAV again. Otherwise, you will have some clicks. When you're downloading it on Wheel of Indies, we always only provide WAV files, so that wouldn't be a problem there, just as a quick hint here. And of course, there is music, probably also one of the most complicated and diverse topics here. I also wrote down atmospheres here because they often behave a bit similar. So they, of course, also create the kind of setting you're playing, but sometimes also the environmental setting, but also more like the emotional setting, the cultural setting, for example, the time setting with what instruments are playing, whatever. And one strength is also that it not only creates the setting, but it also can subconsciously change that slowly. Because one thing of music, and also ambiences, but more music is that it always works linear. Like it always goes from point A to point B, and it mostly wants to go somewhere. So it starts somewhere and goes somewhere. And between that, there is a slow change. And when the music really catches you, then it draws you with you, and you kind of get into different emotional moods during that musical journey. And that's really a strength, because then you can use music to pick people from certain emotional points and draw them somewhere else. For example, to prepare some interesting moments in your story or whatever. So you can use this linearity as a kind of very strong storytelling element to go from point A to point B. And of course, it's also super good that music, maybe even in comparison to all the graphical or the video world, more works subconsciously. So when you see something, then you always or often start thinking with your brain how that works or whatever. And music, often when it's like more in the background, you don't even notice that it's there, but it really heavily influences you because you're not really thinking about it, but more you're getting kind of somewhere because of that. And that's really a strength you can use when it comes to storytelling, that you're kind of taking back the music and think of how you can softly influence what's going on. One super interesting topic is Foley or Foley art. Probably you know the term already, but still I'm going to repeat it here quickly. So Foley is the art of reacting sounds from an original scene. So it comes from a movie, obviously. For example, footsteps or clothes that are rustling or whatever. And of course, in games, that is super important because it gives kind of the real touch. The problem or the interesting thing about Foley is we really have something very specific in mind because we hear Foley every day, all the time, and we really also work with it. For example, when you're on the streets, you're kind of listening to your surrounding for security reasons. So we have a very precise feeling of what is right and what is wrong when it comes to weight of the footsteps, if that fits whoever is walking there, to the surface of the footsteps. Is it like something wet? Is it leaves? Is it stone? Whatever. And also maybe one of the most annoying topics when it comes to Foley, of course, the synchronity is like the footstep really in sync to what you are seeing, or if it's like kind of, does it lag some footsteps? For example, when somebody is going to the door, the footsteps don't only stop at a certain point, but you're always drawing 1 foot after you and putting it down before you open the door. That's like kind of one of these synchronity problems when it comes to footsteps. And when you're just hearing footsteps and then they suddenly stop at the door, then that's kind of a bit odd. One whole category or subcategory of sound design that tends to be forgotten quickly. So that's why I want to include that here very quickly. So one is the whole area of cinematic sound design, which includes stuff like whooshes or impacts, things like that. And they often tend to be forgotten because they don't have a visual clue. You have to use them as a dramaturgic element. For example, when you have a new scene or some cut somewhere, or some, the player enters a cave or leaves a room or whatever, and some world opens. Then you can use cinematic effects to emphasize these story points, to put focus on them, and also to generate some wow effect or whatever. But you don't have you don't have a visual element that creates these things. So they're kind of, they don't come from the scene. They are non-diegetic. They come from outside, and that's why people forget them quickly. But I really encourage you to use cinematics to lead through your story and through your dramaturgic storyline of your game. And the other category that super often gets forgotten is all the indirect sounds. So direct sounds, everybody does, because you have some element that generates some sound and you put the sound in that element. It's super easy. But indirect sounds would be all the stuff that doesn't have a direct sound source. That would be all atmospheric sounds. That would be, like, for example, weather or wind, that just really add to the whole environment, but gets quickly forgotten because you don't have these sound emitters there before you. Yeah, I also really encourage you to use them because they can be added very, very quickly. I mean, you can on your own record atmospheres very quickly, or you just download them and you have like an atmosphere that already fills, a minute or whatever of then you can loop it and you have it endlessly. So it's a very simple thing actually to start with. I mean, if you want to go to detail, then atmospheres get really interesting because, for example, take a forest. Forest always sounds differently regarding the time, if it's like night or evening or day, and there's different insects, different birds, whatever. It changes heavily with the weather, if it's raining, if it's wind, if there is nothing going on at all. Then of course what season it is. In winter it sounds completely differently, also because of the absorption of snow maybe, than in the summertime with different animals. And of course the forest could be it could be a forest, a European forest, or it could be forest somewhere in Africa or whatever, with completely different kind of trees and animals and whatever. So forest is a really massive topic when it comes to atmospheric stuff. But it's an easy thing to do the first steps. For example, just when you're sourcing for sound design, just think, okay, what kind of forest do I have here? What time is it? Where could it be? And then type that in when you're searching for it and look what goes into the direction of what you need. And then you really have something that fits your scene perfectly and really emphasizes your whole setting. And it's not much time, and time very well spent, I would say, for your game. One quick thing would be to add some spice to your projects and just take the courage and record a few original sounds on your own. I mean, depending on the sound effects, you could do that with a smartphone when it's some small voice acting, like exhale sounds when you jump or whatever, just super small elements that really give it a personal and a unique touch. It's not much work. You probably have a smartphone to record that stuff, and then it just really gives it a spark. So let's dive into music for a bit. Let's do some focus on 4 topics that, in my eyes, seem to be interesting for game jams. Use music wisely. Don't just use music because there has to be music, but always think of a reason why the music is there and what it could be telling to the people. So there should be a reason for the music to exist. Sounds really often have their reason, because there is something creating sound. So that's why they are there. And music always has this problem. It comes from outside, right? So it's not diegetic, but non-diegetic. So it really needs a reason to be there. And I think a reason is not only there should be some music, but a reason would be to get the mood of somebody into some directions, or to enrich the scene and the story behind the scene with certain instruments that kind of belong to it or whatever. Of course, that is something that is way more easy, to do when you're producing the music on your own, because then you can really focus on these different elements. But you can be lucky with sourcing there as well, and there's a lot of really good game scores out there you can use and try to really emphasize that elements that need to be emphasized in your project. The next thing would be let the music really shape your story, not only play along your story, but heavily influence and shape the different elements. So when there is something happening, really let these happenings be prepared by the music, or if not prepared, then let the music be a surprise as well, or whatever, but play with it in a certain way. So let it be a design element of your whole game. And then it really will unfold its power that the music has. One very interesting topic when it comes to music always is the linearity. So video games tend to be interactive, so you can, walk whenever you want, wherever you want, within certain boundaries, of course. And music has this, let's say, problem that it always goes from point A to point B, right? So there is some synchronity problem that the music goes somewhere and maybe the story kind of develops somewhere else. So this is a super large thing. I won't discuss it here. Different models of kind of making music interactive. But you can still use the mixing of music and the musical elements with the power that music has to prepare emotional cues. Like, for example, when you're sure that the people will encounter a certain moment or a certain element in a certain moment in your game, then you can let the music build up to that. And whenever it happens, then the music cuts and has maybe some, relief moment that happens in that moment. There's also, you can, for example, use musical stingers, that is like super short musical elements, to kind of, when you have to hardly cut music at a certain point, to kind of, shadow this hard cut and make it sound nicely anyway. Then you use maybe some cinematics and just fade the music quickly out. So you can try to do things like that also with catalog music. But still, you can really use this linear power of music to prepare and to go along with your dramaturgic storyline. And the last thing, of course, again, would be the subconsciousness. That is a interesting topic of music, that it always, or when it's used good, it can unfold its power unconscious to really influence the emotions and the overall feeling of whoever is playing. Like, for example, when you have scenes that are meant to be played quickly because maybe you didn't have time to make them look as beautiful as you wished, and the people should just run through them, maybe if something is also burning or whatever, then you can really use the music to give some pressure and that the people are feeling pressured and run through the scene. And on the opposite, of course, when you really put some effort into something and you really want the people to stay there and to want to see it and to enjoy what they are seeing, then you can use the music to unfold there and to give some time, to arrive in that picture. So one last little topic would be the integration of the all audio. So first of all, I'm really not an expert in integration, so I rather tend to focus on, the creative side of integration, not so much the technical, how you get the stuff inside of your game. But maybe two super important things here. One would be please use variations of sounds, especially when it comes to sound that you're hearing a lot, like, for example, here again, footsteps. So, of course, when you have a character that's walking, you need footsteps, probably. And please don't use one footstep that's looping for half an hour of gameplay, but just use a variation of it. For example, if you're using Will of Indies, I've added a screenshot here, you mostly have a large pool of variations that you can just use. And then just use them, add maybe even some pitch variation in the engine so they get triggered a bit with different pitch. Just to make the whole thing a bit more realistic. Take yourself a bit of time to do a decent mix. You always need fresh ears to do that, so take some time off, do something else that doesn't require your ears, and then come back and do some mixing again. So that really these different elements you have, that they are emphasized in the moments they need to be emphasized. So when you there is maybe moments where the music really should be emphasized, should be a bit louder because it has to say something, and then maybe the sound goes a bit back and the music tells some elements and then goes back in the background and the story and maybe the atmosphere comes back again. So play with these elements that you can do in the mixing of your game, because it really makes a difference. And it's really, I'm super sorry when I hear like projects with really good, for example, music, but the concept phase, it wasn't really thought through that, for example, different audio elements really focus on one point together. And then there is something happening and the music is really loud and goes going into the full and the sound as well, putting cinematic effects and explosions or whatever, then of course you have this logjam. You have a situation where there's too much going on in the audio. All frequencies are overlapping and the whole sound gets super muddy. And to prevent that, of course, you should think about audio and prior to kind of plan who has to tell a story at what point. But then also the mixing phase, to think about, okay, what's going on now? What do I want to have in focus and what not? And one thing here, maybe if you're mixing and you're not sure about what to focus, it's in most cases, you rather mix in favor of sound. So you reduce the music a bit and put the sound a bit more in volume. Or of course, if you have elements like voice acting, then of course this voice acting is the first position because you have to understand what's going on. At the very end, let us quickly go through our diversifier, which is called storytelling through audio. You can win it by using the power of sound and music to really shape the idea and dramaturgy of your game, and really influence the game at certain points that you can really feel that audio really plays a role in your game. And also, if you strive for a rich and vibrant sound world, including different color facets and whatever, that you really can hear the world breathing and coming alive with your sound. Also, we would be interested in you working on the balance between realism and creativity. Meaning, for example, if you're using Foley, as I said earlier, then that you really put a focus on having realistic Foley elements, that they really sound how they should sound, actually. But also, when it comes to sounds that are more open for you, then that you really think of how could I use them creatively, and that you really find a language to communicate through audio your creativity. We have a total prices of around $10K, and we would split that up in the 3 winners. They all get a large project license L, as well as 3 subscriptions Pro for 1 year on Wheel of Indies. So you can, kind of do whenever you want 3 big commercial licenses with us, and you have 1 year to use the whole catalog. Then we have prices for 10 follow-ups. That would be the starter subscription for 1 year. And actually also everybody who uses Wheel of Indie, also if you don't actually apply for the diversifier at the very end, you get a $10 voucher for a commercial license on Wheel of Indies. It will be just attached to your free orders that you get during the game jam. So that was it from my side. I really wish you good luck and a very successful game jam. And hopefully, we'll see each other on Wheel of Indies soon.
Hi, I'm Chase Bethia. I'm a professional freelance composer, technical audio designer for video games, and it's an honor to welcome you to the 2022 Global Game Jam. You may not realize it right now, but the jam you're about to take part in is about to change your life in some kind of good way, even if you're a returning jammer. You're about to explore and learn your limits, discover new ideas that will hopefully electrify your creativity. Break out of your comfort zone to make some new friends and or experience some unfamiliar ones. Make the best of this opportunity. You probably wouldn't be participating if you weren't not excited about games, or if you didn't want to experience making new art with another human being. Be open to all ideas and those that wish to collaborate with you. Everyone wants to feel included, and having more hands on deck is better than scrambling last minute to find some. You don't have time to build the perfect game, but you do have time to experiment and test a lot. Think of your game as Audrey 2.
Feed me, Carbon! Feed me now! More! Feed me, Seymour.
No, not that Seymour. My point is that the game is saying, feed me ideas. The game will tell you what it likes and what it doesn't. It has a pulse, a flow, a feel, rhythm. Ironically, this becomes the meta. No, not that meta. Meta in the sense of a jam and the game jam to collaborate. To make a game where it has a pulse, it has a heartbeat, it has a rhythm. I want to make something very clear and solidify a mindset of perspective. Game jams is not about crunch. It's about learning your limits. Yes, you have a brief amount of time to make something, but you only put the pressure you have upon yourself. You should be entering the jam with the goal of making a fun experience with friends in hopes other friends will enjoy. It's okay to be competitive, but there is a line. This isn't the time to learn about how to burn out, but to practice pacing, strengthen communication and critical listening skills, and quality assurance with assets for context. This is where you learn so many things. If you're thinking about making game development a career, you can take this opportunity to see what goes into making one. At the end of the jam, you'll be able to assess if you wish to pursue it or have it be a hobby. Jams are also used to learn new techniques, software, and experiment with an idea that's been lingering in the back of your brain. So, use the time you would have not made any other day to learn some new technology to use in the jam if you feel it will not stress you or the team out. Once you begin, you'll find out very quickly if it's daunting and a time consumer, or if you're a wizard at it. Remember, no one is going to lay you off, shut down your studio, or revoke investments if you don't get your game to the state of where you envisioned it to be. Game jams should be perceived to build the best starting point. Create to play. And if you get more done, or even finish the game your team set out to make, then that's icing on the cake. Don't try to do too much at once. More importantly, don't try to do it all by yourself if you don't want to. It's like trying to play and sing all the parts of the Bee Gees song, Staying Alive. Jams are coordinated to invite more than one person to collaborate. In this case, everyone can play or have a role to choose to do multiple. The point is, teamwork makes the dream work. Many minds can save time when you're in a bind. Yes, that rhymes. Start off with the small goals and work your way upward. I'm not saying it's not good to be ambitious, but to set the boundary on what you're very capable of doing first. And then the foundation is there, things are working smoothly, and if you have time to add on or design the extras you would like to have. Basically, set the need to haves from the want to haves. Game jams make opportunities. Over the years, we've seen so many successful game titles that were born from global game jam, such as Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, and How to Do It, and more. Some games have spawned successful gaming studios. Those studios have created jobs for people that want to get their start in the gaming industry, earn a living, build a career, and do what they love to do, make games. I owe most of my career to game jams. If it wasn't for these, I would have struggled a lot more to get a portfolio started and even get work in the industry. I still game jam to this day because it's the best way to tap into my childhood creativity, something I think most of us have lost as we've had to grow up. But it's still there. We just have to dig deep. And Global Game Jam is the perfect time to scoop it up. After the jam, stay in contact with those you truly enjoy jamming with. Watch a movie on Discord together, or have a chat about which celestial deity Jeff Keighley will invite to announce a game award next year. Whatever it is, stay connected. But remember, friendships cut both ways. Who knows? Maybe you'll want to jam together in the future. Remember, to keep the fun alive, keep your mind open and ideas will flow naturally. Lose yourself in the jam. Be kind, stay hydrated and rested, make stuff, doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to get started. And once it does, it'll have a pulse, a rhythm, and a flow. And off you go. Have a great jam session.
Hello, my name is Daniel Cook, and I co-founded a company called Spryfox. Some people blame me for starting the merge genre, and as an apology, I thought I would read you a little story. Once upon a time, this is like 3 years ago, a lone rider stopped at a small village. No one there knew how to make games. It was a very, very sad village. The rider kind of blurted out, "Hey, let's make a game." The villagers all looked at him, very confused, but they decided it's a lonely village, it's the middle of winter, let's roll with this. "I want to make Zelda," said one villager. "Halo is the only game that exists," declared another. "Stupid rider, we don't even know how to make a game," yelled the villagers. It was a tough crowd. The rider, however, was secretly the rarest of magical creatures. They were an optimist. "No problem," said the rider. "We can make a stone soup game." Blank looks all around the room. The villager there was a short villager with a very deep voice, said, "What, stone soup game? I've never heard of that." Well, it's really simple," said the rider. "First, you put out a stone." And the rider fished a single black ghost stone, because they had lots of them in their pocket, and put it out on the table. Then we go around in a circle. Everyone goes around in a circle and find out what each person can add to the game that they're making. Why don't we try it right now? There was a tall villager with a back curved like a candy cane, and they confessed, "I don't think I have anything to contribute really. I study the cross-pollination of orchids by mountain hummingbirds, and I like to write on my blog about them." Everyone kind of cocked their head to one side. There was an old man who's kind of had a beard, balding, very old, and he had a nose like a pickle. And he said, "Haha, I can make rude noises with my armpits." And he demonstrated. It was glorious. His name was Roland. There was a tiny little lady who once lived in Brighton who said, "I've been playing with Bitsy and Twine, but I'm too ashamed to show anything because everybody knows, that those are not real games." And then one child, they started crying. They said, "Everybody is saying that they have something that they can do, but I don't know how to do anything. I don't know how to make a game at all." And the writer said, "Aha!" And they pulled up a magic scroll. They're an optimist. They have magic scrolls. and they said, okay, let's read the scroll. The scroll has the answer to this. The scroll said, spend some time asking people what they need. And then, if you can't help them, find someone who can. And the child is like, oh, I can do that. I can do that. That's not that hard. And then there was one last person deep in the shadows. They had glowing eyes. And they whispered, I've been playing with particle effects. Boom. And that kind of put an end to the conversation. So they put all these things on the table. And then they asked, well, what good does this do us? What can we even make? And it turns out they could not make Zelda. They couldn't even make Halo. Instead, there was a game they could make. And so they fiddled and they screwed around and they tried some things and they built some stuff and they threw it away and then they tried some other things and they made a plan and made a checklist and tried to add a cool thing here and a cool thing there and took them out and added them again. And when the timeline was up and then they had to ship the game, they shipped the game. And it was an interesting game. It was a game about hummingbirds and blowing things up in Bitsy, and all the characters talked by farting. Just that was the whole conversation. And I'll be honest, this was the best game ever. Like literally the best game ever. And it wasn't the best game ever because it sold the most copies. It was the best game ever because it was their game. It was their unique, no one else could have done it, contribution to the world. Anyway, so that's the story. And I suppose because you're very value-oriented people and you want to get something out of this and get things done and check things off and figure out what you've learned, you want to know the lesson to the story. So here's one thought. Every game I have ever worked on is a Stone Soup game. Every team has unique talents, things that only they can do. And all you have to do to find that out, to find those unique talents, is to ask. So just ask them. And every team also has a game that only they can make. So embrace your weirdness. Embrace your limitations. Good luck. Be kind to one another. And if all else fails, don't forget that magic scroll and listen to what people on your team really need. All the best.
While prepping for an upcoming game jam, at some point every jammer faces the same question. What am I going to use to make my game? Well, look no further. I've got something just for you. .BigBang is a fully featured, web-based game-making platform that you should totally use for your next game jam. So here we go. Let's just jump right into it. Here are 10 surprising reasons that you should use .BigBang for your next game jam. You don't need to download anything. .BigBang runs in your browser and works on any device. Laptop, smartphone, tablet, console, or even your smart fridge. All you need to do is make an account and you're ready to start making games. You don't need to worry about downloading or updating an app, how long your builds will take, or where you're going to host your game. We've got everything taken care of for you. As long as you have an internet connection, you can start sharing your games right away. .BigBang runs best in Chrome or Chromium-based browsers like Edge, Brave, and others. And if you'd rather not work in a browser, you're also welcome to install the desktop app. You can share your game instantly with a link and play with your friends. In order to share your game with your friends, all you need to do is click the share button, copy the link, and send it to them. Or just send the link that's in your browser. Once they click the link, they're already playing your game. And when you use the share button, you get a multiplayer link. So you can actually instantly play your game live with your friends. This mechanic is great for playtesting your game while your game's in progress during the jam, and really great for sharing your game with your family and friends once the jam's over. Your game will work on any device, console, mobile, desktop, you name it. Like I mentioned before, no need to worry about where to host your game or how people are going to play it. We've got that covered. If you're planning on working with a team, .BigBang makes that super easy for you. Just by sharing a multiplayer link with your teammates, you and your teammates can instantly start building out your game together. .BigBang supports live multiplayer editing, which is the click of a button, and you can all playtest the game together while you're building it. Here's a big one. Networking is built in. So if you've ever wanted to make a multiplayer game, .BigBang is the place for you. Every game on .BigBang is multiplayer by default. All you have to do is share the multiplayer link. Our networking system is super straightforward. Entities in your game can be marked as networked by just adding a tag, and there are a ton of multiplayer games and scripts on the platform already that can show you the ropes of writing networking code. Also, we have great articles and documentation introducing you to the various concepts you'll need to know when you want to take your multiplayer aspect to the next level. Did you know you can have all the power of VS Code in your browser? Well, with .BigBang, you can. .BigBang has a built-in VS Code editor with TypeScript, complete with debugging capabilities and autocomplete. You can use the editor to edit code while the game is running and see updates happen in real time. We have plenty of documentation and videos that cover scripting in .BigBang as well. You'll have access to thousands of scripts for your use. .BigBang creators have created tons of scripts that you can use in your own games. Just select an entity, select Browse Items, and you can search for scripts that other users have made. For example, if I want to make this door open, and I don't know how, I can search through scripts until I find a door script that works for my purpose. You can also remix other users' scripts to repurpose them for your own use. Remixing and repurposing scripts can really speed up your game-making process during a game jam, where time is everything. And whenever you write a script of your own, you can easily share it with other creators to use the script in their games. .BigBang allows creators to remix games, meaning that creators can actually get their own copy of another game and edit it. If you find a game you like and you're wondering how it was made, as long as it's set as remixable, you can actually take a look into how they made that game and how everything works. You can even make edits of your own, or entirely make your own version of the game if you'd like. .BigBang has made some starter templates that you can use as well, like a first-person shooter template and an obstacle course template. There's also a template for people who are new to scripting and want to learn more about it, or new to building out an environment and want to learn how to do that. So definitely check those out. You can find the links in the description. You're probably wondering where all these lovely art assets are coming from. Well, .BigBang has a robust, built-in voxel object editor, complete with animation capabilities. You can make your own assets, and then jump into your game and drag them right into your level. There is a huge library of voxel art for use in your game. So if you're thinking to yourself, well, what if I can't make art? You're in luck. Just like with scripts, .BigBang has thousands of voxel objects made by other creators that you can use in your game. If you're working with a team, your teammates can make art that you can instantly drag into your game. And if you're an artist, you can make your own art usable by other creators. You can talk to the devs directly for help. If at any point you're stuck or need some guidance, you can reach out to the .BigBang devs on Discord. The link's in the description. The devs have been making games with .BigBang for years and are happy to help out creators as much as we can. We've also got documentation, videos, and live streams that show you all sorts of ways you can use .BigBang. Whether you're an artist or a programmer, if it's your first game jam, or if you're a veteran, or if you're anywhere in between, .BigBang has a place for you. That was 10 reasons to use .BigBang at your next game jam. If you want to give it a try, go to .bigbang.com to get started and join our Discord to meet other creators and have your questions answered by the same developers who built the platform. The links are in the description. Thanks for watching and happy jamming!
Hi there. My name is Wesley, or Helper Wesley online. I'm the one who makes the tutorial videos and video media for GDevelop. I'm going to start with a quick video about what GDevelop is and why you should be excited to use it. And then when that video is over, I'm going to show a few ways to quickly get started with different kinds of games that you can make with GDevelop. And then I'm going to finish off with a video showing off the best games from last year. So, here are 6 reasons to use GDevelop, the no-code open-source game engine that can help you create any 2D game you can imagine, and even some in 3D. The first reason is the no-code system. All of the logic made for your game in GDevelop uses this easy-to-read wording and if-then format, where if the condition is true, then the action will happen, which is just far easier to read and more compact than pages of code. The second reason is because GDevelop is open source. The entire engine can be found, looked through, and downloaded on GitHub. And because it's open source, the base engine is free to use and always will be. There are some online services that you can pay for that will improve the game making experience, but it's not required to jump in and start making your game. The third reason is the built-in behaviors and extensions. Behaviors are prepackaged game logic that you can slot into your game to make mechanics that would otherwise take a long time to make yourself. And the engine comes with a bunch of these pre-installed, like top-down movement, light behaviors, and the physics engine. But you can find over 100 extensions that you can install that were created by other game developers in the community. These range from firing a bullet all the way to allowing gamepad controls. The fourth reason is the built-in asset store and tools. The engine has an asset store full of both free and paid assets, with pre-built objects that you can just directly import into your game, as well as built-in tools like Piskel for image editing and JFXR for creating sound effects. The fifth reason is because you can use the engine anywhere. There are desktop versions for Windows, Mac OS, and Linux, but you can also use the engine through a browser window or even on your mobile phone while you're on the go. And the final reason is the one-click export. So finally, when you're finished building your game, GDevelop handles all of the packaging for you. When you select the type of export you want to do, you can publish the game with a single click. Games exported with GDevelop are then entirely yours. You can publish and sell your game on Steam, or Epic Game Store, or any other storefront you'd like. You can also put ads or in-app purchases in your game and distribute your game on mobile devices. After you finish building your game, it's entirely up to you what you do with it. But do please share it with us on social media. We love to see and share whatever people are making with GDevelop. So when you start using GDevelop, the first screen that you'll see is this Get Started screen. But then we're going to go to the Build menu and have a look at the different projects that we can pick from. Now you could start with a template that you can open up and either build off of or look through to see how the engine works. But we're going to create a project from scratch. I can pick the resolution of the game, as well as the name, where it gets saved, and the name of the folder. And then I can click to optimize for pixel art if I'm making a pixel art game, but I'm not, so I'll leave that unchecked. And then if you're not using a leaderboard, you can turn off allow players to authenticate in-game. Because right now that's mostly what it's used for. And here's a blank project. On the right is the object panel, where I can create a new object from scratch if I want to. I can pick one of these objects and add it into the game. Everything from light to text input to text itself, or 3D models, or joystick controls. There are lots to pick from. Or I can go to the asset store. Where I can search through asset packs to find pre-built objects that I can use for my game. Like I can search for platform, and I can grab from this pack both tiles and a character if I go to the character part of that pack. And then I can place them into the scene. Just by dragging them in. And then to make a platformer game, all I would have to do is go to the behavior section of this object for the player, add the behavior, platformer character, and then press apply. But if I preview this now, you'll see the character just falls down. So instead, I need to also give the platform behavior to this bottom sprite object so that it could be a platform for the platformer character. Here we go. Scale's a bit too big. Now with the arrow keys and spacebar, I can move the character around like a platformer character. So that's one quick start for the game engine. Now you can go into the event sheet for each different scene and add some custom logic to your game. But for now, we're just going to go back to the game scene and use behaviors. So that's a platformer character. Next, I'll look up ships and do something for a top-down view. We can go to the pirate pack and find a piece of land and add that to the game. Now I can add the ship and a couple land masses, and I can go to the properties and change the background to be watercolored. There we go. Now, currently nothing is happening, but if I open the object, go to behaviors, go to add a behavior, I can add the top-down movement behavior to the object. By default, all of these behaviors have some variables that can be toggled or changed. But with the top-down behavior, once it's installed into an object, I can move the object around with the arrow keys. But currently, the ship doesn't interact with the islands at all, so the ship would just go over the island if you tried to go in that direction. So if I go to the event sheet, I can use the action separate objects and select the boat object and the grass and land tile as the object that won't move. And now, every frame, the game will move the boat, the blue ship, away from the grass and sand object. So now if I preview the game, I move the ship over, it can't go through the grass, or the grassy sand tile. Next, we're going to have a look at physics games. So let's find a ball object. Something like this. go to the red ball pack, or the rolling ball pack, so we can get all of these objects from this pack. And we'll grab the red ball, as well as something to interact with. Let's just go with a blue ball and a green square. All right. Now add these into the scene like this. And if I preview the game now, nothing would happen because I haven't changed anything yet. But if I go to add the behavior, again, for the physics object, or physics engine 2.0, I can go in and change things here in the settings, but I'll do that for the next object. So right now it's a dynamic object, so I've given the ball the ability to fall if I preview the game. But nothing else is being interacted with. So if I go into the blue ball object and add that same behavior, but change this one to static and change the shape to a circle, because it is a circle, and then go into the large square, add the same behavior, make this one static as well, so that way it won't move, and now preview the game. The ball is going to fall and interact with the other objects. If I change this back to dynamic, then everything will fall. And that's it. That's physics. Really easy to add into your game. There's also a behavior for draggable physics that I can add to the game, and then with my mouse I can drag the red ball around. Easy as that. And then the last one to have a look at is for 3D models. So GDevelop does have a 3D component to the engine. You can add 3D models, 3D boxes, and other 3D effects to your game, as well as lighting and fog effects. So if I filter the asset store for 3D models, I can find a bunch of these here. And I'll add those to the game, as well as a 3D character. And if I add them into the game, you can see they are indeed 3D models. I can make a gigantic salad. And now, the simplest way to show you how to use the 3D effects in a game is just to go to the build menu and open up a 3D template. There's a few of them in the engine, like this 3D car hunt, first person game, and 3D bomber bunny. If I open up this template for the 3D first-person game, you can see what's happening. The game has a camera object that's being used as the player. And then when I preview the game, the camera view is coming from that camera. And if you go into the game scene, you can see all the actions and conditions that are going along with that. So for example, the character's movement in the 3D space is happening right here. if the device is not a mobile device, so we're not using these joystick controls, when the W key is pressed, we apply an instant force at the angle the camera's facing at 400 pixels per second. And then the same thing for the other directions when you press the different keys, it's just at a different angle. And you can get to the lighting and fog effects if you go to the layer panel. So we go to the base layer, click on effects, we see the fog and lighting effects right here. And you can add new effects by clicking on this button down here. Now we can change the ambient lighting to a different color. And there we go. Everything has a reddish tint to it. If I go back to the engine, and then remove that effect, press apply, and then update, you'll see it going back to normal. So that's 4 different quick setups you can do in GDevelop to get your game started. For more information about how to set up your game with GDevelop, we have a few playlists made on the YouTube channel, like the intro tutorial playlist, and a couple other walkthroughs to make entire games. But now I'll leave you with a couple of videos that I think are really important to see, starting with the optimization video. I know optimization sounds boring, but it's important. If you want your game to run properly, you need to keep some of these things in mind, starting with your events. So here we have the event for the bounce pad. And what the engine is doing every frame is checking these conditions. But it only checks the condition below if the one above it is true, which means if we're just walking around and we're not in collision with one of those objects, then we're only checking one condition every frame. But we have a set of events here that all use the same condition. So even if we're not in collision with that object, we're running that collision check 4 different times. So to optimize this, we're going to add one event up top that has that collision condition in it. And then all of these existing events will be turned into sub-events. And then delete all of their checks for collisions. So now, instead of checking the conditions for 4 different events, we're just checking one. And then if the player is in collision with one of those objects, only then will it check the other conditions. So as you're building your game, try to think about where you can add sub-conditions and combine events to reduce the number of checks the user's computer has to make. And keep in mind that this collision check isn't just checking one thing. It's checking whether the player object is in collision with every other object of that type. And if you had 2 player objects, that would be twice as many checks for a single condition. And then the last thing for events is that the collision condition is actually pretty intense, so use it sparingly. If you can get away with doing something else, do that. Like in this game, to pick up points, instead of using a collision, I'm using distance between 2 points. So when the point gets within a certain distance of the player, it picks it up. So keep that in mind. The next thing that'll impact your performance are the actual objects in your game. So if you have lots of objects that are moving around or are doing something, it's going to be more intense than a bunch of static objects that are just sitting there. Here's a quick test. Every time I click, it's going to spawn 1,000 green bunnies, and they're going to move around the screen and be animated. And if I do this, I can get up to about 25,000 objects before my FPS drops down to about 20. But if I get rid of the event that's moving those bunnies and stop the looping animation, I can get all the way up to 41,000 objects in scene before I get to that same 20 FPS mark. So just be mindful of what's happening in your game what's moving, what's using events, and things like that. It's also really important to delete or deactivate behaviors on objects that are out of the screen. So if you're making a bullet hell, and your bullets leave the screen, and there's no chance of them finding the player again, then there's no point of them being there. They're just slowing down your game. So try to delete bullets once they've gotten out of screen. And if you don't know how to do that, there's an extension that you can install that will let you check whether an object is still on screen or not. Next, for the objects themselves, is the size of those objects. Be reasonable with the size. Check out the example games in the engine, and you'll see what those games use for the background and the area pieces and the character themselves. Also, you can look up common screen resolutions, pick the one you want to work with, and then don't make any objects bigger than the scene itself. You don't need a background image that's 7,000 pixels by 7,000 pixels. For mobile games, for example, there's really no reason to go beyond 720p. And the final thing for objects in scene is that if you have a giant game scene with lots of little objects, it's better for performance to use tile maps. And it will also be easier to do. And the last section here can actually affect whether or not your game will be allowed on game stores. And that's your file size. Like itch.io, where if your zip file has over 1,000 files in it, it won't be allowed as a web game. And just more generally, if your game files are huge, it's going to take forever to download or load in browser. So for the number of files in your game, there's a quick fix. If you were just carelessly adding objects to your game, and they're just in your game file but not actually being used for the game itself, you can go to Resources, right-click on any object, go to Remove Unused, and click on one of the file types, and it will remove all of those from the project. Then you can create a new folder, and save it inside of that new folder. And you'll have a new folder with just what's in your game. For large images, you can just Google how to compress those. But the next biggest culprit are audio files. For short audio files like sound effects, the .wav format is fine. But you'll want to use AAC for anything longer, like a music file or ambient noise, because those kinds of files are the ones you'll see the real difference with. And then if you plan to export your game to itch as a place to host your game for the jam, this video will really come in handy. Now that we've created a game, we should do a few things before we export it. So we're going to go to the Properties Manager, go to Game Settings, and open up Properties. We're going to give the game the proper name, give it its version number, change its package name, make sure that you're listed as one of or the only author. Make sure that you've chosen the right option for how the game should expand in a screen. And of course, for mobile games, you want to make sure that you've chosen your device's orientation. And finally, make sure that you've put in a publisher name. One more thing to do too is to give your game icons. All you have to do is click up here, give it a square image, and it will turn that image into an appropriate size for all the devices. Once that's all done, we can export our game. We go up to File, click on Export, and right now we're given two options: Share with Friends, which will give you a link that you can share with your friends or people that you want to playtest the game, or Publish your game. You can build it manually if you know how, but I'm just going to click on the button that gets the engine to build it for you. We're shown 4 different tabs, starting with the web build, which will create a HTML file that can be played in browser. Next is the mobile export, where you can release an APK to be used on devices generally, or an Android app bundle, which is the kind of bundle that you need to submit a game to Google Play. The next type is for exporting a game to Windows, Linux, or Mac OS. And finally, there's instant games, which are posted to Facebook with a Facebook developer account. Now, GDevelop is free, entirely free to use and export from. But there are restrictions for these automated builds because it costs GDevelop money to host the servers that they're built on. So with GDevelop, you get 2 free builds per day for mobile or desktop. If you pay for a subscription to a GDevelop account, you get more exports per day, but publishing a HTML build is unlimited. So excuse me for breaking the illusion for 1 second. Oh no, I'm on a regular old PC. Okay, so we create a new folder, call it game, or whatever your game is called. Go back into the engine, click choose folder, find that folder and select it, and then just press export. So now all of the game's files are in this folder and ready to go. All you have to do is compress it to a zip folder, and that zip folder is your game. So now we go to itch.io, log into your account first, of course. Bring down the drop-down menu, click Upload New Project, and then we just fill in the information. Title, game, project URL, game, short description, it's a game, what kind of project it is. I'm going to pick HTML, but you can pick this and also have downloadable versions on the same site. Don't forget to give yourself screenshots and a cover photo. Next we get to uploads. Click upload file, find your zip folder, and then submit it. That will load in, and then you've got some options. You can select what kind of file it is. For a HTML file, we're just going to call this other. Select this file will be played in browser, and then change the viewport dimensions to match the dimensions of your game. And for pretty much every game, I select full screen, and then give it some tags. Ignoring what I just put in there, I do usually put gdevelop in the tags as well. Also, make sure to add gdevelop to your game's metadata. Now down in the community section, you can disable the comments if you don't want your feelings hurt, and then visibility and access determines who gets to actually see the game. If you change it to restricted and give it a password, then you can share your store page with friends and people that get the link, and they'll just need to submit the password to get in. And if you select public, then your page is live, and everyone will be able to find it. I do suggest putting it in restricted first, editing your store page, and then putting it to public. And then finally, to make sure that people can actually play your game, untick both of these boxes. And then press save and view page. That's for a HTML build, but let me quickly show you how to do it for a PC build. So we go to exports, publish to store, make sure that Windows auto installer file is selected, and then just click package. And then you just wait. You'll get this notification here down at the bottom. And if you click that button, you'll get a periodic email that gives you some stats about your game. And if you just click that Windows button there, it will download to your download folder, and then you can go back to itch, edit the game, and click upload file. Tell it that this is an executable file, select for Windows, and then just save it. Now when you view your page, there'll be a download button just above your comments. And then finally, to really show you what kind of games can be made with gdevelop, I want to show you the video that shows all of the best games made with gdevelop from last year. Here are the best games made with gdevelop in 2023. I know that we said this last year, but again this year, a lot happened. There were improvements and changes done to the engine, like 3D integration and object folders, as well as community events and game jams. And so of course, even better games are being made all of the time with gdevelop. Now, this is purely a subjective list of my personal favorite games made with gdevelop that were worked on or released in 2023, starting with games that were part of game expos or contests. And the first game is Katuba's Poacher, which has taken part in a number of game expos in South Korea, and the game not only managed to get fully funded on their local version of Kickstarter, but they managed to raise over 5 times what they were asking for. Next is Stranded on a Raft, which took part in the Philippine Game Dev Expo of 2023, as well as others, and the game has been played over 100,000 times over the course of development across the desktop and mobile version of the game. And then there's the In-Between, a side-scrolling RPG game that managed to win first place in Africa Comicade's ARC Game Pitch Contest. Now let's talk about some games that managed to accrue a large following. Gotcha Story is a fan-made visual novel game with a chibi art style that has been downloaded over 100,000 times on Google Play. Next is Spectrum, a game that was originally created for the third big G-Develop Game Jam and was the #1 judge's pick that has now been played over 3 million times across the web. Downhill Climb Racing is a side-scrolling hill driving game where you collect coins and try not to crash your vehicle. And this game has been downloaded over 1 million times on Google Play. Wise Letters is an educational mobile game designed to teach children to spell. And the game is definitely doing a lot of good because it's been downloaded over 100,000 times. And the last is Map of Air Alarms of Ukraine, which has been downloaded over 100,000 times, and it isn't technically a game, but it's a very important app for those who need it. It shows which districts or regions in Ukraine are currently under alert, along with information about the type of alert and its duration. Now let's show off some G-Develop games on Steam. Starting with Bullet Bunny. Set to release in Q1 of 2024, Bullet Bunny is an intense twin-stick shooter bullet hell game with Vampire Survivor mechanics. Bullet Bunny took part in Steam's Summer Next Fest 2023, as well as this year's Shmup Festival. Next is Swirl Watch, a tactical stealth roguelite game that was released way back in April and still maintains a 100% positive review score. Then there's Spent Shells, a game set to release in Q2 of 2024 that is a top-down roguelike inspired by great indie games like Nuclear Throne, The Binding of Isaac, and Ravita. Escape from Demon Island is a top-down game inspired by Vampire Survivors that was released on Steam back in July. Gods from the Abyss, a beat-em-up game with co-op gameplay and a Lovecraftian theme, whose demo has been played over 20,000 times. Now for some miscellaneous achievements. Starting with Examinations of Fear, which became a YouTube sensation in the analog horror scene and has been played by hundreds of YouTubers and seen by thousands of viewers. Next is a fan game called Theorists that was made for and eventually wound up in the hands of the game theorist MatPat, and was played live for hundreds of thousands of people on their side channel GT Live. Then there's the game The Boys El Patriota, created by Slumber Party Games, who were commissioned to create an official promotional game for Prime Video's The Boys. Then there's Falta de Atenção, or Lack of Attention, from the same creator as the hit game Vai Juliette, which is a game released in collaboration with the newest album from the Brazilian singer Juliette. Now for some Game Jam games. Starting with Void, a game created for Bracky's Game Jam 2023.2, which is a well-crafted FMV puzzle story game that managed to place in the top 3% of the over 900 games submitted to the Jam. The Haunted Dungeon, a game made in just 2 days for the Kenny Jam 2023, which is a creepy horror exploration game that placed in the top 2% of the 450 games submitted to the Jam. Static Echoes, a game submitted to this year's Scream Jam, placed 12th out of the almost 500 games submitted, and was picked as one of the host's favorite games. Gentai Shooter, an arcade-style bullet hell game featuring multiple weapons and characters, landed in the top 8% in the Bullet Hell Jam of 2023. Then there's Switch Puzzle, a level-based puzzle game where you control the character with switches to comply with the theme of on or off, and the game came in second place in G-Develop's 4th big game jam. And lastly is Power Lines, a 2D puzzle platformer game where your characters are connected by a power line. This game was submitted to Vim Jam 4 and came in first place out of the 600 people who joined the jam. Now let's show off some 3D games made with G-Develop. Starting with Kings of Rhythm, a linear story side-scroller game that was originally created for a GDevelop game jam, but has been worked on since to further flesh out the game. Then there's Web Arcade Builder, a game hosting game where you're able to build and design your own arcade space, and then load games in from the web to play through the game cabinets. Then there's Logic Bulb Adventure, a game where the player switches between a 2D handheld console and the 3D world in order to solve logic gate-based puzzles. And then Nightfall, a low-poly style 3D RPG that's being developed to include combat in a 3D space. And then lastly, there's a currently unnamed game that's being developed. It's inspired by games like XCOM and Eye of the Beholder, and so the game is a 3D turn-based dungeon crawler that uses 2D sprites in a 3D environment. And now let's just speedrun some honorable mentions here at the end. Error Vacui Preludium, a sci-fi point-and-click mystery game. Sprout Island, a top-down farming sim. Last Toll, a tower defense brawler. It's Not You, It's Me, a story-driven platformer game. Sticky Keys, a platformer puzzle game that features a slime. Treasure Quest 3D, Golden Voyage, a 3D treasure hunting game. Sunny's Delivery Service, a 3D fetch quest game. Bottle Shooting, a physics-based knock 'em down game. Galactic, an arcade-style space shooter. And finally, Pumpkin Detective, a turn-based card battler. These have been the best games made with GDevelop in 2023. I hope you enjoyed that list, and that it inspires you to create your own game. And then if you do, maybe next year we'll be showing off something you made.
My name is Sami. I'm a machine learning researcher and co-founder at Leonardo AI, and today I'm going to walk you through our platform, and I want to show you how we can be helpful for the global game jam and for game development in general. Leonardo is an all-in-one platform for creativity, and we have a bunch of tools for asset creation, ideation. You can iterate quickly about ideas. We have some real-time solutions that I'm going to show you in a bit that can help you explore, prototypes and ideas. We also have some utility functions like removing backgrounds or upscaling with one click. And besides model generation, we also have a 3D model texturing tool that I'm also going to show you in a bit. First, we're going to look at some of the examples. These are some, nice looking, maybe loading screen images that you might get out of Leonardo AI, but I also have some more practical examples that focus more on actual game assets. So, like having a simple prompt like medieval helmet can get you already some pretty nice examples. But if you have some more adjectives in your prompt and, you have a specific vision like this Cthulhu-inspired, Lovecraftian horror-inspired helmet, or this dragon horns over here, or maybe a nautical helmet, it's very easy to generate these kind of things with Leonardo. Or let's say maybe you generated a bunch of buildings because you're working on, an isometric builder game, and you want to now have a landscape that goes with these buildings. We have a canvas where you can use inpainting to connect these buildings to one coherent landscape. With the same technique, you can also expand an image. So if you have something that you really like, but you just want some more of it, you can use the outpainting in our canvas tool to just make that image a little bit bigger. And as I mentioned before, if you have an image that you really like, but it just doesn't have enough pixels for your game, we have a one-click upscaling solution right there built into our generative toolkit. And the canvas that I mentioned before, you can also use it to, for example, get rid of unwanted details, like these laser things here in the image, Or you can actually do it the other way around as well. So if you have some empty space that you want to fill with some details, you can also just inpaint something on the canvas. And I'm going to show you how that works in just a little bit. Leo can also help you to take your sketches and transform it into concept art, even in real time. And we can also generate consistent model turnaround sheets. You know, like for example, if you're a programmer, a 3D modeler, and you want to take something into Blender and make a model out of this. You know, people sometimes use these turnaround sheets to get a more accurate preview for the characters, and I'm going to show you how to do that with Leonardo as well. For a more concrete example, I'm going to show you how the team for Blue 4, which is on Steam right now, it's a game for the tabletop simulator. You can play it right now, and they use Leonardo heavily in their pipeline. And yeah, the first more specific example is I'm going to walk you through the creation of their maps. So in order to do the level design, the Blue 4 team used Microsoft Excel to come up with layouts where you know where to place items and enemies and weapons. But if you have something like this, you first want to get rid of these lines. So you know, once the basic game mechanics were established, they took their maps into our image-to-image tool, and first they removed the grid from the map, and then secondly they did a second pass to get this fully fleshed map out of it. And this is actually what I'm going to go and show you right now. So we're going to come over here, which is the landing page for our web app. So if you go to our web app after you're signed up, that's what you're going to see. And we're going to head over straight to AI image generation. You can see that I already played with this. You can see this is a bunch of my images that I generated. And yeah, we have these character turnarounds here and these sci-fi buildings that you saw earlier. I'm going to show you two quick things with these later, but for now we're going to head over to image guidance, and then I'm going to take a screenshot that I've taken of this map, and I'm just going to go and drag this here. And what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to use, let's go with another model. So we have a selection of models down here. I'm going to go with the Leonardo Diffusion XL model, and then we're going to go to Edge to Image. And what this means is that a preprocessor will detect the edges in this image, which this image is all about, and is going to use that to condition the generation. And you want to make sure that you set the aspect ratio to your source image, otherwise you can get some skewed results. So now we're going to head over to the prompt. Looking at that Blue 4 used something warehouse-like, cyberpunk-ish, maybe we can get something else. So first we want to have something like a tactical video game map. We want a top-down view, and then maybe to get something a little different, we could go with a barn in the countryside, maybe. And then we also don't want any roofs, so we're going to go with inside view. And then I'm just going to hit generate over here. And while this is going, you can see that the cost of these is 16 tokens. This always depends on the models and the workflows that you're using. So this specific model here and the resolution is going to cost us 16 tokens. If I lower the resolution, it's going to be a little cheaper. And then we can also use more, involved workflows like Alchemy over here. If you're going to use something like Alchemy, make sure to reset that aspect ratio. If you want to do some conditioning, and I'm just going to hit generate here because Alchemy is a workflow that takes a little longer than just standard generation. So while this is running, we can just take a look at these, and yeah, here you can see that all of the lines in here, like the doors, where the buildings are, is respected in this generation, and we got this fully fledged map that we can now use to basically just put it into our game. We have some utility stuff over here where we can, for example, like upscale it. We're going to talk about this in a little bit. And yeah, we can still see that the Alchemy generation is running, but you can see that the generations that come out of this are way higher fidelity. The images themselves are bigger too, and the image quality is just way higher than the normal workflow. But Again, it will cost you a bit more tokens, and it will also take a bit more time. Additionally, if you use something like Alchemy, you have a bunch of presets like illustration. I'm just going to run this in the background. Illustration or anime. So if you want to go for a specific style, we can help you with this by these presets. And we also have a bunch of elements that you can add on top of this, which is Elora. I'm going to show you how this works in a bit. So for now, we're gonna use this preset style. Since this is already an illustration, the look is not going to change too much. But once this generation is done, you can see that it does have an influence. And I actually really like that preset. I use it for a bunch of my generations too. There you go. You know, we had this illustration style, so it's a little bit more painterly. You can see this has a bit of watercolor quality to it. You know, we got some roofs here, so this one is probably not as suitable, but you can see how this will influence your generation as well. The next thing I want to show you is how to get consistent character turnaround sheets. So I generated this yesterday, as you can see, and I used our 3D animation style model for it. As you saw before, we have a bunch of models, and there's also way more that you can select over here. We'll bring up a dialog for this. And I like this here specifically because you get a front view and a side view and a back view, which is what you want to do for turnarounds. And again, as you hover over the image, you get a bunch of options. For example, background removal or generating a video out of this image. And what this also can do is we can use this as an image guidance. So I'm going to just click this right here. We're going to turn off Alchemy for now, but we're going to come back to it in a bit. And this time we want to use image to image. All the other conditioning mechanisms are still valid. I can show you how that looks too, but for now we're going to use the image to image because it will reflect the background better. So now we want to have a character sheet. Let's see. Since we have a barn down there, how about we do a cowboy with a whip? And we can also, of course, turn on Alchemy, go back to the aspect ratio if that changed, and have a bit of a more involved generation here. And I'm also going to set something of like edge to image in the meanwhile. Yeah, coming here, we can see that the image to image workflow kind of took these sheets and got inspired by it, but you know, generated a whole different style above it. And while we're waiting for the Alchemy generation, this is very nice to you know, just experiment with what you want to go for. You can set you can experiment with all kinds of prompts. And then if you're happy with what you got, you can hit the Alchemy generation and get the higher fidelity model. Here you can see the depth to image or the edge to image. It will also generate you a character turnaround, but it will be a little more loose with the interpretation. For example, you can see that it always gives you a background, while the image to image ones will respect the gray background that the character sheet came with. Right, the next thing I wanted to show you is our canvas editor. So I already loaded these into the canvas. It's this model that you saw on my generation page, but what I wanted to show you is how to connect these two. So we have a bunch of different settings in here. I'm going to crank the in-painting strength up to 1 because we want to generate something completely new. And I'm also going to draw a mask over this. And the reason I'm doing this is because these images already have some pixels generated here. If you remove those pixels before, we have auto masking. But since there's something that we want to replace, basically, I'm just going to draw in a mask here so the model knows where to generate new things. And that will include these pixels that are already on the canvas. Otherwise, if I set the in-painting strength lower, it will basically keep these areas a little closer to what they are right now. But since we want something completely new, I'm just going to go and in-paint this with a mask. I'm using Leonardo Diffusion. You can select whichever model you want here too. They all have specific looks and outcomes. I just happen to like our Leonardo Diffusion model, but you know, everybody can choose their favorite. Another thing that you can see down here is the render density. So every model comes with a specific resolution that they operate best in. And sometimes you just want to have a smaller area. If you want to do in painting or maybe like sketch to image, you want, you know, the model to only look at a small area. What you can do is just increase that render density down here. There we go. I think the prompt that I used was not very fitting, so I'm just going to go a desert landscape, sci-fi, isometric. This, of course, also looks at the prompt. I had something in here that I used previously, but that now gave me an idea. I had a tank in there, so maybe we can use that to later in-paint the tank into the desert. So I can show you how that works too. So we're just going to wait for the generation here to finish. And then afterwards, we're going to set the canvas to sketch to image, and then we're going to in-paint something in there. There you go. We're just going to go through here and see what we like the best. I think I like this one, so we can just accept this. And now I'm going to set the canvas to sketch to image, and we're going to remove these masks over here because we're not going to need them for this. And then I'm gonna increase the render density. As I said before, I'm gonna move our selection down here. And then let's paint something in here, maybe not as big. Just put a red blob there. So let's do a red tank in the desert, sci-fi, and also isometric, because we wanna kind of keep it the same style. As you can see, you can also choose how many images to generate. That will just give you more choices, and it will also increase or change the number of tokens this generation costs. So for this, we're just going to wait for this generation to finish. And then again, we have our selection of models that we can of images that we can choose from. There we go. I like this. Actually, I like this the best. So we're just going to choose this here. And there you go. You in-painted a tank into the landscape. All right, back to Blue 4. So in Blue 4, there's two teams. The blue team and the red team. And both of these have very distinct playstyles. And with the playstyles, they also come with their aesthetic and art styles. So the red team, as the name would suggest, when you generate something for the red team, they prompt included fires, explosions, the color red, dragons, and mercenaries. So this is what the team for Blue 4 came up with. This is the blue team and this is the red team, obviously. But how do you come up with that style, and how do you experiment the best? And Leonardo allows you to do a lot of exploration and experimentation with two tools that I'm going to show you right now, which is the real-time gen and the real-time canvas. So to get to the real-time gen, you go back to the overview and you want to hit the real-time gen over here. And following the Blue, for example, we can just go with a mercenary. And now you can see that this one goes in real time, as the real time might suggest. And we just add red, we add a gun maybe. Then we can do fire in the background. And explosion. No, but this one I don't quite like, actually. Maybe we can go with the dragon theme. Or dragon helmet, maybe? Yeah, this is more like it. And at the same time, we have the same presets that you saw earlier. We can have this look a bit more cinematic or even anime, and this will update in real time. And at the same time, we have a bunch of elements over here. This is also what you saw at the other view. These can be, of course, combined as you wish. And you can even combine a bunch of these elements, even though they will slow it down a little bit. So if you have something that you like, you can either experiment with the random seed. I actually quite like what I have right here. So I'm not going to experiment with the seed, but this will refresh it. And then I'm going to send this to the creative upscale. And what that does is it's going to send it over to my personal feed. And there's 2 ways you can go about this. I like watching it generate over here, which will, once this is done, bring up a drop-down menu down here, and it will then show us the upscale. So let's wait for this to finish. Sometimes it takes a bit longer when there's a lot of people going on. There we go. So this is the image that we got out of the real-time gen, and this is our upscale. You can see that this image is now quite big actually and pretty high fidelity. And we have a bunch of different other upscalers too that you can choose from over here. Yeah, I like hitting a lot of them at the same time because they do have their distinct looks. And then, you know, you can choose whichever you like when this comes out. While this is working, I'm going to show you our real-time canvas. And this is for those of you who are a bit more capable of drawing. So not me at all. But how this works is you want to enter a prompt down here. Maybe I have green selected right now. Let's go for a pine tree on a wooded cliff. Let's go a huge pine tree. And now we can also start and influence that generation by just going about and painting it in. For some of the generations, it looks better if you go with a black background. And some of them, you know, you want to maybe go for something brownish, or depending on what you want to do. I'm not the best artist, so maybe you can see how this works. It will update in real time. So if you're a good artist, you can get something really nice out of this one. I'm going to show you somebody who does it way better than me. There's also a creativity slider down here. So the closer you get to 0, this will reflect your drawing more. And the higher you tune it, it will, you know, increase the strength of the model in here. We also have the same presets down here, so you can make this look more anime, or maybe like a black and white sketch, which probably doesn't work as well with the colors that I already put in. But I'm going to show you one of our artists who took a stab at this and got really amazing things out of this. So yeah, you can see a prompt down there, and she actually knows how to draw, and you know, to put colors somewhere where it makes sense. So yeah, it's way more fun to watch her paint this handgun than me. You can see that she uses a pretty low creativity strength, so it will stick closer to her image. And she uses the concept art preset. And you might notice this button on the top right there, which is called input to output. I think she's going to use that in a second. And what that does is it's going to copy her drawing into the generation to the drawing, and then you can just go about and refine it there. There's a bunch more settings down there, which I was covering with my floating head. Yeah, but as you can see, this is pretty useful if you know what you're going for already, if you have the shape in mind. Yeah, and then you can just refine this too and get a very high resolution model or image out of this. We also have an iOS and iPad app, so if you have a stylus, then you can also do this in our iPad app. This is again our artist Ayu. She's amazing, and she knows how to, you know, actually paint. Here you can see the in-painting solution for the real-time canvas too. So she just goes and paints a jacket on top of this without changing the rest of the image. Yeah, and now she goes about and puts some nice bokeh lighting there. And again, you can then send this to a refiner, and a couple of seconds later, you will have a very high quality artwork that you can use for your game. And here's a few examples of Blue4, what they put in production, some blue team and red team assets. So what's next? Now you can go about and generate your assets. So what I like to do when I make games is I want to experiment and explore a little bit. For example, Blue4's team, they generated between 50 and 100 iterations of each asset before they got to, you know, production results. And for me personally, when I generate something on Leonardo for inspiration, I generate a bunch of things and always look at whatever comes out, and that gives me new ideas. And Blue4 did the same thing. So you can see the image on the left, they purchased on a stock photo website. And then they put this into Leonardo for a couple of iterations until they, landed at this. And then finally at this very iteration on the right. And that's also what made it into the final game. Same thing for this image right here. They refined a bunch of places over here, on our real-time canvas and on our canvas until it made its way into the final production. Here's a few more of their final examples. Yeah. And now I'm going to show you how I use it for exploration. So I'm just going to go back to the normal image generation, and we're going to disable all of these image guidance. So, oh yeah, I can also quickly show you the other upscales. So, depending on the method you use, this one actually looks pretty different. It's the creative upscale. It changes it the most. We have a bunch of upscaling solutions that, give us a distinct look. This one is pretty crisp. You can just experiment with these and, come up with your own favorites. So let's go maybe and say we want to do a more 2D game. So let's go with maybe a sprite sheet. And we want to do pixel art maybe, just for a different aesthetic. And what we want to do also is maybe let's go for tiny robot, and it's going to be isometric as well. I like using Leonardo Diffusion for it because it's my favorite model personally. But you can of course also try the other models. They all have distinctive styles. But I like to go with Leonardo Diffusion. So while we wait for this, maybe you want to work on a roguelike or something, and this will just spit you out a bunch of iterations and a bunch of variations of robots. Let's just hit another one. Maybe you like one of those or one of these. This one looks kind of interesting to me. I'll just send this through our upscalers as well. Or maybe what you want to do is let's go with something that is against. Let's go with the nature theme. So something that's kind of outlandish, looking at robots. Again, I like scanning these sheets and looking at something that I like. Just getting some inspiration. I like this one actually. This one looks like he's wearing a shield on his shoulder. And then this one might actually be a boss, like a big enemy. And here we have the nature themed ones. So, all kinds of variations. This one looks very interesting actually. So I'm going to send this to the upscalers again. And let's see what we got from here. So, yeah, all kinds of variations. And, these are now pretty big. So we can just export them, put them in your favorite image editor, remove the backgrounds. Maybe, do a bunch of color editing. But you can, just iterate very, very quickly on this kind of stuff. This one is also already upscaled. Maybe some of these might be, some nice environment assets that you can just, set into your environment, well, on your level. Or maybe let's go for a 2D platformer. Let's go with a tiny mushroom. And it's going to be a 2D game asset, and we're going to go with a vector graphics and minimalist style. And as I said before, try different models as well. So maybe Dream Shaper will give you the look that you want, and you can also always hit Alchemy to get a more refined, high fidelity thing. There you go. Like Leonardo Diffusion gave us something pretty dark, pretty minimalist. This looks kind of cool, I have to say. These are also pretty cool. So if you're building a side scroller, this could be either small assets or maybe even a tree or something. And at the same time, Dream Shaper gave us something completely different for the same prompt. Very different look. And if you're even, turning on Alchemy, you will get something pretty high resolution, and also, just have their distinctive looks, and you can just go about and experiment and find whatever you want. And if you want, to use this and export it, you can just click on remove background. This will take a couple of seconds. But once that's done, you will just have basically, a game asset without a background that you can just export and put right into your game. Let's just wait for this to go through. You can also just switch the aspect ratio. That also is sometimes a way to get. There you go. You have a game asset, no background. You can just export this, put this in a game. And switching the aspect ratio sometimes also gives you different results in the generation. With Alchemy enabled, this will take a little bit. But the other thing I wanted to show you is how you can use image prompts to get a specific style that you want. So I prepared this data set of a bunch of, like these cute kind of little pastel robots, let's call them. And we're just going to use them as image guidance. So for this, you want to turn on prompt magic. And then I'm going to use an image prompt over here. We're going to increase the strength of it because we want to be close to that style. And maybe I'll just add one more. Maybe we'll just use the cat over here. Let's see how our mushrooms turned out. This one is also kind of cool. It's a bit more, has more reflective surfaces. So it's a bit of a different style, but maybe it's the style that you want to go for. This one seems to have bugged out a little bit, so I'm just going to upload it again. And yeah, I'll increase the strength again. And we're just going to wait for this to finish. There we go. And then we're going to come over to image generation, and we're going to turn on Alchemy again, just because I like it. And, sorry, we're going to turn on prompt magic again, of course. And now I'm going to go something, set the aspect ratio like a cute little owl, and we want to make it a pastel robot because I kind of feel like these are pastel robots. And I'm gonna hit generate here. Just gonna hit it again. At this generation kind of be disappearing. I see that this is probably gonna look a bit like this fox, because I cranked up the strength for it way higher than the other one, but we're just going to wait for this to finish. And there you go. You have something that is very similar to the style of the dataset that you used as an inspiration, but it will follow your prompt. Right. Oh yeah, the next thing I wanted to show you, and actually the final thing, is our 3D texturing solution. So down here you find a 3D texturing solution. I'm not going to demo this live because this takes about 8 to 10 minutes to generate. But if you have a 3D model that you really like, we can just texture it right here for you. So you can upload it in the previous page that you saw. And for this, I used the prompt a beautiful red porcelain knight. And that's the skin that you get out of it. And you can see here, you get something that respects your UV map fully. And that's actually one of the caveats. You will need a UV map model. We can generate one for you, but it's not going to be very good. And at this very moment, it only works for UV models, because we don't update the model in the database at this moment. But you can see that it also generates all kinds of auxiliary maps. So we have a more normal map, we have a roughness map. It's kind of reflected in here, but it's better to look at this kind of stuff in your editing software like Blender, for example, or you can just import it directly into Unity or Unreal Engine. For this one, I had a crab as the prompt. This one was a bit more stylized. So, if you want to go for something that's not as realistic, you can get all of this out of here. This one looks a bit more hand painted. You can see the brush strokes. And yeah, exactly. So you can just upload something and get this textured for you. The other thing that we can do is, because this takes a bit longer, we can do a preview for this. So this is just a lemon. And this will generate it way faster, so you can experiment with your prompts and come up with something that you're happy with. And then, this is a carrot. And then I wanted to crab after I saw the carrot. So I just hit the carrot, the crab afterwards. And I got this fully textured model after I just did the preview over here because it gave me that idea. And one last thing that I wanted to tell you about this one is that you will have to face the mesh to the front, which you can do in settings. So make sure that this faces the front. Otherwise, it will not work properly. This zoom here will not influence the generation in any way, but it will help you, angle your mesh accordingly. Right. So the only thing left for me to say is that if this sounds interesting for you and you think this would be something that you would like to try, that you can register now on our website, leonardo.ai. And also make sure to register for the Leonardo Diversifier, which will get you a free premium account for this week. So happy jamming!
You've made the multiplayer game of your dreams, and you're ready to put it online for the world to enjoy. With Hathora, hosting your game servers couldn't be simpler. All you need is to create a Docker file, then Hathora will build your container and replicate it to our registries across the globe. Once you select a group of players to start a match, Hathora starts a server in the optimal region and routes players through our premium edge network, ensuring the lowest latency possible. Hathora automatically spins down idle servers, ensuring you only pay for active use. As your game rises in popularity, Hathora scales rapidly to ensure players are never left waiting. While hosting matches across the globe, the Hathora network fends off DDoS attacks so that they never reach your servers. Hathora handles your infrastructure so you can focus on building the best game. Get started today at hathora.dev.
I know that, of course, if you're here, it's because you want to make a game. But not just any game. You want to make a game in 48 hours. And I think that this is crazy, especially as a game developer. I think, it's incredible that we're able to make a game in such a short amount of time.
It's really cool to see so many people get involved and make good stuff. People get prizes, people learn, you form groups, you make friends. So yeah, it's just a really great time.
I honestly think the kind of ideas that people are going to come up in this game jam are going to be phenomenal because there's no need to think outside the box because the box is so big to the extent that there are so many things that you can do with it. So I'm just genuinely excited to see this.
This year is special because I think most sites have been offline and meeting face-to-face for the first time for 2 years. This is different and we've missed this.
The whole thing here is you're here to learn and have fun and make friends, so make sure that's your priority. The game is the consequence of that.
I just have one last thing to ask you. Please, whatever you do, let's go make something awesome. Thank you so much.
I'm Gurpreet from GameMaker, which is a game engine that you can use to make your jam games. Before I actually worked at GameMaker, I was a GameMaker user for over 10 years, and I mostly used it for making jam games because I believe it's the best tool for making 2D games and getting more done in less time because of its simplicity. So for the rest of this video, I'm going to show you some introductory tutorials that I've made if you want to get into GameMaker, understand what it is and how to use it. And GameMaker has two ways of working. You can either program with a coding language with it, or you can program with our visual programming tool. And the tutorials you're going to see today will show you both ways of working. So we're going to cover how to make a basic space shooting game, add sound effects and music to it, add a main menu, and add power-ups. After watching all this, you can go back to YouTube to look at these tutorials again or look at any of the other tutorials that we've done. So now let's get started. Make sure you do download GameMaker from gamemaker.io before starting, and let's get into it. In this video, we're going to make a game like Asteroids in 3 simple steps. We'll start with the ship's movement, we'll work on shooting and destroying rocks, and we'll create a game loop with scoring. So let's begin. Let's open GameMaker, click on New, and select this Space Rocks template. This will give you all the images you need for your game. Then enter a name for your project here and hit Let's Go. You're now in your project in GameMaker, and in the asset browser here, you have 4 sprites or images. So that's the bullet that you fire, the ship you fly, a big rock, and a small rock. These are only images though, so let's turn them into objects that we can program to move, fly, shoot, and do whatever we want. So in the asset browser, I'll click on the objects group and then go up here and select objects. I'll turn this up to 4 and hit create. Now let's go to each object, give it a name and a sprite. I'll double click on the first one. I'll name this obj_player, so this will be the player ship. From the asset browser, I'll drag the SPR player sprite and drop it here. So we are telling GameMaker that this is what this object looks like. Then the second object, I'll name this obj_bullets and apply the SPR bullet sprite. And then the next object will be obj_rock. This will have the big rock sprite because rocks will be big by default. It's only when you shoot them that they become small. And then the final object is obj_game, and this doesn't need a sprite because it's not something that you can see in the game moving around. It's just a silent object that does its own thing in the background, and we'll be using it later in this video. So we have the objects. Let's put them on the screen so the player can see it. The way you do that is by using a room. So open the room that's already there in the asset browser. Now this is the area that you see in the game, and you can put any objects here that you want in your game. But before doing that, I'll go into the room settings and change the size to 1000 by 1000 so it's a simple square. If you don't see these options, just click on the room in the asset browser and then you'll see them. Now if you want to put anything in a room, it has to go into a layer. You can see all of your layers here, and the one where you want to put your objects is the instances layer. So select that, and then from your objects, drag the player into the room. I'll also drag some rocks and place around 6 of them. Now something interesting here is that each rock you placed in the room is an instance of its object. So here there are 6 instances of the rock object, and that's why the layer is also called instances. So from objects, you create instances. If you run the game right now, you'll see what you put in the room, but nothing moves at all because we haven't programmed our objects yet. So back in GameMaker, let's close the room and double click on OBJ player to open it. Now click on add event and add the step event. If you're asked to choose between GML code and GML visual, select GML code if you want to write code, or select GML visual if you want to use visual blocks to program your game. Then enable Don't Ask Again for this project and hit OK. Now this is an event. You can program this event to, for example, move your ship, and that will happen every frame because this is the step event. It runs at every step. A different event might run at a different time. Let's program this event now. Now if you chose GML visual, look to the left, or if you chose GML code, then look to the right. In the event, we first want to check if the up arrow is held down. If it is, we want the ship to move. So to make the ship accelerate forwards, we want to do this. But keep in mind, when adding this action in GML visual, make sure you're dropping it to the right of the green action. And that's because the green action is a condition and you can attach actions to it, and those actions will only run if the condition is true. So attach it there. And here we are running the motion add function. This basically adds motion to the instance in a particular direction, and that direction in this case is the image angle of the instance. That's how much the sprites of the instance has turned around. So we add motion in that direction, and the amount of motion we add is 0.1. So you can change this if you want to make the ship slower or faster. This will make your ship move, but you can't turn yet, so let's work on that. Let's add a condition to check if the left arrow key is held down. In that case, we'll increase the image angle variable by 4, which will turn the sprite to the left. Then we check if the right arrow key is held down, and in that case, we decrease the image angle value by 4, which will turn the sprite to the right. So run the game and you can now move and turn. It's almost perfect, but the problem is that if you go outside the room, you're basically lost. You never come back. We want to wrap around the room, so if the ship goes out from one end, it comes back from the opposite end. So for that, back in the step event, just add this outside of any conditions. This enables wrapping horizontally and vertically, and if you run the game, you'll see it in action. You now can't exit the room at all. And with this, our first step is finished. We've got the ship to move and turn, and now what we want to work on is shooting and destroying the rocks. Now to add shooting, we want to create an instance of OBJ bullet at the ship's location when we press the left mouse button. So back in the same step event of the player, let's add another condition to check if the left mouse button was pressed. This only checks if the left mouse button was just pressed, so holding it will not continue to fire. If the button was pressed, we create an instance of OBJ bullets. It will be created at the location of the player and in the instances layer. And with this, you can now shoot with the left mouse button, but of course the bullet doesn't go anywhere because it's not programmed to move. Let's go into OBJ bullets and here add the create event. This event only runs once and it runs when the instance is created. In this event, we are going to set the speed of the instance to 10 so it moves in its direction at a speed of 10 pixels per frame, and then we are setting the direction to the image angle of the player. So the bullet moves in the direction that the player is facing in. Now you will be able to shoot moving bullets, but once they go outside the room, they'll continue to exist forever, and that's not good. So once they go outside the room, we want to destroy them. So in the events, add a new event, go under Other, and select Outside Room. In this event, let's simply destroy the instance, so when the bullet does go outside the room, it's destroyed immediately. Run the game and you can now shoot freely wherever you want. So you've got the core parts of your game finished, and what we'll work on next is destroying the rocks. Before we try to destroy the rocks, let's give them some life by making them move around. So open obj rock, and here add the create event. In this event, we'll tell the rock to move in a random direction. First of all, let's set the speed to 1, so the rock moves at a slow pace, and then set the direction to a random value between 0 and 360, which is a full circle, and then I'll also set the image angle to a random value. So the rock will move in a random direction, and its sprite will also rotate with a random angle. We also want the rocks to wrap around just like the player, so they are not lost when they exit the room. So let's add the step event here, and in the event, run the same function that we did in the player. However, this time we're going to set the margin value to 100 instead of 0. This means that the rock will only jump to the other side of the room when it's more than 100 pixels outside of the room's boundary. Now in the same step event, we are also increasing the image angle value by 1, so the rock continues to rotate, and it also looks a bit more realistic. So run the game and you will see the rocks moving. When they go outside the room, they come back from the other side, just like the player. Okay, so how do we destroy the rocks? When a rock and a bullet collide, we want to create a particle effect and then change the rock. So if it's a big rock, it becomes a small rock, and if it's already a small rock, then it respawns as a big rock. This way your game never ends because you never run out of any rocks. So let's go into the obj rock object, and here add a new collision event with the obj bullet object. This event will run every time the rock is in contact with a bullet, so you can program what happens when they interact with each other. Now in the event, we first of all want to destroy an instance, but the instance we want to destroy is the bullet, not the rock, so we apply it to the other instance. The other instance in this case is the bullet because that's what you're colliding with. After that, we are creating an explosion effect above all objects so we can see it, and it's created at the rock's location because the rock is the one being destroyed. The size of this is medium and the color is white. Then we are again changing the direction of the rock to a random value so it moves in a different direction after being shot. Right now, if you run the game, you can shoot at a rock and see the particle effect. So what's remaining to program now is how this changes into a small rock. Back in the same event, let's add a condition that checks if this is a big rock by checking its sprites. If it is, then we want to change it into a small rock by changing its sprites, and then we copy that instance so we get two small rocks in the end. Then we add an else. This will run if the previous condition is false, meaning the rock is small. And after the else, we add another condition to check if the number of rocks in the room is less than 12. We are doing this to make sure that there aren't too many rocks in the game, making it too hard. So we are limiting the number of rocks that we can respawn. So in that case, we are going to set the sprites of the rock to the big rock, and then we are changing the X or the horizontal position to -100, so we send it outside the room so it can re-enter again as a new rock. Only we know it's not really a new rock instance, but the player doesn't know that. Now finally at the end, I'm going to add another else, and this will run if both of the previous conditions are false, meaning the rock is small and there are already 12 rocks in the room. So in that case, we just destroy the instance so it just stops existing and doesn't respawn or do anything else. Okay, so that was a large event, but we got through it. You can now run the game and destroy the rocks and basically keep playing forever because the rocks keep respawning. That is our second step finished, and we have a fun and playable game. The problem is that the player can never lose. So what we need to work on is the collision between the player and the rock and how that defeats the player. Let's go back into the player object and here add a collision event with the rock. So when the player collides with a rock, this is the event that runs. In the event, let's first create a firework effect above all objects at the player's location. It'll be a medium-sized effect. And then we destroy the player instance itself. Finally, after destroying the player, we're going to set an alarm. So that'll be alarm 0 and we are setting it to 120. This means that the alarm 0 event will run 120 frames after this event running, so that's 2 seconds. But this by itself won't work because we are destroying the player and an instance that doesn't exist can't run an alarm. So instead we apply this to obj game and that object is going to run the alarm for us. Now when the alarm event does run, we want the game to restart, so let's open obj game. Here let's add the alarm 0 event and in the event let's run this function to restart the room. This should do it, but it won't work right now because obj game isn't actually in the room. So let's open the room, make sure the instances layer is selected and then place obj game in the room. It doesn't matter where you put it, it just needs to be in the room. So run the game, run into a rock, you will lose, and 2 seconds later the room will restart. So we now have a game loop. You can play, you can lose, you can play again and so on, and we are at a point where you can say that the game is finished. But it's actually not that rewarding because you can't see how many rocks you've destroyed. So before we finish off the video for good, let's quickly add a score system. Let's open obj game and here add the create event. Here let's create a variable called points and set it to 0. Now before we increase this value when you destroy a rock, let's make sure that this is drawn on the screen. So go ahead and add the draw GUI event. This is where you can draw anything directly to the screen, so it acts like a HUD. So I'll use this function to draw the points value to the screen at 10 by 10. So in the game it'll appear on screen, but we haven't programmed it to change yet. For that, let's go into obj rock and open its collision event with obj bullet. This is where you destroy a rock, so it makes sense that you would also get the score here. So here let's add this to increase the points variable by 50 to give the player some score. But of course this variable was not created in the rock object. It was created in obj game. That object owns this variable, so we're going to mention the name of that object before the variable itself, and this is how we can actually change that variable. And that should do it. Run the game, and when you destroy a rock, you get some score that you can see up here. When you lose, the score resets and you start again from 0. And with that, our game is completely finished. You can now go in and change any of the values that we entered, or change any of the sprites to make this game your own. To play sounds in GameMaker, you actually don't need to do a lot. You just add your sound file to your project and then ask GameMaker nicely to play that sound when something happens. So the bullet hits a rock, bam, sound. The player hits a rock, bam, sound. I hit a rock, I wouldn't do that, that's not nice. So I made this game in another tutorial, and in this video we're going to add music and sound effects to it. I have this folder with all of my sounds, so I'll select these files and drag them into GameMaker inside the sounds group. They've now become sound assets in the project, so I'll go ahead and rename all of them so they are all consistent, starting with snd_. And now let's figure out how to get the music playing. In my project I have an object called obj game, which I've put in the game room. This handles all the things in the background, so it's a good place to play the game's music as well. Let's go and first add the room start event in this object. This event runs when the room starts, so it's a good place to play the music. So in this event, let's go and add this. So it's going to play the S&D music sound assets. I'll set this to true to enable looping, which means when the music ends, it's going to repeat. And so you basically hear it forever until the end of the universe, until you manually stop it. To stop it, let's add the room end event, which runs when the room ends. And here, let's add this. This is going to stop the S&D music sound asset. So logically, our music track starts playing when the room starts, and it stops when the room ends. So this means if you have more rooms before this one or after this one, this track won't spill into the other rooms and it will stay in this one room. If you run the game, you will hear it play and you can bop to it for 6 hours before you realize it's too late and you need to sleep. So now it's time for the sound effects. First of all, let's play a sound effect when the player shoots. So for that, let's go into OBJ player. Here I have a step event which has this condition. This checks if the left mouse button is pressed, and if it is pressed, it creates a bullet. So this is where we want to play the shooting sound effect. For that, I'll add this under the same condition. This will play S&D shoot. And because this is a sound effect, you don't want it to loop. If you run the game, you can now hear the shooting sound effect. So it's great, but it's boring. You're hearing the exact same sound every single time, and it becomes a little tiring. So we're going to make it more interesting by changing its pitch every time it plays. So back where I played the sound, this is the pitch parameter that we want to adjust. To get that in GML code, you first want to enter the gain and offset parameters, which are optional. So just enter their default values if you don't want to change them. And now you can change the pitch. I'll set the pitch to a random number in a range using this function. And that range will be 0.8 to 1.2. So every time the shoot sound effect plays, its pitch will be random between these numbers. And 1 is the default pitch, so it can be higher or lower than that. Run the game and you will hear it now. It'll sound a bit different each time it plays. Now we have 2 sound effects remaining. For the player losing, that's in this collision event with the rock. In this event, I'll play the losing sound effect, again with looping disabled. And now for the rock being destroyed, let's open OBJ rock and open its collision event with OBJ bullet. When this collision event happens, the rock is destroyed and we want to play a sound here. So in the event, I'll add this to play the rock destroy sound. And here also you can use a random pitch to make it sound more interesting. So run the game and now we have a complete audio experience with music and sound effects. So I have this game with just one room. You open it and it takes you directly into the game without a menu. So in this video, we're going to add that main menu where you can hit play or quit. We're also going to add a help button where you can click to see the controls. First of all, we need a sprite for the button. So here I have a blank button sprite and we are going to draw the text on it in the game. If you want this same sprite, you can download it from the description. Now make sure that you set the origin for this to middle center because we want to draw the text on it at its center. Now let's set up all the rooms we need. The one I have here is for the main game, so I'll rename this to rm_game. And then for the menu room, I'll just duplicate this so we get the same size and the same settings. And I'll call this rm_menu. Now obviously you want the menu to open when you start the game. But right now, the game room is set as the first room to open. If you look here, that's what this icon indicates. So I'll click on this icon, and in this list, I'll drag RM menu above RM game. And now you can see that the menu room will open when you start the game. Let's open this menu room now. Because we duplicated the game room, this already has the player and the rocks, which we don't need. So I'm going to delete all this. And also make sure you delete this instance which doesn't have a sprites because these are quite easy to miss. The room is empty now, so let's go and create some buttons and we'll come back to this later to put those buttons here. Now before we go and make the buttons, it's a good idea to make a custom font that we can use to draw the text on our buttons. So in the asset browser here, I'm going to create a new font asset and I'll name this fnt_menu. In the editor, I'll select a font I like. There are many good fonts you can download from the internet. I'll set the size to 40, which is quite big and fitting for our buttons. And I'll also turn off anti-aliasing because my font looks better that way. So that's the font done. So let's go and create the main button object. So here I'll create a new object and call this obj button parent. This is the parent or base object for all buttons, and this is going to handle how we interact with buttons and how we draw them. Then we're going to create child objects from this and tell each child button what it's supposed to do. Now this object doesn't need a sprite because it doesn't appear in the game itself. But what it does need is a variable to store the text that appears on the button. So I'll open the variables window and here create a new variable called button_text. This will be a string and I'll set the value to be empty and we'll set it in each child object separately. Now for interacting with this button, we want to check if the user has clicked on it with their left mouse button. So for that, I'm going to add a new event and this will be the left pressed event under mouse. I'll leave this empty here and we'll fill it in the child objects. Now the only other thing we need in the parent is to draw the button and the text on it. So for that, let's add the draw event. And inside this event, first of all, let's make sure that the button itself is drawn by using draw self. Now we're going to draw the text, but before we do that, we want to set the alignment and the font that we want to use for it. So I'll add this to set the font to FNT menu, which we just created. And then I'll add this to set the text alignment to center and middle. So the text draws like this instead of drawing like this, which is the default behavior. And now I'll add this to draw the button text variable. I'll draw it at the position of the button itself. Now the last thing to do in this event is to reset the alignments to their default values. Whenever you change any draw property, whether it's the color, alpha, or alignment, you want to reset it to its default values after you're done drawing. Otherwise, your changed values might interfere with something else that you're drawing later on. I am going to leave the font as it is, but if you do have a default font that you want to use, then you can reset it to that at the end of this event. So we are done with the parent and we can start making the child objects now. I'll make an object for the play button first. So this will be obj button play. I'll assign the button sprite to it. Now this should be a child of the button parent. So I'll open the parents window and click here to set the parent to obj button parent. With that set, in the events list I can see the events that I made in the parent, and if I open the variables window, I also see the variables from the parent. So let's edit this button text variable and write play here. So this button says play. And when you click on it, it should take you into the game room. So to program that, we already have a left pressed event here. We don't want to replace this event, but we want to add on to it. So anything in the parents event runs before this event runs in the child object. So for that, right click on it and select inherit event. And now in the event, let's quickly add this to change the room to RM game. And with this, the play button is finished. So let's go ahead and make the help and quit buttons. For the next button, I'll just duplicate the play button object so we get the same sprite and parent. And I'll name this obj button help. I'll open its variables and change the text here to help. I'll leave its event as it is for now and we'll program this after we've made the quit button. So for that, I'll go and duplicate this object and name this obj button quit. In the variables again, I'll set this to quit. And now let's tell this button to quit the game when we click on it. So for that, I'll open its left pressed event. I'll remove this from here and instead I'll add this simple call to end the game. That's all the three buttons finished, so let's go and put them in the menu room. So I'll open that room, make sure the instances layer is selected, and then place our three buttons here one by one. So that's play, help, and quit. Go ahead and run the game, and you can now quit the game, and you can also play it. So that's the basic buttons done. Let's go and quickly work on the help button now. Also stick around till the end of the video for the bonus part where I'm going to animate the buttons. Now for displaying the controls, I'm going to create a new object. I'll call it obj_controls. And in this object, I'll add the draw event. Now before drawing the controls, I'll add this to set the alignment to center middle. And then let's draw this string of text. So I'm drawing a string here, but in the middle you may have noticed something new. These two characters, backslash and n, it's a combination that basically means a new line. It's like pressing enter on your keyboard when you're writing an email. And so in the game you will see these as two separate lines. Now after we've drawn the text, let's reset the alignment as we should always do. And with this simple object is done. All we need to do now is to make it so when you click on the help button, this object appears. And if it already exists, then it disappears. So the help button itself sort of behaves like a toggle. Let's go into obj button help and open the left pressed event. I'll remove this call we already have from duplicating another object. And instead, let's do this. First of all, we're gonna check if an instance of obj controls already exists in the room. And if it does, then we want to destroy it. So for that, we add this. If you're using GML Visual, then make sure you apply this destroy instance action to the obj controls object. Now after this, let's add an else. This will run if the previous condition is false, meaning that obj controls doesn't exist in the room, and that in turn means that we need to create it. So in that case, I'll call this to create an instance of obj controls. I'll create it in the instances layer and at this position. Click on the help button, the controls appear, you click on it again and they disappear. Finally, it's time for the bonus tip. You can make your buttons feel much better with some basic animation. So if you go into your button parent object and add the mouse enter event, here set its alpha to something below 1 to make it transparent. And then in the mouse leave event, set its alpha back to 1. You get this basic effect where the button becomes transparent when you hover over it, and it feels much better. Adding a basic click effect is also simple. You just open the left pressed event in the button parent, you change its position slightly, and then set an alarm. And then in that alarm event, you reset its position to where it started, and this gives you a nice click effect to go with a fitting sound effect. Now a small problem is that you don't see this effect for the play button because when you click on it, the room changes immediately, so you don't get to see the button move. A solution for this is instead of using the left pressed event to change the room, you instead inherit the alarm 0 event and change the room here. And then in the game, you click on it, you see the button move, and then the room changes. In this video, we're going to add power-ups to our arcade shooter game. We made this game in another tutorial, so you can go and check that out, or you can download its finished project from the description. So let's open up that project, and here we are going to add 2 power-ups. One which will give you a spread shot ability so you can fire extra bullets, and one that will make you invincible. We need sprites for these power-ups, which I have in this asset package, so I'll drag it into GameMaker, hit yes, then add all, and then import. You can download this file from the description. Let's make the spread short power-up first. We need an object for that, so let's make an object here. And I'll call this obj power-up spread. And let's give this object the spread power-up sprite. Now this is the power-up that the player can collect, and I'm going to make it so that when it spawns, it starts moving towards the center of the room. So for that, let's go and add the create event. And for coding these objects, you can use either GML Visual or code. This tutorial will show you both. Now in the events, let's first of all set the speed of the power-up to 1, so it moves but slowly. And then let's set its direction to point towards the center of the room. So we get the center of the room simply by dividing the width and height of the room by 2. That's simple enough, but if the power-up goes outside the room, say if the player doesn't collect it, then it's gonna continue existing and that may cause memory leaks. So as soon as it goes outside the room, we want to destroy it. For that, let's go and add the other outside room event, and here just destroy the instance. This object is done, so for now let's go into the game room and place the power up here manually. Later in the video, we are gonna work on spawning this automatically. So if you run the game, you're gonna see the power up is there and it moves towards the center of the room, but you can't collect it yet, so let's work on that. Let's go into obj player and here add the create event. We want to make a variable that can tell us whether a power up is active, and in that case, which power up is active. So we're gonna make a variable simply called power up, and by default it will be set to 0. So the way I'm gonna make it work is that if this is 0, it means that no power up is active. If this is 1, it means that the spread power up is active. And if it's 2, it means that the ghost power up is active. This way, after this tutorial is over, you can go ahead and add power-ups 3 and 4 and so on and continue to expand this system. Now to allow the player to collect this power-up, let's go ahead and add a collision event with that power-up object. So when the player collides with this power-up, we want to activate that power-up, then set an alarm for that power-up to be deactivated after 10 seconds and destroy the power-up instance. So to achieve all that in this event, first of all, let's change the power-up variable to 1. After that, let's set the alarm 0 event to 10 into 60 frames. So because there are 60 frames in 1 second, this means we are telling the alarm 0 event to run after 10 seconds. Then let's also set the ship's color to yellow to indicate that the power-up is active. And finally, let's destroy the other instance, which is the power-up. If you're using GML Visual, then make sure you click on the arrow on your destroy instance action and you select other. So that's how it's gonna destroy the other instance. If you don't do this, then it's just gonna destroy the player itself. With this done, let's go and add the alarm 0 event where the power up will be deactivated. So here we just want to set the power up variable to 0, then set the ship's color to white, and then its alpha or transparency to 1. So we are also resetting the alpha because we will be changing this for the other power-up. So in game, this will allow you to collect the power-up and after 10 seconds, it will be deactivated. But while that power-up is active, it doesn't do anything special right now. So let's make that work. While this power-up is active, we should be able to shoot extra bullets. So let's go to that part of the code where we shoot. This is found in the step event. Here we have a condition where we check if the left mouse button is pressed and then we create a bullet instance. In the same pass, we're gonna check if our first power-up is active, and in that case, we are just gonna create some extra bullets. In the same block, let's go and add a condition to check if power-up is equal to 1. If it is, then we are gonna create a new instance. So this will be an instance of obj bullets. We'll make it at the ship's location. It'll be in the instances layer. And after making the instance, we're gonna store its reference in a new local variable that's simply called bullet. So through this reference that we are storing in a variable, we want to modify the direction of the new bullet that we have created. So just after this, I'm gonna shift its direction by 10 degrees, so it goes off in a slightly different direction. And then we just want another bullet going in the other direction. So let's make a new instance for that, and we're gonna store its reference in the same variable. And then in the same manner, we're gonna shift its direction, but by -10 degrees. So run the game, collect the power-up, and you'll have the spread shot ability. With that, our first power-up is done, but it's not spawning automatically. We had to place it in the room ourselves. So we're gonna make it so a power-up spawns once every 20 seconds, but it only spawns when you destroy a rock. So for counting down those seconds, let's go into OBJ game, and here open the create event. We're gonna make a new variable called powerup_time, which is gonna count how many seconds are remaining for a power-up to spawn. We're gonna set this variable to 10, so the first power-up spawns 10 seconds after the game begins. To count it down every frame, let's go and add the step event. Here we're gonna modify the same variable that we just made, and we're gonna reduce it by the delta time value divided by 1 million. So delta time is the amount of time that has passed between the previous frame of the game and the current frame, but it's in microseconds, so we need to convert that into seconds by dividing it by 1 million. So by doing it this way, this variable is gonna go down by 1 every 1 second. So in 10 seconds, it'll become 0 and then it'll go negative. So once this variable is negative, that's our signal for spawning a power-up. For that, let's go into OBJ rock because we want to spawn a power-up when a rock is destroyed. And that happens in the collision event with OBJ bullets because of course bullets destroy rocks. So at the top of this event, let's add this. We're gonna check if the power-up time variable, which is from OBJ game, is less than 0. If it is, we want to spawn a power-up. So first of all, we're gonna run the choose function so that it chooses a random power-up from the multiple power-up objects that you can have. Of course, at the moment, we only have one power-up, so that's all we're gonna mention here. And the power-up object that is selected is gonna be stored in the OBJ variable. So we then use that variable to create a new instance from it. We make this instance at the rock's position in the instances layer. So this will spawn the power-up. And after that, we should reset the power-up timer so that the next power-up can spawn 20 seconds after this. So we're gonna set the objgame.powerup_time variable to 20. Now before you test this, go into the game room and make sure you delete the power-up that you manually placed there. And then run the game, keep shooting at rocks, and in 10 seconds, you will get your new power-up. Now as a quick bonus, before we add the second power-up, let's make it so you can see how many seconds are remaining before your current power-up is deactivated. We want to draw those number of seconds just above the player ship. So for that, let's go into the OBJ player object and add the draw event. Now the first thing you should do in a draw event is use the draw self function so that the instance itself is drawn. In this case, we do want the player ship to be drawn, so we're gonna use that. Then let's check if the alarm 0 event is active by checking if the alarm value is greater than 0. So we are checking the alarm because the alarm is what disables the power-up. So we are just gonna check whether that alarm is active, and then we are just gonna draw that alarm's value to the screen so we can see how much time is remaining. Before we draw the value, let's add this to change the horizontal alignment of the text that we are about to draw to center so that it's centered above the player ship. And then let's use this function to draw the alarm value to the screen. So the value that we are drawing is the alarm value divided by 60 and then rounded. We are doing this because the alarm value by default will be in frames because it'll tell us how many frames are remaining for that alarm event to be triggered. But what we want to show to the player is seconds. So we are dividing the alarm value by 60 to convert it from frames into seconds. And then we are rounding it because we don't want to display a decimal value. We want to show a simple whole number. We are drawing this text just at the ship's location, but 60 pixels above it. Then at the end, make sure you reset the horizontal alignment back to left. Run the game, collect a power-up, and you're gonna see the number of seconds that are remaining before that power-up runs out. The font that you see on the text for those seconds will depend on what font you've already used in the game. So in my project, I used this font in the main menu that we made in another tutorial. And that's why this is the font I see. You may see something different. Let's add the second power-up now, which is a ghost power-up that makes you invincible. We already have a sprite for this, so we need to make an object. For the object, I'm just gonna go to the spread power-up object that we made in this video, and let's right-click on that and duplicate it. Let's change its name to obj power-up ghost, and also change its sprite to the ghost power-up sprite. That's all we need for that object, so let's see how the player will interact with this. Let's go into obj player. Here we already have a collision event with the spread power up. So let's duplicate that as well and make it a collision event with the ghost power up. So this is the event where the player comes in contact with a ghost power up. So when it does that, we want the power up variable to be set to 2 instead of 1. And then for the visual effects, we're not gonna change its color to yellow. Let's keep it white. But instead, let's make it a bit transparent by using a low alpha value. So if you collect this power up, it will be activated. The ship will become a bit transparent. So let's code what happens while this power up is active. Because this makes you invincible, all it needs to do is disable the interaction between a player and a rock. So in the player, we have a collision event with obj rock. So in this event, at the very top, let's add a condition to check if power up 2 is active, which is our ghost power up. And in that case, let's exit out of the event. This means that if power up 2 is active, then the rest of this event, which destroys the player, is not going to run, meaning nothing is gonna happen to the player. Now we also want this power up to be spawned, and because that happens in obj rock, let's go into that object and let's open the collision event with obj bullet. Here in the choose function, we can just add it as a second option, and so it'll be spawned. But for now, just to test it, I'm gonna replace the spread power up with the ghost power up. So only that power up spawns for now. And let's go into the game and test it. In 10 seconds, I get the ghost power up from a rock. And when I collect it, I become a bit transparent and I can go through rocks. So with the power up tested and working, you can go back into the rock object and you can then add the spread power up as the second option in your choose function. And with that, our power-up system is working, but not necessarily finished, because you can now go and add your own power-ups. So hopefully that helped you understand what GameMaker is and how it works. And I really hope you have fun during the jam, because that's what jams are for. If you want to know more about GameMaker, you can go to our YouTube channel and look at our tutorials there. So thank you and bye-bye.
Welcome back to another day of Global Game Jam Prep Week. I'm Robert Anderberg, also known as Bobby D, in the global Game Jam community, in the Big Bang community. I'm going to talk to you today about Big Bang, which is the game making platform that we've been building. Lets you make and play games with friends in a web browser. You don't need any other tools, so if you just have access to a computer anywhere, you can make something and play around, open up your projects, and get them instantly to where you are. And yeah, today you might notice, straight out of the gate, straight away, it all worked fine, perfectly. So it only took me 3 days to get good enough at doing this that I didn't get it wrong when I first turned it on. But welcome everybody. On Monday, we did some multiplayer game building. We all jumped in together and had some fun. Yesterday, I'm going to put this multiplayer link here. People can jump in while I'm talking. Yesterday, we looked at how to make your own player character different, like make it do something different completely, because I think often when people see games on Big Bang, they're just seeing third-person games like this. Look, everyone's jumping in already. Good to see you again, Orca. Good to see you again, Julia Plays 1 2 3 4. The classic. Yeah, people see, this third-person character controller, and they see this kind of camera, and it seems like that's the kind of games you can make, or that's somewhat limited. And I think it's always important to kind of show that you can make completely different things. Who we got? We got Summer Sky, Orca, all of the heroes of the stream coming live. And yeah, we're standing on this fancy ground, which is being generated using a noise function. So it makes a grid of these little cubes, and then for every position it gets a height value, and the height value is coming from this thing called noise. And usually, the word noise, I mean, if you don't know about noise in games, usually noise means like it's noisy, but it's also a word that people use in maths to mean like a function that could give you back some kind of values for some kind of inputs. So yeah, so you can do this, and the colors are done that way as well. And it's I think it's pretty beautiful. Anything that is some beautiful colors moving around on a screen, that's good for me. Makes me feel happy. So today we got an option to do two different things. One idea that I had was to just do some fun programming, doing some things like this in a simple way to show you like an easy way to do some coding, kind of creative programming. I was going to do that in the FPS example because I think that would be fun. Or we could try and make a little twin stick shooter game, or a little shooter game where we run around with a pillar and fire love hearts or flowers at things. So if you have a preference between that, like fun coding that looks a bit like this that I have on the screen right now in the FPS example, or running around firing love hearts at people with a new little player character that I was going to make, let me know in the chat right now. I think if I don't get any... Oh, some people coming through now, yeah. I feel like doing the little shooter one just to kind of show that we can build something like that very quickly. I have no idea whether I can finish it in an hour. I think it's probably possible, but, we can find out together. Maybe it'll go horribly wrong, and I will be scratching my head, but maybe not. Who knows? So get your votes in now. Let's see what people say. While we're waiting, give people a second. Let's go and get an overview of there's me, my character. And you can see as well that the camera is here, and that's the camera that I'm going to look through when I press play. You can see that here. And this is actually an infinite landscape, so if we go on a journey, it's generating it in front of me. It's a bit funny because it generates it around each player on their computer. But yeah, it can get really nice. There's some nice kind of curves, and one day I'm going to put a jetpack. You know what? Can we put jetpacks? Can we just put jetpacks in games now? Does that work? What if I just dropped a jetpack right down here? Let me find it. I'm going to see if it works. Templates, jetpack, jetpack. Okay, I'm going to put it here. Can we just get this jetpack and go jetpacking? Yes, we can. Oh my gosh. I've actually wanted to do this for so long. Fly over this landscape like this. So you can see it generating ahead of us, right? It's just generating the landscape as it goes using this noise function. That could be anything, like it could be a sine wave, it could be just any old nonsense. But yeah, it's using the noise functions that we had. And we can just fly forever. Just keep going. These guys coming with me. This is 100 million times more awesome now than it was originally. Should we actually do such? Should we make stuff, or should we just fly around today? I think we should make stuff. Okay. Let's land over here. Doink. But it's so nice flying around. Maybe you can make them fade in at the edge or something. Now I want to make it generate like little houses and things when you go around. Little rainbow houses for rainbow people. This is so fun. Is that the start? Back? Okay, I'm going to stop. Let's stop having fun. Let's get down to work. We're not here to have fun. We're here to do some serious business, some serious game development. So I'm going to start absolutely from scratch. I'm going to, as if we haven't done anything at all, I'm going to just start a brand new tab. I'm going to leave this and start from scratch, and I'm just going to go to .bigbang.com. You can also type game.new. I'm going to do that because that's so much fun. Game.new in a web browser, and you come here to this page, pick a starter game. I'm just going to pick the empty game. Yesterday I was doing Octo Temple, which is really beautiful, a beautiful area. But today I'm going to start an empty game, start with nothing. So here we go. I'm going to save just before we get started. And I'm going to share a little multiplayer link. I don't know whether that's a good idea. Maybe it isn't. Just before we get started, let's... sure it is. What could go wrong? Let's just put it in there. Let's just put it in there. Oh, somebody says FPS. Somebody said FPS. Should I listen to them? I can't decide. Yeah. Well, we'll do the FPS thing, and then we'll come back and start doing this. We'll do both. We'll make 2 games within an hour. Funny. Right, let's do it. So let's start again from scratch. Blank web page. I'm going to go to game.new. Let's pick FPS. And the FPS kit has a whole bunch of templates and fun stuff just to build an FPS game. It works right out the gate, so you can run around and shoot stuff. Maybe it is more fun doing it this way in the FPS, because then everybody can jump in. It's got a bunch of exploding barrels, things of this nature. It has a bunch of weapon types. It has an invisible player with just a character, a gun running around. So let's get to it. First thing I'm going to do is give it a new name. I'm going to call it Bobby D Global Game Jam Prep Week FPS. It's going to be Prep Week Friday, because it's Friday. I'm going to save here. And once I've done this, I'm going to hit share. And that means we're immediately going to go into a multiplayer editor as soon as we get started. I'm actually going to, for now, I'm going to share the play link with people, and I'm going to stay in the editor just while we get it going, and then later on we can mess around and do editor stuff. But yeah, feel free to jump in. So this is a little FPS game. It has destructible boxes. It has water that shoots out of this water tower. It's got some destructible doors with some secret health and ammo and weapons. I feel like I'm going to get shot here. Yeah. Well, luckily, where's Julia? Well, we can give as good as we can get. Look at this. Okay, so this game works. It's running right now. What I'm going to do is hit edit, and while the game is playing, I'm going to jump out so we can stop getting shot by Julia. and focus up a little bit on what we're doing. So yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a really simple version of what we were looking at before with the noise example. And to do that, I'm going to pick up my trusty pillar. Everything starts with a pillar. I don't know why I like this object so much, but I do. Here it is, Game Jam Pillar Pattern by Voxelius. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of these crates that we have. I'm going to copy it over here. Come here, crate. You are mine now. And as you can see, when the game's running, this is kind of dropping down and has a little bit of behavior on it. I'm going to remove all of that stuff because I just want it to be a crate. I don't want it to be a fancy crate that's doing its own thing with its own life. And then I'm going to bring it over to my pillar. And get rid of some of this stuff now because we don't need it. And the next thing I'm going to do with my crate is I'm going to reset its rotation just so it's nice and lined up with the level. Julia's coming over and see what we're doing. I'll stand on top of the crate. And then I'm going to make a little template out of it. So I'm going to hit entity, make a new template. I'm going to call it Bobby D GGJ crate. So a template is like packaging up the entity so you can reuse it, you can spawn it, you can have it as a player character. We could use this as our player character now. I don't think it'd be a very exciting game if we were just a crate, but we could do it. It's possible. Should we just become a crate and restart the game? Would everyone like to be a crate? I think we should do it. Okay. Player template. The thing is that, first of all, I need to find myself the player. And where am I? I saw myself there. There's too many players in here, that's the problem. Is that me? Yeah, that's me. Okay. So I'm going to take a copy of the player template itself. So I've got my own version. Save as Bobby D. Save this. So I've got that for later. And then I'm going to make it. We're going to be a crate. This game is now called Crate Game. So now everybody is a crate. The crate does nothing. You can't move. I'm going to spawn here. Let's spawn somewhere else. Why am I always spawning in the same place? That's the question. Well, I think being a crate wasn't that exciting, so I think we should go back. Okay. Let's not be crates. Let's be players. Okay. Stay on target. Let's do it. So now we've got a pillar and we've got a crate, and what we're going to do is make a whole bunch of these crates go up and down in a nice, beautiful wave, and then we're going to jump on top of them and have some fun. So to do this, I already made this thing into a template. It's called Bobby D GGJ crate, and I'm going to make a script that goes on my pillar that's going to control a whole bunch of crates. So I made an example of this thing. I'm getting shot while I'm building. This is the genius of multiplayer game editing. It's just that you can get shot while you're actually making your game. Okay, so gonna make a new script. Scripting in .BigBang is scripts are written in TypeScript. It's if you've written JavaScript before, you'll be very comfortable doing that. So let's get ourselves a little bit of space. And in here, the first thing I'm going to say is we're going to give it a name. Bobby D Global Game Jam Friday spawning. Okay, and so the first thing, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say I'm going to make like 10 crates. I'm going to spawn the crate that we've just made, the template, and then I'm going to position them all and move them up and down. So to do that, the first thing we need is how many crates we're going to spawn. Num crates. going to set that to 10. And then on the script here, you can see that it says 10. I think we'll just make that a little slider. Number range. How many crates? 1 to 100. Maybe you can have 100 crates. So now I've got a little slider. We can change this number around. We'll leave it at 10 though. And then when we need to be able to pick the crate template. So let's say template to spawn. And that's going to be a template ref. So a template ref is a way for us to refer to a template, the thing that we've just made, and then spawn it. So as soon as I did that, you can see that this has appeared now here, template to spawn. I'm going to pick the crate that we made, so that's nice and hooked up. And then I'm going to make an array, which is just like a list of things that we've spawned. So then once we spawn them, we can do something with them. Spawned entities. That's going to be array of entity. It's going to look like this. Oh no, it's going to be an array of entity, not just an entity. People blowing each other up in the background there. Okay, so in our start function, this gets called when the game starts, and in some other cases, but mainly when the game starts. I'm going to say for let I equals 0, I is less than this num crates. And what that's doing is we've got a little loop that for each of it goes through this loop the number of times that we have set in num crates. So in here we now need to actually do the spawning. I'm going to use the position of the pillar as the starting point to position all of these crates, and to do that I'm going to say I'm going to make a position called start position, like this, and that is actually going to be this entity will transform. The transform is the position, rotation, and scale. Just like this, I think. We don't need anything else. So for each crate, I'm going to say spawned entity. So this is what we're making. This game, add entity from template. There's one thing I forgot to do. So when we've got a template ref, it's possible that somebody hasn't filled it in the UI here. So we've just got to check that quickly. And we'll say let template equal this. Template to spawn, get. If the template is not valid, so they haven't filled it in, let's do an error, and we'll say, hey, you need to fill this in. New error. This script, I'll say, please select, can't type, select a template in the script properties. There you go. So now if we don't have this filled in, this will fail, which is very helpful. Okay, so we'll select our crate again, so it does work. And then, now that we know right here, we know that template is good because up here above, we've said, hey, if the template isn't good, then throw an error. That means we can never get here if the template's not good. Okay, so what are the parameters to this add entity from template thing? We need to have the template. Yes, we've got that. Now why? It says template null is not assignable to type template, but if not template, this should work. What if we return here? What have I missed? Oh yeah. Okay, well, oh, it's because I didn't throw it. I made an error, but I didn't throw it. I made an error making an error. What better mistake is there to make than a double error? Okay, so now this works fine. It's going to spawn an entity. and then we're going to set its position. So for this spawned entity, we're going to set its position to the start position. Copy. So that's going to be the first position, start position, like this. And then we're going to do an offset. So we'll say spawn entity will transform position, and we're going to change its, I think it's the z-axis, plus equals I times, let's do like 100 or something. Okay, so we can already see that it's starting to do something here. Woo! Yeah. So we can see that as soon as we did that, we've spawned 10 crates. They're spaced out at spacing of 100. And start the game again. And now they're spaced out at a spacing of 80. So look at that. So not too exciting yet, not too exciting. But there, they're all spawned. I think what I'm going to do is, well, that's fine for a start. I think actually maybe I'll do the positioning in the tick, and then we can move the pillar around, and then they'll move with us. So I'm going to do this instead. And then this, we forgot to, now we need to add it to our list. Spawned entities, push. So, yeah. So we made 10 entities here. We spawned 10 crates and we put them in our list called spawned entities. And then down here in our tick, this gets called every time the game does an update. So that's, you know, if your frame rate is 60 frames a second, you get 60 updates. You get 60 tick methods called in that 1 second. So let's position our crates every frame and make them do something nice. So we'll do the same thing we did above. For let I equals 0, I is less than this. Spawned entities length, I plus plus. So now we're looping through all of our crates every tick. And now let's set their positions to something interesting. So let's say let entity equal this spawned entities. I'm going to save just for a second. Okay, so we're going to get the ith spawned entity. So that first time through it'll be 0, and that'll be the first one, because arrays in JavaScript and most programming languages, as you probably know, go from 0 and then all the way up to 9, which will be the last one. And so now we're going to do entity. Let's get the position again. Y equals. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use a sine function. And what a sine function does is it makes a really nice smooth curve for an input. And as an input, I'm going to use the time. I'm in fact going to use server time. In a multiplayer session of Big Bang, there is a timer that the server sends you, and every one of the clients synchronizes their clocks to that. So if we use that, that means that when we are doing these changes, these offsets, they'll be the same on everybody's computer on the network. So this is probably working. The only problem is we haven't positioned them anymore. It is working, you can see it here. So let's do our positioning here instead of where we were doing it above. I think I deleted it instead of copying it. But that's okay, we can do it. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is say the start position again is going to be this entity. Start pause equals this entity will transform position. Doop. And then we're going to start by positioning where that entity is. So we're going to say entity will transform position, copy, start position. There's a wild fight going on in the background still. Now they'll be on top of the pillar. We're going to start again just to show that everyone's on top of the pillar. And then we've got to space them out again. So let's get spacing. Time to space. Okay, Okay, so we'll say entity transform position z plus 4i times, what was it, 80 was a good one, wasn't it? There you go. So now you can see we've got a whole bunch of crates and they're all moving up and down, which is kind of cool. But what would be nicer is if they were going along in a nice snaky snake movement. So let's move these up a bit as well. Y. Oh, the Y is supposed to be a start position Y. Start, pause, start, pause Y plus. There you go. So now when we move this, they'll move with us. That's cool. We've got a whole ton of crates here because every time I'm changing the code, it's spawning more stuff. We actually have a outstanding task to have that clean itself up. But for now, you've got to stop the game to get rid of them. Before we do that, I think what I'm going to do is, so if I offset the server time based on the based on where we are in this list, now we get this cool thing. Let's save that and press play. Yeah, so that's starting to look like what I was hoping to build. I think it should be possible to get on these boxes and jump across them. So let's move it down slightly so that people can get on top of them. Maybe a little bit further up. And then let's see if it's possible to jump across them. Okay, I'm jumping into play mode. Let's see what it looks like. Can I jump on here? Yes. Can I jump on here? Oh, I think that's too close. Yeah, I think that's too close. It's not dangerous enough. It needs to be more dangerous. Oh, up. Oh. I think that's too dangerous. Right, not dangerous enough. I'm going to make it a bit more dangerous, then we'll see who can make it across to the other side. Quite like this idea. Okay, so the spacing is I and the, let me see. The spacing is here, right? Okay, so let's do, let's change this to this spacing, and then we can make a little slider. That'll be much more fun. Spacing, we'll start with 80. And then we'll say number range, and we'll go between what, like 10 and 200 or something. Okay, so now when we restart this, if we fly up and have a look, we can, I can just hit this. I don't need to keep moving that around. Now the spacing is affecting the spacing like this. That's very cool. We can just judge it in real time. Make it a bit more dangerous. 100 does seem like about the right number to do it. And then I also was going to change the other thing to a slider. This amount down here. Oh, there's actually two other things that we can change, right? This should be, this is like height or something. Height equals, what is it, 50 down there? Yeah. Number range 10, 100, that seems good as well. Did you mean this height? I did mean this height. See, look, it's being really helpful. Cannot find name height. Did you mean this height? I did. Okay. Let's try again. So now this is the kind of height of the curve, which is really fun to play with. And then the thing that we didn't do was we didn't put, is Julia making it? No. It was 50 before, right? There you go. I'm going to get rid of this decoy crate. Let's see if we can make it across now. I think this is totally possible. Was the spacing set to 100? I think it maybe is. Okay. Whilst shooting other people, can we make it across? I think we can make it. Is that walker stuck up there? I can't tell. Yeah, I think so. We can go and help him out. What happened? What happened? Let's see. I think they got stuck. They got teleported into the world. Stand still, stand still. Stand still, I'll get you. I'll get you. I got you. No. I'm trying my bestest. I'll start again. There you go. So game started again. So we've built ourselves a little kind of creative coding thing where we just made some boxes move up and down. The offset, that's the other thing I wanted to do. This time offset. And if we make a thing called time offset, start at 1, I think, time offset equals 1. We're back to where we were. Number range, let's go 1 to 1 to 5 or something. And then what does that look like? There you go. That's, yeah, we can change that like that. Wonder if we can, oh, we can go less here. Yeah, well, that's nice, look at that. Yeah, that's fun. So I think if we make this spacing like 150 or something, it'll actually be difficult. Do we spacing? Look what it looks like there. That's cool. Okay. I think we make it like 150. Okay, there you go. Save my script, save the game, return to game. Okay, let's try. See whether we can make it. I feel like this mouse speed is super high in this window, but that probably is. Okay, let's try. We can go here. Is it even possible to jump now? Right at the top. Yeah, you can make it. Easy, easy. The other thing we didn't do is we didn't make it the speed with which it's going up and down change. We could do that too. I'm going to make it, I made it across, but I'm going to make it right to the end. But yeah, hopefully by just doing stuff, you know, what I'm managing to show is that it's really easy to just make things quickly, try out ideas, mess around and play and have fun. Some particle systems there. Whoa! Oh, I died. I fell off. I made it across all the way in the difficult case, but I fell off and died just by stumbling into the water. You did it. I don't see any boxes. I just had to reload to see them. I did it. I wonder why that was happening, TS. I don't know. Well, we achieved our goal. Getting killed. Okay, so I think next we should maybe try the other thing that we were talking about, making a little game from scratch. This is fun because you can reuse all of the things that the FPS kit comes with. I'm going to stand here, everybody can shoot me, and then I'm going to show you the... I'm invincible. Why am I invincible? I'm getting shot. Now I'm dead. So yeah, in this FPS kit example, if we press stop, what we can do is I can fly out and show you, well, that's the documentation, that's nice, but I can fly out and show you how it gets set up. There's actually a whole bunch of things over here, which is all of the pieces of the FPS kit. Some instructions at the back, which tell you how to change every single little aspect of it, everything that happens there. So you change that on these things here right in the game. It tells you what the UI layout is and what the names of everything is. The weapons database, which lets you set up all of the weapons and bullets and change all of those things. Ambient sound player, this is the kind of background music. So you can put some music in instead of the rain that you hear. And then these are all UI setups on here. So yeah, you can go and watch a tutorial that we have on how to build on top of this kit. But yeah, this is all here for you to play with, which is really fun. But next, what I'm going to do is just build something from scratch with no additional features, just to show what that looks like. So we'll go and do it. Hit save on this. I'm going to type game.new because you know that I love to do it. Start here, game.new. And now I'm going to go empty game. Whee! Okay, so we're going to make a new player controller that is not this beautiful default one. It's going to start from scratch. And you know what object I'm going to pick as the main player. If you have any other suggestions, let me know. But otherwise, I'm going to go for my tried and true and tested pillar pattern. Here you go. So this is going to be our player, good old pillar. As we do every time we want to make something that's a player or we want to spawn something, I'm going to make a template. New template. Bobby D. Pillar player. Save. And then in my game settings, I'm going to go down here and say change it from the default player template to be pillar player. Like this. Save. And now we enter the exciting world of pillars. So our player can do absolutely nothing whatsoever. We still have this camera, but the player can't move. There's no code. It's just an object. It doesn't do anything at all. This could be a game. I suppose it could be a philosophical statement. A game where you can literally do nothing. But I think it'd be more fun if we could move around and do something. So the idea that I had to do was make a little shooter game. To do that, the camera that we have right now, this polar camera, isn't going to work. So I'm going to make a new camera. So we can see that when I'm playing the game, this is the thing that's looking at the character, and it's got a bunch of scripts on it which are moving it around. So what I'm going to do is disable those scripts so we can do our own. This thing here is the kind of audio listener, makes the audio stuff work. We don't need any of this stuff, really. I'll take it all off. So I'm going to delete these scripts. See you later. It was good knowing you, but we don't need you anymore. So now when we save the game and press play, absolutely nothing will happen. You can't even move the camera anymore. So not only did we remove the player script, we removed all the camera scripts. There's now nothing here. What's this? We're going to remove the builder. Going to end up with basically nothing. Okay, so now we need to start building from zero. It's 15:42. Will we get anything made before the end of this stream? Who knows? Put your bets in now. If you think I'm going to make anything interesting, let me know in the stream, in the chat. So the the first thing I'm going to do is make a super simple script that just moves the player around. We did this yesterday, but we'll do it again just to show how simple it is. So I'm going to say, that's not my name, Bobby D, shooter player movement, like that. And then all we're going to do is just move around in a super simple way. So I'm going to say that movement equal this dot game dot input. So as I was saying yesterday, if you use these kind of default controls that we have, then it will work for a gamepad. So stick 1 maps to the left stick of a gamepad. It maps to a virtual stick on a touch screen. It maps to WASD or the cursor keys on your keyboard, on your laptop. So by using stick 1, it will just magically work across all those devices without you having to do anything at all. You can also get access to the keyboard and the touch screen and a bunch of other things, the gamepad, and do specific controls for those. But I'm gonna stick with the defaults. So we're going to get that gives us the X and Y position of the stick, and need to turn that into a movement to apply to the player. So let's say let movement equal new vector 3, and we're going to make this so the player's position is in 3 dimensions, X, Y, and Z. X is kind of lefty righty, Y is uppy downy, and Z is inny outy. So in order to make a movement, we need to take the stick, which is X, Y, like up and down on the stick is Y and left and right on the stick is X, and we need to change it into a 3D position. So we're not going to change the up and down movement, we're just going to change the forward and back and left and right. We need to do a little map. Stick X is going to go to X, Y is going to be 0, and stick Y is going to be the Z, which is in and out. Then the player position, let's say player position. Position is this dot entity dot world transform dot position, and then we'll say player position dot add movement. Okay, so it should move now. We'll save our script. There you go. So it's working. Now the only thing is that the Z is the wrong way around, so we need to flip it. Flip the stick. Okay. So now we've got a player moving around. Very simple. We've got a camera that's looking at it and not moving. I think actually a camera not moving would be completely fine for this game. So I think what I'm going to do though is I'm going to move the camera up so it looks down a bit more on the game. So to do that, I'm going to get into fly cam. Here's the position of the camera. I'm going to move in world space, so we can zoom into the camera, show you what the difference is there. You know, if you've used a tool like this before, you'll be familiar with it. But local transform is the transform of is like in the direction of the camera itself. So you can see that the up arrow is pointing like the up of the camera, like this. And world is like the up of the world. So you just want to move it straight up without it moving around too much. You can do it like this. So I'm going to move it pretty high. And then we need to point it down a bit more. Yeah. So we can use these little rotate things on the side, point the camera down more at the player. And then we'll take a quick look. There you go. Okay, so press save, press return to game. Now I made a mistake there. Even though I made a movement script, I didn't update my template when I saved it, so it isn't moving anymore. So I'm going to quickly do that. Then put the player movement script on. Let's say template, push to template, save. Now it's going to work. There you go. Okay, so we made a super simple character. How long did that take us? 5 minutes? Something like that? 10 minutes. And then what I'd like to do is I'd like to shoot in the direction that we're moving. And then ideally, I'm going to try and get something in here to shoot as well. I think we can still be a bit higher up, so I'm going to change that before we move on. Stop the game. I'm going to use this move tool because I like this one. It's got long arms. Look down a little bit more. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Now I'm going to network this. And so to make it networked, in the tags, we just say networked, and now it's networked. Push to template and save. And if I share a multiplayer link to this now, we should have people be able to jump in and test it straight away. Let's find out. You too can be a pillar of our society. So let's see if anyone else appears. Then I might need to do something else. Yeah. Here, look. Pillar friends. But you know what's funny? We're all kind of affecting each other's movement as well, because I made it change all the pillars when it changes the pillars. So we can make a little change to make that work. Wait a minute. Who said that you could start putting things in this game? People have started putting things in the game. What's this? Winter holiday emoji override. There's going to be no emoji overrides here because I took the emojis off the player. Okay. Okay, so the way networking works in .Big Bang is that all scripts run on all players unless you tell it not to. So we need to say if this we need to say this game is a session. What is the way to do this? Let me just open a script. Remember how to do this. DBB character movement modal. This.entity.is owned locally. Okay. I should have remembered that. But you know, I'm streaming, so it's is owned locally. I'm going to say if we're not owned locally, don't do nothing. Okay. Oh, it's not a function. It's just a test like that. Okay. So what that does, before I did this, this movement code was running on all of the players that joined. So every player that joins has this template on it, and they all run this code, which means when I press my keys, it's moving everybody around. But now what it's saying is, hey, unless I own this, and for my own player, I do own it in our network model, then the emotes work somehow. The emotes work somehow. That's interesting. Oh yeah, maybe the emoji override is doing the emotes itself. That's possible. Yeah, so now we should be able to save this game, return to the game, start again, and everybody should be able to move around their own pillars without anybody else getting in the way. Let's see, can people move their pillars? Yeah, I think that should work. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe you need to reload. No, it is working. Look at that. Who is this pillar? If this pillar at the top, wiggle yourself back and forwards. Pillar at the top, identify yourself. Hey, look, the emojis are working. Okay, so that emoji override must do the emojis itself. That's really funny. Okay, we're now pillars with panda emojis. That's fun. Chaos, pure chaos. Okay, so we made Way! We're having a pillar party. We're just hanging out. I wonder if this override script can set the position of the emoji override. Emoji override. It sounds like a game. Emoji override. Okay, so that's got all the key binds. Emoji height. Okay, yeah, awesome. Look, we can change this, right? And then it'll be above the pillar. I don't know how any of this stuff works. Let's find out, though. Look, now if we do this, it's going to come above the pillar. Panda faces, panda crying, panda upside down, panda crying again, panda very angry, panda devil, panda heart, panda thumb. Yeah, awesome. So anyway, we can we can add a bunch of crazy stuff into anything by just looking in the template view at the bottom and dropping some things in. I think there's a emoji override. Emoji override. That's like a hacker name. That's going to be my hacker name. Emoji override. Winter holiday emoji override by Heather Control Z. Okay, yeah. So that's in the templates toolbar at the bottom. Awesome. Oh, there's some awesome little monsters in here. What happens if we put these guys in? Oh, they're going to go towards you. What's there? What is there? Get out of the way. Out of the way. Out of the way. Get off my friend Pillar. Okay, we'll use those later. What do I mean later? We're running out of time. Come on, we're going to make it shoot something. That's what we're going to do. Look at these things down here. There's some crazy stuff going on. Snow person. Okay, getting totally distracted. Let's get back to business. What's happening now? We've got little names above our heads. Oh man. Hi. Hello. Hello. Okay, we're getting like edit bombed by people on the stream. Okay, so we can move around, but we can't shoot anything yet. So let's quickly try and shoot something. We'll shoot that crate that we just made earlier. Shoot a player movement. Okay, so let's try and go as quickly as we possibly can. Bullet template ref, which is a template ref. So I'm going to make a template ref for the bullet like this. That's going to pop up down here. In here, I'm going to choose my crate. And then when I press shoot, I'm going to spawn a crate. One thing is that crate is not networked. So I'm going to need to just jump in and do that before we move on. Templates, my templates. Where's my crate? Pillar, template, crate. Here's the crate. And in here, I'm going to say networked. And then update its template. Easy peasy. Okay, that's done. Next, back into the script editor. And we're going to say if this game input controls action 1. I think action 1 is enter, shoot, but that might be jump. We'll find out. This we actually need to make a new version of our template that just moves forwards. Right, I know what I'm doing now. It might look like I don't know what I'm doing. That might be true. Okay, we're going to make a new template. Save as Bobby T shooter bullet. It's going to be the biggest bullets in any game ever made. I'm going to call it shooter bullet just so we can identify it. And then in here, I'm going to click save these changes. Okay. Now I just need a little script on here to move it forward, and that's what the bullet's behavior is just going to be going straight forward. Get rid of these scripts because we don't need them anymore. I probably have written something like this in the past, so I'm going to have a look for it. Forward. Whoa, that's funny. Move. shooter movement, car movement, test movement, snaky movement. I've written every kind of movement apart from moving forwards. But it's easy to move forwards, so I'm going to do that really quick. We out of time? 57. Let's check. I don't think we're out of time yet. We've got 3 minutes. That's so much time. Okay, I'm going to write a new script. All this script's going to do is say, if I own this locally, move forward at some speed. Some speed. 100 units per second. If this entity, I'm rushing now, so is owned locally, if it's not, if we don't own it, don't do anything about it. Okay, and then otherwise this entity will transform position, add this entity, we're going to get forward, let forward equal this entity will transform forward, get forward. Okay, that's the forward direction of the entity. And then I'm going to add the forward direction multiplied by a little speed. So I'm going to clone this so we don't actually change that. I think we need to do that anymore, but I'm not entirely sure. Oh, optional target. Okay, so we can actually say, do this, and then say, multiply it by speed times this game frame delta time. So that means that we're going to get a vector pointing in the forward direction of the crate, and it's going to be the length of the speed multiplied by time, so it's units per second. I'm going to add it here. Now it's going off on its journey into space by itself. I'm going to change speed to be a... what? Did I break it? Did I break it? Let's see how much I broke. I didn't save my script. I'm a bad person. That's okay. I can type it again. Okay, so we're going to get the forward direction. I'm going to say movement actually is this entity will transform forward, get forward. I'm going to say multiply scalar this speed times this game frame delta time like this. So that's going to be the how we're going to move. We need to put the little thing that stops it moving everybody's crates around, all of them. This entity is locally owned, like a locally owned business. Here we go. Global Game Jam. Look, it's happening. I'm purple, Orca is blue, and you are red. It's happening. This is going to be called Bobby D crate. Crate movement. Oh no, bullet movement. There you go. Save. Remember to press save on everything. And I think that I'll just split this so it looks a bit nicer. And then this entity, I'm going to add the movement that we created to its position. Okay, so save that. Press save. Okay. Everything's getting changed. Let's go return to game. Okay, that's good. I'm going to just press save. I'm going to reload for 1 second. Here you go. And now we should be able to see what's happening. Moving around at the speed of sound. I see what's happened. We check one thing. Yes. So let's go back. Yeah, so the crate is working. I think I might have also, let's see what's going on here. Yeah, this wasn't fully saved either. Okay, well, I'm going to just fix that up. I was just about to do the shooting, right? So let's fix that. Okay, here you go. That's working again. All good. I think in the case of the other game that we were looking at, I think what's happening there is, because I reloaded somebody else's server and that's causing an issue, but we'll work here and then we can go back. Okay, let me just check the time, private chat. Okay, no messages there, so I think we've got a tiny bit more time. We'll try and complete our task here. So we have the crate moving in the direction it's moving in. We have our little player moving around, and the final thing we've got to do is make it shoot crates in the direction it's moving in. So I'm going to grab this, some number, bullet template ref, okay, shoot a bullet, fill that in with the template that we just made, and then when you press shoot, we're going to spawn one. So this game add entity from template, this will say get our little bullet, bullet equals this, bullet template ref get, if not bullet, I'll throw an error again like we did before. Please select a bullet template in the script properties, exclamation point. Okay, so now we know it's valid. We can say bullet. And this will work, but it's going to be a bit messy because it's going to spawn right on top of us. So let's take a look at what it looks like. It did spawn, but it's not moving. Is it script there? No, it's pointing the wrong one. We picked the wrong one. We didn't pick the wrong one, we just didn't update it. Okay, get rid of these, put the bullet movement script on. Here you go. Hit go in the entity. Update, there you go. We know what we're doing. Okay, stop and play. And now, what's wrong? Oh, please select it in the script properties, so we didn't do this. We did pick it, but we're going to pick it and then update this one. Simple. There you go. So now we're spawning crates. The only problem is we're not spawning them at the player. So we'll use the player's position as the initial bullet position, and then we should be good. This oh yeah, so this is the bullet that we spawned. This is the bullet template. Let's change these names to make it clearer so it's obvious what's happening. There you go. There you go. And now we can say bullet will transform, position, copy this, player position. And we're going to use the player position that we made just before so that we're in the right place when we spawn it. Let's see what happens. Here you go. Look at that. Some may say we're spawning too many. Some may say. Also, there is a slight problem in that the bullets never disappear, so they're just going off the screen and going forever. But yeah, that's the start of a shooter. So we kind of did both things in the time. We started off doing the FPS. We eventually built something. It's not really a shooter, but at least it's something. But I think we had fun along the way. And hopefully what we've shown today is that you can make a whole bunch of stuff that isn't like a third-person camera platform type game using .Big Bang. And yeah, that's it for me for today. Now, tomorrow I will be back as part of the Global Game Jam theme reveal and kickoff stream. So that's Saturday, Friday the 20th, Friday, January the 20th. Saturday, January the 20th. Saturday, Friday, January the 20th. Streaming for an hour makes your brain stop working, that's for sure. So I'll be back tomorrow, Saturday, to do the kickoff for Global Game Jam. In the meantime, if you're interested in using .Big Bang to make a game for Global Game Jam, then you can go to .bigbang.com GGJ. We'll go there right now. And you can see, I don't know why sometimes it says this YouTube video is unavailable, but sometimes it says that. You can see the trailer for .Big Bang, all of the things that you can do, how to enter Global Game Jam using .Big Bang, a bunch of resources to help you do that. The link to the FPS kit plus combat kits that we were looking at earlier. How to use the voxel object editor, the documentation site, quick start guide, intros. We've also got a really handy .Big Bang for Unity developers. So if you're coming from Unity and you want to understand the difference between Unity's layout and .Big Bang's layout and where everything is hidden, this is a really quick start guide. So yeah, absolutely everything that you need for Global Game Jam is on this page. And then finally, you can come and join our Discord, hang out with the developers. We can help you with your games, help you do all of these things for Global Game Jam. If you've got a problem, we'll be there to help. So yeah, check out this page if you're interested. I'm going to post that link in the chat right now. And apart from that, if nobody has any more questions, any other things that they want to ask, I'll give people a final chance. And then that's going to be the end of the stream for today. Yeah, I think that's it for today. Okay, thanks everyone for hanging out in the stream and watching and playing. And I will see you tomorrow for more fun and games. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.